Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlethems. I eagerly welcome you to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusk Light Radio. Hosted by yours truly, the cantankerous yet cautious, anatomically anomalous, and delightfully delirious Everett J. Blackwell. Perhaps you know of us Blackwells. We opened Sturgeon's first high school, named after its founder, Lilith Blackwell, who stormed the gates of the old Episcopalian church armed with nothing but a sickle, a 9mm sparkly purple Glock, and a plushie of yours truly. She thought she was rooting out evildoers, but really, I believe it was just some squatters. She is a force to be reckoned with, though we haven't seen her in some time. Now, I apologize for my voice today, listeners. I've seemingly caught an old form of the Blackwell pestilence. It's nothing too bad for a half-dead host such as myself, but I may need to take it easy for a few days. Doctor's orders. So if I sound a little bit croaky or the transmission introduction's a little bit shorter, please forgive such an interference. Speaking of doctors, we've had a few returns to the municipality. First came our resident plague doctor, Delara Blackwell, returning to the station to help out with medicines, ailments, and supply issues. Old Dal brings knowledge, passion, and pestilence, ensuring we always feel welcome to step into their sepulcher for a quick physical, get advice on some odd ailments we may have, and some willingness within ourselves to take leeches away for experimentation. Then Izzy Blackwell rolled up, offering services as our pest control specialist, knowing full well we've had a long infestation of face bugs. Well, Izzy has, changed since we last saw them. Their eyes seem bigger and bulgier, some antennae seem to be sticking out of his skull, and, I'll be honest, listeners, I wasn't aware Izzy would be eating the bugs himself, gnashing them between his perfect pearly whites, always chewing when we think we're not looking, always staring, the antennae always rippling. Better we don't ask. Lastly, we needed some more entertainment around the studio, and as luck would have it, Adela Blackwell made the journey to be our illusionist and fire dancer. Adela is one of the most free-spirited of our Blackwell clan, covered in arcane moving tattoos, a lust for life, and a constant seeking of adventure. She also frequently misunderstands phrases and turns them into innuendo. I asked her for some help to position some lights in the studio, and she told me that I knew how to work that angle, with a wry smile on her face. A true free spirit, that one, and she loves to waffle, which for our US listeners, that means yapping. Great-granduncle Van Blackwell told us that he's recently acquired an unseeable and unknowable artifact he'd like to put on display in the studio for people to come and peruse. Which is odd because he couldn't much speak on it, nor did he know any knowledge of it. He said he'd crossed the Elysian threshold and would need to return there now he's filled with esoteric knowledge, cursed to possess it, but never share it with a soul. When we asked him about how that would work with the artifact being displayed, he simply flared his nostrils and blinked twice. He's in good spirits about it, though. Sometimes talks about a jester and strings. No idea what that's all about. Ethan Blackwell has been focused on his efforts to install a fishing hole within the studio to better help with tourism and quiet periods of stimulation. Even brought in Tabitha Blackwell and her mining expertise to dig into the very pits of Sturgeon, breaking through the boundaries down towards Golgotha. We saw shadows squirm and undulate in the darkness, but they don't ever bubble up to the surface. Tabitha said something in the broth may prove lucrative, her words, not mine, and that she could use it to build an empire to rival Kyle's mighty bone spires. Ethan, on the other hand, just saw a whole bunch of fish to catch, to flog, and then reap the benefits for. Different strokes for different folks. Clue Blackwell has, they've begun to molt. I don't have anything else to add. We woke up at the beginning of the winter solstice, and Clue had begun to cover themselves in a thick carapace. I sensed some movement from within the structure, but only time will tell if they emerge anew or at all. Jackal Blackwell, true to his word, provided dinner for all of us after the festivities of the gathering had ended. A veritable banquet of exotic meats, spices, vegetables, and fruits. He repeatedly refused to tell us where it was all from. Only a smile a wink, and a nod. And then he kept nodding and would not relent even when his neck began making cracking noises, until we said we wouldn't ask where the meat came from, that if it's bologna, it's okay, as long as it's not that important nonsense. And lastly, Papa Kyle Blackwell, our head of the table, sat silently through much of the revelry, himself and Arya polishing the spine armory with purpose and determination. All Kyle said before excusing himself to his bone palace was, "Storms are coming," and leaving a parting gift, a crystal bone skull that tells us when he shall return. Problem is, it's always talking, because it's always counting down. These Blackwell reunions are always eventful, violent, and a little bit mysterious. Now, if you don't enjoy these little Blackwell mentions, you could skip ahead using the chapter in feature and go straight to the story. Anyway, I'm Dusklight's main and most fabulous half-dead host. My job at this fine radio station is to bring you some of the most twisted, interesting, and downright bizarre tales that I and my wonderful many-legged runners collect from the far corners of Sturgeon and beyond. Some will make you laugh, some will make you cry, and some of you will want to seek out the antlion of Sturgeon, a move I would caution you strongly against. And consequently, this is where today's story continues. This is a chronicling of the Antlions events that started in the first supercut linked below, covering stories 1 through 6. If you start here, you will be most confused, so please binge those and then come back to follow stories 7 to 10. In these chapters, we have a plethora of talent. Spirit Voices, The Dark Somnium, Autumn Ivy, Vidith, Shakira Dunn, Mr. Creepypasta, We Try Horror, Mars York, Jimmy Horrors, Back to Ashes, and Charon's Tales, to name a few. This is an ongoing experimental series by Janitor Supremo TJ Lee, and if you enjoy it, please show your support in the comments. This took a lot of work to chronicle and put together for you, and in my humble opinion, is some of the best produced work we have ever transmitted on Dusklight Radio. Special thanks must be given first to Mandy Mo for the original beauteous image you see of me when you look at our page, to Sir Gorky for the brand new rendering of yours truly, and the truly accurately horrifying rendition of our humble studio, to Simply for the thumbnails you are graced with, to Invato Elements for the superb SFX, to Dark Somnia for being such a gracious yet terrifying sponsor of the channel, and lastly, our music is sourced and provided by Epidemic Sound with gracious thanks. If you enjoy these intros and want to see more, please ensure you've got notifications on and leave a comment for every video you encounter. With that, the sun has set and dusk has crawled into the studio once more. Whether you're working, prepping to sleep, or evading the formless void that will one day consume us all, Blackwell is here to soothe your ears and captivate your soul. Now, close your eyes and take a deep breath. The scene has been set and the light is on. It's time to walk towards it. LastGiantUnderTheMountain.net. Addendum, 8th of August, 2000. I made this website as a private blog of sorts, as a way to upload my journal documents in the events the materials are seized, lost, or degrade in quality. Seems appropriate to embrace the digital age, and who knows, maybe someday this will be something I can add to the Dondella Restoration Committee's historical section, if they ever recognize the trip even happened. As much as I want to add photos, I think for now I'll leave them off the blog. It's one thing if people stumble over the journals, it's another entirely if they see what we found. To that end, I'll also not be revealing the location of our expedition, nor will any sleuths find it on the map. If I ever have any present-day thoughts, they will be here in italics to save confusion. The counter is currently sat at 6 and the journals were uploaded 2 weeks ago, so, thanks for the 2 people, not me, who visited, I suppose. Alright, I've got some grandkids to entertain, so I'll leave it here. Enjoy an old man's ramblings. May they help you as they helped me. Oliver. Expedition log, April 6, 1970, 9 p.m., clear sky. We've made our first stop outside of Dondella, a small outcropping of forests near the Menasha County border. Not that crossing it at night bothers us necessarily, but we won't get many opportunities for peace like this. At worst, all we have to worry about as we sleep for the night is our fellow man looking to creep up on us for a quick smash and grab, or the local wildlife taking us for a free dinner. In both cases, they'll be gravely mistaken. The weather is calm, though we anticipate it will turn in just 4 short days, roughly around the time we pass Mantis Bay and head into the Grand Gap separating Sturgeon from the next major city. Still, not much to be done. The stars look beautiful tonight, and I thought journaling would be a good way to pass the time while my companions arrange our food and lodgings. We had a rock, paper, scissors contest, and I emerged victorious. I was hoping to have initially started this some ways back, when Rodney Saunders, our family's caretaker and my dearest friend, and Archie Downey, our brother since school days and a fellow explorer, decided on discovering this majestic and elusive Harper's Wake 2 months ago. Countless hours of planning, drinking, wistful thinking, and more drinking culminated in this expedition as commissioned by the Sturgeon Historical Society. For our families, it means another notch on their familial bedpost. For us, well, it's a personal kind of glory. I have long had a fascination with Harper's Wake and the lands surrounding it ever since I heard of them in the most famous place Sturgeon ever birthed, the celestial event over the Emperor's Kingdom by the Bard of Dondella. Though likely embellished in its recounting of Angleron's undoing and the disaster that turned the once proud kingdom into a husk that we will pass on our journey, the notion of Harper's Wake persisted in the minds of the romantic and the daring as a place of wonder, a frontier unexplored, one rife with mysterious creatures, unusual customs, and practices far beyond the modern man's comprehension. And, like any young man who hasn't yet grown up, I was enraptured to find it. Our journey will likely be perilous. I don't doubt that we will emerge from our cocoons as a totally different type of person. But perhaps that growth is necessary. Perhaps through the challenges this journey brings forth, we will find renewal. I will update once we have made some substantial progress across the land. Faithfully yours, O. Comment from The Pilgrim, April 2nd, 2020, 9:58 p.m. Depth, 10 meters.
I feel the walls closing in around me with every second I plummet into the abyss. But I've only started. Is this truly how I wanted my journey to go? To simply entrust my life to fate and take a dive, literally, into the unknown? Perhaps this is for the best. A true test of my resolve still shines on me as I descend. A reminder of how close I am to the world around me still. This will not last. Nothing does. It exists for a time. It flourishes. It crumbles. It dies. For now, I am in the throes of ecstasy as I begin the journey to the depths. Every moment of it. I am nothing more than a pilgrim on the search for my own holy grail. It's here, somewhere. I will find it.
April 9th, 1970. We passed through the greater Sturgeon fields, a nod to the Mantis Bay Great Lakes, and onto Menasha, our last bastion of civilization before entering the Great Expanse. The government recently began building a greater road system through here, as you know, to connect Sturgeon to the wider continent. They think the project will take a decade, given the mileage needed to cover and manpower required. I wonder who I'll be by then, or who you will be, more importantly. Hopefully, someone proud of me for finding what I'm seeking. Not a memory in a scrapbook as the result of a terrible incident, questions left unanswered as to my whereabouts, or, worse yet, an abject failure. Someone who overpromised and underdelivered. Well, not much to be done ruminating over the future when there is so much here in the present, eh? For now, we press on. The spring weather is remaining remarkably pleasant. We're crossing over the myopic road and through the forests this night, bringing us to the border of the wildlands. They call it the myopic road because legend says if you venture there alone, full of regret, they will manifest out of the very woods themselves and confront you, sometimes with hostility. Back in the Middle Ages, it was said a figure of great repute from Sturgeon ventured here for both inspiration and absolution. They never re-emerged, leaving a grieving widower and children behind. They sent a search party out, finding only their journals and sketches of their final moments. A voyager to the end, it seems. Though we'll never know what occurred during those final days, I hold that event close as we traverse these woods and emerge out the other side. Regret is a most powerful tool to motivate, but this place serves as a stern reminder that when in verse, it can break any man of even seemingly unbreakable constitution. But it will not break me, nor my contemporaries. The trail has begun to thin out. The trees, once swaying softly overhead in a welcoming dance, have grown tall, hostile and cold. Brown bark now seems grey and scorched. Thick branches jut out from the sides and threaten to hinder our progress. Archie swears he saw a visage of his father up in the trees, calling out to him, demanding he explain what he's doing on an errand for fool's gold instead of managing the family business. It was strange. There was no doubt the voice was Mr. Downey, a booming and stern voice I'd heard many times in my youth spent at Archie's estate. But the figure, if they were indeed a figure, ensured it stayed obscured in the treetops, never moving too much and hunched over. I could say that what glimpses I did see were man-like, but I would not wish to commit beyond that. Archie, to his credit, challenged the voice to show itself and did not lose his nerve. The voice simply repeated the command of his father, as if on a tape recording. Unnerved but not deterred, we continued moving, the figure leaping from tree to tree and, after some time, changing its tactics. It was an hour or so later, as the moon reached its zenith in the sky and all other light was snuffed out, that the voice did switch cadences and begin to target Saunders. Now a lilting, tender voice on the wind. His mother's, asking him to join her in the branches and observe the gorgeous view. The problem is, Rodney's mother died when he was 9 years old. He simply bit his lip, fought back tears, and soldiered on, saying nothing of the encounter. We picked up our pace from here and continued in silence until we reached a break in the trail, a circular anomaly stretching out about 50 feet, with which we could pitch our tent and start a small fire. The voice had ceased some 40 minutes back, and we hoped, with cautious optimism, it was done with us as we set up. Sleep, however, would not come quickly. As we lay in our tent, rustling could be heard around our encampment. Heavy footprints and the sound of sniffing. At first, we thought wolves, but when I called out to the intruder, the response was enough to chill my blood to the bone.
Hello? Is anyone there? We mean you no harm.
A pause, then something overhead rattled a wheezing, pained voice, as if straining vocal cords that had not been used in decades.
Hello? There? Mean you harm?
Archie and Saunders stared at me, the former reaching for his rifle when I shook my head and, without speaking, pointed first up and then placed the finger to my lips. This thing wanted us to respond.
I will find it.
It's been 2 hours and the creature is still rummaging around, making strange calls into the night, but we will not be deterred. Perhaps this is what got Sturgeon's first voyager, but it will not get me. Faithfully yours, O. Comment from The Pilgrim, April 2nd, 2020, 10:06 p.m. 30 meters.
The light has already begun to fade. The last vestiges of light pouring in from above are now beauteous rays that turn all structures and fragmentations into things of pure joy. Color in a monochrome world that my simple eyes are not worthy of gazing upon fully. Your encounter is fascinating. I will find a similar one as I sit in my self-imposed Faraday cage and begin to hear knocking on the wall. Something pleading to be let in. When a voice speaks to us from the void, we must think carefully on our response. Friend, foe, or something in between. I do not know what to make of this, whether or not I should even entertain the guest outside. A reflection of our own world and current events, perhaps. If you're alive, you likely know of what I speak. But as I descend further away from the madness of the world above, I feel more at home with the creatures beneath, the great slithering things that hide in the dark and live simple, monastic lives. They do not know or care if the world is burning, only that they will survive it regardless, for they are worms and know of nothing else. I must conserve my energy, my precious thoughts, for there is a long way to the bottom. But know that I am observing with great interest.
April 11th, 1970. I feel that night will live on in infamy for us all, but we elected to relegate it to a future nighttime discussion and press on. Come the morning, a scorch mark ran the length of a branch that perched over our tent. I have a feeling we may see this spectre again on the road. We were on the road not long after, passing a riverbank that in olden times marked the end of civilization and the beginning of the wild unknown that spanned for untold acres. If there was a name given, it's been lost to time. Saunders voted on the Waltz River because the strange, single trajectory of the water made it look as if it were dancing in a rhythmic pattern. I liked it, so we made an official marker in the book before pressing on. Once through the clearing, the wild lands were upon us. Minotia with its verdant forests lay to the east, Coralla and its rustic quarries to the west. This would prove to be the monotonous part of our journey, one with a multitude of conversations, frustrations, and pensiveness. But we were prepared, and the mountain range would be upon us in 10 days if we made good time. The weather was decent too, a clear sky with some indicators of rain in the distance, but that was preferred over the scorching heat an early summer could bring. I imagine I'll not have much to update you on until we reach the mountain summit, but should something of note occur, I will chronicle it. Faithfully yours, O. Comment from The Pilgrim, April 3rd, 2020, 8:16 a.m., 40 meters.
Darkness envelops the world around me, slowly but surely. Soon the last vestiges of light will dissipate from my purview, and only the depths remain, an unknowable, fathomless pit from which multitudes of eyes, teeth, and appendages lay in wait to observe, grab, and taste me. What will they think of me, I wonder? This last stop for us both, isn't it? The last chance to turn back, go into a life of monotony once more, and live our lives as we are expected to. I could stop reading here and go no further. I could rush to the surface, gulp in the fresh air, and let the sun cleanse me. But you never did. You soldiered on and cursed us all. Now, I must follow in your footsteps, like a good pilgrim. Let the darkness consume us both.
April 18th, 1970. As expected, the wildlands were not much to write home about, literally. We traversed them with gusto at first, then exasperation, followed swiftly by frustration before picking back up into exuberance at the prospect of the hard part being over. For brevity, I will be including in conversations Archie, myself, and Saunders have within. I worry that simply codifying their exchanges makes these entries far too dull. Who knows? Maybe they'll see them one day and give me a thrashing for not chronicling them properly. It was the final day of our walk. The large open fields gave way to marshes that stretched on for several miles. It was said that if you stepped in too deep a section, the lower half of your body would become one with the marsh, feeding it slowly while your conscious top half waited for the harbinger of the swamps to separate you and take you away. An old wives' tale, naturally, but the caution of sinkholes and quicksand-like environments was well worth the heeding, regardless of the story. As the clouds began to gather and the skies darkened, the headlamps came out for the final leg of the journey. We estimated that if we followed the upper section of the swamp, we would eventually come into contact with the mountain range as the map suggested. Historically, it was said that wisps would flutter around near the edges of the swamp territory, a way of guiding wayward souls out of the marshes should they become too lost. It was feared that staying there too long would rouse the harbinger's hunger, and they would come searching for you. Our nerves were frazzled by this point. The long walk was exhausting, and we began talking to keep our focus.
What do you think is out there? In the swamps?
Archie chirped up, ever the curious mind, stout heart, and chiseled frame to match. I'm not sure. Maybe a natural predator of the lands? Something the locals and ancients turned into folklore, or just nothing. Simple natural hazards that remained unexplained by less scientifically enlightened minds. I mused, each step becoming more laborious than the last as big boots sank into thick slush before forcing their way out.
I'd have to disagree there, Oliver. I think we know that there's more to this land that meets the eye. Are we really going to dismiss the likelihood of a creature like the Harbinger, especially knowing where we come from?
Saunders called, the farthest of the three of us back in the walk, a thick fog beginning to roll in, making him seem faint.
Ah, that's right. You two are Sturgeonites, ain't you? Old blood. And then you moved to Dondella?
Archie scratched his chin, the thick beard shaking free leaves and insects. Rodney came from a now dissipated bloodline of aristocrats, and my family is still, in Sturgeon for generations. When my father passed and the inheritance was split between me and my siblings, I took our share and moved to Dondella, setting up in the summer estate that we now call home. Wanted to carve out my legacy. I could feel the air changing, but I pressed on and tried to keep my focus.
And a legacy it is, my friend. But, as our esteemed colleague has asked, are you really going to discount the notion of it being a native beast the likes of which we've never seen? With all that Sturgeon houses?
Archie chuckled, stretching and stopping at the front of the line.
Seems to me that, if anything, we're on the hunt for something just like that.
I wiped the sweat from my brow before thinking, but as I opened my mouth to respond, An ear-splitting shriek ripped through the quiet of the marshlands, and we turned to discover Saunders was nowhere to be seen. Panic gripped the both of us as we began hauling through the thick swamps, following the rapidly diminishing screams of our friend before hearing one god-awful noise that to this day still sticks in my skull. Gargling.
Sinkhole.
Archie breathed as we picked up the pace. Saunders had fallen into one and was about to be pulled under. We'd never find him in the fog if we weren't quick. Every single bubbling pool of muck and water was being looked at as we darted through the area, making sure we too didn't get caught.
Rodney! If you can hear us, yell! Or splash, or I don't know, anything!
I bellowed, loud as I could. We tried not to run too far from our initial spot, knowing it could take us farther away than we needed to be. Silently, agonizingly, we stood and waited for the response. A swish and a thud cut the air and we turned. Some 20 feet away we saw a hand slapping the soil and being slowly dragged under. Without thinking, Archie leapt through the air and gripped onto the hand, I grabbing his ankles and then a stronger hold on his knees before we pulled. I was terrified, thinking that we couldn't resist nature, that Saunders would suffocate long before we got him out. But something happened that to this day I cannot explain. I heard the swish sound once more, directly by my ear as I was hurled backwards as if no longer pulling onto anything. Archie coming with me and Saunders, covered head to toe in muck and coughing for his life, pulled back with me into a heap. In the madness and adrenaline, nobody else was looking towards the exit to the marshes. But I was. Darting out of view and into a patch of thick reeds were a pair of wisps. A tall creature carrying a large blade, following closely behind them. Faithfully yours, O. April 20th, 1970. I imagine these will get longer from here, but this was the night we came perilously close to death. We made it past the threshold and found a small outcropping on what appeared to be an incredibly old mountain trail. The fog was still thick as we laid down our camping gear and began to set up. Saunders understandably wishing to wash off, and we had no reservations about giving him some of our water rations to do so. We passed the time with a prototype of Archie's new game he wanted to pitch to the company when he got back. It was called Shark Tank. A general knowledge test of the world around you, coupled with the excitement of never knowing who would draw the shortest straw. The loser had to answer a question or do an action from the winner, or lose a round. The round was typically terrains. He drew deserts, and I drew mountains. I'm not sure how the scoring system was determined, but I apparently won.
Damn, you're good at this, Ollie.
He smirked, taking a swig of Mama Killer's Pulse Thumper, a local delicacy that allowed the imbiber to recoup their energy from the day's events. I, on the other hand, stuck to Ornstein's Little Red Devil, a spicy drink with a hell of a kick that kept me warm during the colder nights and ensured I didn't lose my sharpness. I'm not sure it's anything more than luck, Archie, but I'll take your word for it. I guess this means I can ask a question now. I paused, the cinnamon-laden punch of the drink hitting my throat, acrid aftertaste lingering as I met his gaze. He leaned back and stretched.
Yep. Go right ahead, bud. Not like I have anything to hide.
All right. What would you do differently if you were in charge of the Downey legacy?
The legacy?
Yeah. Let's say you're the head of the family instead of your brother Mulgrave. What do you do differently?
Damn, that's a good one. I'd probably try and update some of the way shit's internally run. You know, more people of color, more women, more, well, Everyone else, I guess. Mulgrave is stuck in his ways. Thinks that mixing ain't good for business. Hell if I know where he gets that from, because our daddy sure didn't mind, and neither does our sister. But Mully says, what's in the home isn't the same as what's in the office. But I think he just finds those who are different to be scary. He sees one person in a wheelchair. One afro, one effeminate-looking guy. He jumps in his little polished shoes. He's a paper tiger of a leader. But he's the eldest, so it goes.
Archie took a long swig of his drink and held it up high.
To Mully, Sturgeon's biggest pussy. May the Farmers Collective buy you out and sell the name back to me.
He clinked my glass while I sat there, dumbfounded before drinking it dry and gesturing me to respond. Oh, you want me to answer the same question? Well, shit. All right. Naturally, the Gahart family is a bit different to yours. I'm not even sure all of our bloodline is fully human these days, but if it is, it's a well-kept secret from the public eye. I suppose, in a way, I am the face of the family for the time being. At least, the part that they are putting so much faith into. Hence this expedition. My brother Sigurd is a politician through and through. He'll do wonderfully in the Sturgeon Diet. I have no doubt he'll make it a chancellor one of these days. A moderate, certainly nothing like Mulgrave, but he has his limits, as it were. Relentlessly bullied Saunders, for example. He found out how he felt about me one summer's eve and decided to try and humiliate him. It's not for me to say how that went down, but it caused a rift between us. Sigurd may not be as hateful as others, but he believes every man has his station, and to rise above it is blasphemous. Honestly, I worry about my own children, how they'll be influenced. I'm the outlier in my family. The explorer, the vagabond, the
New Age thinker? Yeah, same here, pal. Why'd you think I wanted in on this expedition? Either we find something extraordinary to bring back and rub in their snooty faces, or...
The conversation grows quiet. The night air is cool and the distant sound of crickets chirping an ambient backdrop. Saunders returns to the camp, toweling himself off.
Or you die out here with your unclean assistant, and the family can mourn. Then move on. Better for our elimination from the family's estate and coffers. It's a gamble, much like your amusing Shark Tank game, Archie. You'll forgive me if I don't play. I'm a sore loser,
he finished, briefly locking eyes with Archie before walking to the edge of our encampment. We sat at the corner of a steep incline, the swamps a few hundred yards below and the ramshackle trail of stones, small patches of grass and dirt snaking off far into the distance. It wasn't much, but we were so close that we knew we were about to find the mountain summit. It was during that malaise that Saunders threw out a thought that none of us had to that point considered.
What if we find something out there that we can't bring back?
His voice soft, contemplative, carrying weight on the wind as he turned to us, concern racking his otherwise youthful face.
What if we cause more trouble discovering something than if we left it alone?
Then we chronicle it and we leave it be, I replied, almost dryly before catching myself. We don't need to prove anything to anyone, Saunders. We're doing this for ourselves. Shoving it in the family's face is the bonus, but the legacy, that's our own. We have photography, sample beakers, all manners of ways of proving our worth without disrupting something that should be best left alone. I placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled. You know me. You know us. We wouldn't put our families at risk, would we? He smiled. I knew that smile and did my best to placate him as Archie joined us, a hand on my shoulder in kind.
Exactly. So let's have a fucking drink, celebrate your cheating of the Reaper once again, and get ready for the beginning of the discovery phase tomorrow, eh? Next pulse thumper is on me.
Does it really count as on you if it's part of our supplies, Archibald?
Saunders teased as they made their way back to camp.
Careful, Saunders, or I'll make you serve the drinks to me personally.
Like that'd be a punishment.
Wait, what?
They walked back to their seats as I stood at the threshold of our encampment and stared off into the darkness that stretched into the foreground. And I'm not ashamed to admit a little doubt creeped in during that moment, wondering if Saunders was right. Oh, how right he would be. The summit is next. I will update once we have made substantial progress. Faithfully yours, O. Comment from The Pilgrim, April 4th, 2020, 10:10 p.m. 60 meters.
And so, the light goes out. I am brought back to the state in which I was made. Absentia. In utero. Nothingness. This is where things took their turn. Where the sane deviate from the insane. The line goes from a simple, illuminated path one follows to a Mobius strip only the most depraved and ill-fated soul would undertake. Though no senses remain with me at this depth, I still see the lights of the deep. I still feel the flanks of the bottom feeders passing by me. I still sense the hunger of those things we deign to forget about, lurking further beneath me. I wonder, did you forget? When the walls closed in on you and the next half a century of consequences spread out in front of you like a cascading waterfall of failure and misery, did you forget that this could have all been avoided? Now, the crushing weight of this deepening pit will do its job, and we shall sink beneath the waves.
April 22nd, 1970. We've made camp within the mountain. The heat is substantial and the carvings are remarkable. Saunders is nursing a fever and... Let me back up. After my last entry and a fitful sleep spurned on by some damn good alcohol, we continued towards the summit, finding a large archway constructed from materials both familiar and not. Great boulders with almost perfect smoothness and an iridescent hue, bay leaves containing thick veins running the course of their structure, underbrush around the edges and a fine balsamic wood frame with ornate carvings littering the posts. Not a damn clue what they mean, but they clearly intimate something of significance. That, however, was not the focus of our group's attention. Instead, Saunders blurted out the words hanging from a ramshackle sign above the makeshift gate, almost hypnotically.
From here, you who traverse become enshrined in history and intertwined with fate. Should you desire a mundane life bereft of tragedy, steer clear of this here gate.
We looked at him, neck jutting up at an awkward motion and seemingly unaware of the discomfort before Archie broke the silence.
How the hell could you interpret that? It's just a bunch of shapes and scribbles.
He gestured, and sure enough, to the both of us, it was indeed indecipherable. Saunders simply shook his head and shrugged, his senses returning to him.
I just knew. I can't explain it. It's as if it was instinct.
He pinched the bridge of his nose, taking his glasses off.
I feel a little off. I'm gonna take 5.
He stumbled and sank down against the mountain wall, breathing heavily. In the light of the torches, he appeared pale, sweat trickling down his brow. The ordeal he'd been through was not lost on any of us. This could just be a delayed reaction of some sort. Archie, would you mind... I looked to Saunders before looking to our pack of supplies. He nodded and got out the medical kit, attending to Saunders while I inspected the gateway. It was old, yet staunchly maintained. The torches on either side were made of modern material and looked polished. The fire bursting from either one was at the very most a couple of weeks old, unless whoever looked after it knew something about eternal flames. The main thing perplexing me in that moment was the point. Was this concealing a way through the mountain itself? The trail ended abruptly a quarter-mile upwards, and there was no through route to continue safely. I placed a hand on the gap between and felt something rumbling on either side. Perhaps the inside of the mountain had activity we weren't afraid of. Putting my ear to the structure, however, gave a very different conclusion. A heartbeat. The unmistakable rhythm of a heartbeat pulsating through the hard rock. I pulled away, checking my own quickened pulse before going back to the mountains. It stayed slow, intentional, rhythmic. "It's alive," I breathed, looking over to Archie before repeating myself. "Archie, the mountain, it's alive." The final consonant didn't leave my lips. Seeing Saunders seizing on the floor stopped that, and panic set in. His skin had grayed, something bulbous bursting through the skin on the nape of his neck, his eyes rolling in the back of his head. "No. The swamp." I choked out the words, looking at Archie, who placed his wallet in Saunders' mouth and a pillow behind his head as he lay him flat, the worst of the seizing beginning to pass.
Aye, something hexed him. We need to lance this rod on his neck before it gets worse. There's a scalpel in the medical kit. Hand it to me and hold him still.
Plunging a hand into the bag, I felt blinding pain and felt the edge of the scalpel slice through my finger, ripping the skin like tissue paper as blood cascaded down my hand. Without thinking, I leapt back and placed my bloodied hand on the wall to steady myself, panic setting in as the blood pooled and dripped down the mountain face.
Jesus Christ, Ollie. You alright? Get some fucking bandages and hand me the scalpel. We haven't a ton of time. I trust you to not even look when grabbing a sharp utensil, you daft bastard.
Archie chuckled, a nervous habit but a welcome one to diffuse the tension as I moved to assist. Bloodied scalpel exchanged, and after a few minutes, the hand successfully bandaged and disinfected. Before we could lance the growth, however, we felt the ungodly sound of rumbling emanating from the rock face. Turning to see the blood forming into invisible indentations, filling the gaps of these newly formed runic symbols, each one dripping in my blood, until without warning, the stone began to shift and turn, giving way to an entrance within the mountain that stretched at an increasingly steeper incline into the darkness. A storm was gathering around us, so little time was available to debate. Archie and I exchanged a look before hauling Saunders and our supplies some ways into the tunnel. No sooner had the entrance gone out of sight, did the doorway cease to appear, the torches on the walls now serving as our guide upwards. So, here we are. It's been a few hours and we've managed to lance the growth, provided Saunders with the necessary countermeasures, and some well-needed booze for the pain. He keeps telling me he loves me, but I think that's more the strong scotch loosening his lips than anything else. I love him like a brother, naturally, but... Archie is concerned about the writing on the walls, but I think for the time being we need some rest. By our calculations, the route through the mountain will still take over a day and a half of hiking, and it will by no means be easy with the incline. I will report back once we have reached the top. Faithfully yours, O. April 22nd, 1970. We made camp in a small divot on the way up this everlasting trail. I said I would update you when we made it to the top, but... Saunders' condition is worsening. His fever is rising and he's beginning to lose consciousness for longer periods. He keeps saying he can see Asterius sleeping in the heart of the mountain, that our entrance within the veins of this structure will awaken him. We managed to rouse him for long enough to get his movement up the slope, largely brushing off his concerns until the path began to twist to the right, flattening out into a long corridor with a gust of hot air billowing from the unceasing blackness ahead. It narrowed until we were in a single file, crossing the breadth of a football field in almost total darkness for what felt like hours. Then, regrettably, Saunders had another fainting spell. Luck be on our side that we were attached by a rope, and Archie had enough strength to spare that saved our dear brother from oblivion. But it was in that moment of panic, that natural inclination to scream and react, that we saw it. Out of the blackness, as if lunging at us, was an eye. The pupil dilated before it darted from each one of us, the hot air intensifying as something guttural rumbled in the distance.
You're a big boy.
Archie grumbled as he pulled Saunders up onto the ledge.
And we will be leaving you to your slumber. Move, lads, move!
With that, the three of us bolted across the small trail with reckless abandon, the inhuman wailing of this behemoth right behind us, unseen lights turning the once dark pit into a beauteous cavern of ochre, indigo, and magenta. In the moments where my focus lapsed and I could take in the surroundings, I spied crude trinkets and keepsakes on the walls, carvings of animals and various items hanging from stalagmites. A horrifying pair of thoughts, worse in their sequencing, crossed my mind as my footing nearly failed me. The first, the giant was not born here, but imprisoned here. And the second, this giant has sentience. An immovable tomb of rock and stone and magma encased for all eternity, barred from the outside world. No different to being nailed in a coffin while still breathing. We reached the other side of the expanse with nary a moment to spare as a large, sharp, clawed hand swiped at our location and caused rubble to fall over the opening, encasing us in the remaining section of the tunnel. I couldn't tell you how far up we have to go, nor could I speculate heavily on what we just witnessed, but my companion's responses will stick with me for the rest of my days. Archie was stoic, yet his constitution rocked from what he'd seen, muttering something about how
his grandfather had been right all along. What are the odds? I owe that drunken fucker a drink.
But Saunders was inconsolable, tears in his eyes as he rocked against the wall.
Asterius was born and destined to take up arms against the gods themselves, the child of the earth and the sky, brought down by a warrior and celebrated in his demise for daring to challenge their rule, their law, their structure.
He turned to look at me, his glasses still seemingly shimmering with that same iridescence of the expanse we'd just escaped, as he added, with a distinct weakness in his tone.
Asterius, to mean starry, assured brightness. Ironic, isn't it?
Faithfully yours, O. Comment from The Pilgrim, April 7th, 2020. Midnight. 120 meters.
True isolation is the test of all social creatures. It tests our resolve, our patience, and the limits of our fortitude. Right now, the world at large has ceased. The lights have gone out, and virtually everyone is contained to their domiciles. Adapt or die, so they say. I can do neither, so instead I suffer. The fish around me swim so comfortably. They don't even know their contemporaries are drowning, getting the bends or being eaten by larger predators, blissfully ambling their way to oblivion, one gentle stroke at a time. I will not amble to that finish line. I will not be the giant in the mountain. I will dive deeper, and even with crushed bones and a fractured mind, I will bite down on the source of my misery with full force. That secret is within your entries, and I will find it.
April 24th, 1970. The peak has been reached. It is 9:40 a.m. and a brisk overcast Friday. but the clouds are breaking to reveal something absolutely unheard of as we stare from the top of this concentric ring and down into the pit of this peak. A settlement. We have discovered Octahn, my love. In this moment, I am validated. In this moment, I am vindicated. In this moment, your trust in me has borne fruit. I will report back when we have made contact. Eternally yours. O. April 30th, 1970. Tomorrow night we will be the guests of honor and come the morning make our way back, so it feels apropos to recap the past week and look forward to a wealth of discovery and hopeful renown for our respective legacies. The settlement, at a glance, was bizarre. A sea of yurts and what looked to be gazebos littered the circular space. Some 30 of them stretched out over an area the size of a small town, surrounded by a black lake and a small rocky border. To know that this mountain had a caldera was startling. In none of the journals or speculations did anyone theorize this stalwart mountain region was in fact a non-active volcano, or, even more bizarrely, home to a settlement. Many thought Octahn was beyond the mountain and in a pasture or secluded region, unreachable due to the craggy rock and discomforting terrain. In historical scriptures, and even in our plays, the mountainous region was described as the land of the demons, once a far more hospitable area turned to unforgiving pillars of stone and ash by the crown prince, or some unheard-of calamity. We were greeted by a pair of young helpers before we could even strategize scaling down the rock face, with a delusional Saunders still on our shoulders. Both helpers aged around 25 to 30, one of an olive complexion with a thick Spanish accent, whom I later found out was named Hector. The other, a charming individual from Zambia named Mizozi, or Miso as they preferred. After touching down, a boat ferried us across the silent expanse and towards the larger of the two islands, where a group of people awaited our arrival. Their leader, a tall individual with a shaven head, a litany of piercings and modifications, held out a prosthetic hand and flashed silver teeth as they spoke.
Pilgrims, you have heard the call and arrived at your destination. I am Chia, leader and speaker for this community. All who are accepted by the mountain are welcome with us. You are safe. You are without prejudice. You are protected. Welcome to Octahn, the border realm. Lodgings will be made for you, and our physicians will attend to your friend. Please, come and rest. We know the travel has been arduous, and we can speak once you have had ample rest and food.
Before we could even reply, we were gently led to a large yurt in the center of town, and our belongings taken with kind smiles. I realized that every instinct within us should have urged us to flee or resist, but I cannot stress to you the atmosphere of our encounter. It was as if we were at a family reunion. We knew no malice, no hostility, no imminent threat. We just felt acceptance. Weariness had overtaken us, and neither me nor Archie were in any position to argue as our feet began to ache more in protest. Saunders was taken to a separate tent, and once we arrived at our own yurt, seeing my bed was the last thing I recalled for a solid 16 hours. My dreams were fitful. I dreamt I was back in that expanse with the giant, only they weren't yelling at me anymore. No, instead they were simply staring at me with those big green eyes, pupils dilating and reflecting my horrified expression within them. I felt something unusual. Familiarity. Then when the giant's face burst from the darkness, I'd awoken screaming. Once I rose, it was late at night. A banquet had been laid out and music was playing gently from a communal area. Archie was already sat with the elder, elbow deep in some dish and hollering for me to come over. But I took my time observing my surroundings. Someone nearby was preparing their notes for some kind of slam poetry, and each of the community seemed eager to both share and listen. I realize it sounds like some kind of hippie commune, but The kinds of people here were so varied. Archie clocked it first. What can only be described as a salaryman or a congressman-looking type. Clean-cut, whiter than milk and church on Sundays, sitting jovially between an Afro-punk with metal in every section of his face and a jacket full of spikes, and opposite a queen of the night, full makeup, beautiful hair, platform boots and sequin dress, black lipstick littering this guy's face and neck as he bumps fists with the punk. It was an odd kind of harmony. If they were on drugs, I didn't see any being passed around. Hell, I may have asked for some myself at this stage.
Your friend has told us much of your travelers, Oliver. This is a truly remarkable journey you've embarked on, but I am curious, what did you hope to accomplish?
Chia leaned forward, hands clasped together and fingers underneath their chin, eyes awash with curiosity.
To seek glory is one thing, but something else seems to be driving you forward. Many who come here do not seek the former. They seek shelter, safety, companionship, understanding. You seem to have these things already.
Archie and I shared a glance as he scarfed down hunks of meat and cheese, pausing to speak up.
I didn't want to lie to these nice people, but I didn't want to yap away without you being here. What with you being the leader of our humble expedition, after all.
He winked and I felt a knot in my stomach. Archie was in no way a coward, but was clearly feeling enough at ease that he could pass the proverbial buck on to me without conflict. I sat down and sampled their food. It was a mixture of familiar dishes we'd have for a typical supper. Some more unusual ones I'd seen at Sturgeon Sunday markets, with fish from Kerala, herbs and spices from Minotia, and traditional Dondela delicacies. More still beguiled me, their structure, smell, texture, and taste beyond anything I'd ever experienced. It took all I had within me not to lose myself in the ecstasy of good food after so long on the road. A small sampling with some remarkably aged cider that I dared not ask the source of, and I felt just as at ease as Archie, though I had my concerns. May I ask, before we finish our pleasantries, is Saunders well? Our friend we brought with us. We'd like to see him. I pained the thought of his confession in isolation, but he'd understand in time. Chia smiled warmly and gestured with their head to a brown yurt some 50 feet away.
Your companion is resting. Our healer should be done by tomorrow, and he will need to stay in bed for a further day, but he will be ready for visitors as soon as the rituals are concluded.
Chia leaned forward.
Now, honored guests, let me ask you something bold. Look around you. Do you think of us as savages, freaks, lepers, the discarded?
The question was not asked with hostility or malice, but there was intent within it. I once again peered at the revelry, the mixture of class, race, gender, or lack thereof, pairings I would not see on the mainland and behavior that may pass for uncouth. But while these things were unusual, I felt nothing but comfort and security around me. I exchanged a look with Archie, who smirked and held up his glass.
Hey, any port in a storm. I've always been the odd one out at home, so this is essentially no different to a fucking family reunion. Whatever you folks do here, with each other, so long as nobody is hurting, it ain't my place to judge. Hell, I'd go as far as saying you got some mighty fascinating and beautiful people in your community, Chief.
He chuckled and knocked back his drink, slamming it down and wiping his beard.
So, if it's all the same to you, I'm gonna go mingle and try my luck. Happy trails.
Before I could stop him, he had confidently wandered over to a group and effortlessly joined them. I knew where this was going as I turned back to Chia, still staring intently at me. I'm the same as him. Our viewpoints would likely not be shared by many of our mainland compatriots, to be truthful. Our world is one that's still catching up to the idea that self-expression can transcend the basics of normalcy. But I've always kept an open mind, as has Saunders. At this, Chia's eyes grew wider and they placed a hand on mine, the stars overhead twinkling and bathing us in their luminescence.
I trust you know your companion's feelings towards you. Do you reciprocate? A place where you can be free to express, to love, to linger? Would this not be paradise for him?
I felt that knot in my stomach tighten as I pulled my hand away sheepishly, flashing a sad but short smile as my eyes fell. Unfortunately, I am promised to another. I mince no words when I tell you that she is my soulmate. Perhaps in another life, but I cannot ignore neither my obligation to her nor the unending love that we share. Saunders is my dearest friend, and, well, he knows. We have made peace with it. We simply want to learn of your people and report our findings, within reason so as not to expose you to the wider world. Chia studied me intensely as I spoke. The expression hardened as they observed my countenance, and perhaps even the measure of myself as a man, the conviction in my words. After a moment, those expressions softened again, and pearly whites flashed me with joy as they raised their glass.
Then we will provide you with as much information as you wish, though there are some conditions.
I traced the rim of my glass as the cold air hit me, the black lake shimmering in the moonlight. Name them.
We will not tell you of our ways, but we will show you why we live here. The solstice is coming to a close, and there will be a ritual on the lake in 4 nights. Stay with us and observe, and decide if you wish to reveal our location to your companions on the mainland. But you cannot tell them how to get here, nor can you provide them with the details of the ritual.
Very well. Why?
That will become apparent once you've witnessed it. No names of our residents. Many of them have become missing persons or voluntarily disappeared. They would prefer to keep it that way. They come from places you will never have heard of, and vice versa. It will only add confusion and exposure.
Understood. Anything else? Chia paused before naming the final condition. One that, if you'll forgive me, I have to omit from my pages for the time being. Even documenting it was forbidden. I will endeavor to explain in person when I am reunited with you. With that, we clinked glasses and an agreement was made. I joined Archie for some of the revelry before he slinked off with a couple of the locals. Tomorrow, we begin our extensive coverage of the people of Octahn. I will report my findings in my next letter. Faithfully yours, O. Comment from The Pilgrim, August 8th, 2020, 2:17 p.m.
I am lost in the endless void, yet compressed on all sides. The miasma of my failures, my hatred, my disgust, surrounding me on all sides. I see no fish, no life of any sort around me. I am lost, but I will be found. All things buried resurface eventually.
May 2nd, 1970. It is the final day before the ritual, and while there is much I wish to share in these letters, the majority will have to be saved for our hopeful reunion and eventual journaling. Whether or not I release them is another matter entirely, to be frank. The more I spend with these fine people, the more sympathetic I am to their plight. Octahn started as a commune in its current form over a decade ago. Chia says they were one of the first to show up here, traveling from the shores of a distant land and heeding the call, as they aptly put it, never stopping until they arrived at the mountain summit.
It is a siren song in the night, speaking to me as I spoke to it. Yet no words were ever exchanged. From the moment it first called to me, I was no longer able to see myself the same way. I was transformed, enlightened, anew. I felt I had no choice but to follow the calls, so I left everything I knew behind and came upon this place.
Chia spoke almost dreamily of the encounter.
I was barely 30 when I first came here. Derelict structures of a bygone age, and only 2 residents to greet me. A kind pair always hidden behind cloaks. They prepared me for leadership and equipped me with everything I'd need to survive, thrive, and cultivate. By the time they left, our first batch of new members came along. The rules were set in place. The first ritual occurred, and we were blessed with rewards. So Octahn came to be in 7th era under our loving hands.
People all around the world disappear every day, as we know. Sometimes they get bored of their lives and simply pack it up. It could be debt, mental illness, infidelity, foul play, or something esoteric. But there are those odd few who are simply drawn to a place. They heed the call and come here, no different to the instincts animals have when they reach maturity and must climb to tall branches to molt or fly to fixed points to mate. It may be a more complex conclusion than that, but the process is eerily similar. Salarymen, artists, politicians, former religious figures, people from all walks of life gathered here and living with the acknowledgement of who they were, yet not defining who they are now. Saunders was awake and, though weakened, very much eager to explore the settlement with us. Archie, covered in bruises and love bites, quickly got Saunders some well-needed R&R the following evening, though it took some convincing for the poor man to leave my side. After a drunken heart-to-heart and a lengthy hug, he eventually got into the spirit of things and found someone lovely to dance away the night with. A gentleman never tells, but it was heartwarming to see him losing himself in the revelry for once. He does so much for our family. He never allows himself time to just... The ritual itself remains shrouded in mystery. We won't know anything until we're ferried to the adjacent island tonight, when the moon is at its zenith. I imagine anything else I may learn will have to wait until the ritual is concluded, at which point we'll be saying our goodbyes here and making the long haul back home. Suffice to say, my excitement for seeing you again knows no bounds. I have deeply missed you, but it will not be long now until we're reunited. Faithfully yours, O. Addendum, 30th of August, 2000. Well, it's my birthday, and this old fogey just turned 58, if you can believe it. I've had precisely 5 more visits in the intervening months, so thank you kindly for taking the time to review my strange activities, and you have my sincerest apologies if you came here searching for giants, only to discover it was in actuality about a strange, far-off land. I didn't mean to deceive you. I wish I could include photos, but I think that would break the terms of my age-old agreement with Chia. So I'll have to refrain, and you could simply chalk these up to the ramblings of an old man inching ever closer to senility. I'm adding this addendum because it felt like as good a stopping point as any to let you know that the final entries were effectively lost, both in the journey home and the ensuing damage. Much of what I wrote was panicked, messy, and not usable. Fortunately, I have never forgotten the events of that day, and will endeavor to paint the final part of this picture for you in as gratuitous detail as I can. I'll leave you with one final addendum afterwards. Cheers. Oliver. May 4th, June 13th, 1970. So much of what happened in the lead up to the ritual feels like a blur, a hazy memory half glimpsed in momentary respites. But it is as important as the event that occurred when we crossed the lake for the ritual, so I will endeavor to tell it as best I can. Once we'd eaten and shared stories with one another, forging the bonds of friendship with the locals and hearing their own pain, sorrow, and newfound purpose, we were directed to the isolated yurt of a soothsayer. She had numerous trinkets, dolls, items of strange origin with which she allegedly used divination to ascertain forthcoming events. In our case, she used tarot cards. The room was humid. An acrid scent hit the nostrils as we were directed to 3 distinct chairs opposite a marble table. I expected an older woman, possibly even a hag, but immediately chastised myself for assumptive behavior when a young woman of no older than 21 stared back at us. I could not place her origin nor nationality, but her eyes peered straight through me. She said nothing as she shuffled her deck and placed the cards in front of us.
The past where we all began and yearn endlessly for. Our roots can never be fully detangled from our soul. They cling in ways we can never fully remove ourselves from.
Her voice was clear, hypnotic, forceful. First to Archie.
Temperance. You were faced with much pressure as a youth. The expectations of those you loved and respected weighed heavy on you. Yet you did not falter. You were not afraid. You knew your path. You walked it without hesitation.
Then to Saunders.
Judgment reversed. You were directionless. You feared yourself and what others would think of you. They festered and grew into doubts, to self-loathing, to aimless wandering. You were lost. So very, very lost.
And finally to me.
The sun. You were a welcome addition to your family and considered its crown jewel. Whatever expectations were put upon you, they were met and exceeded. It came easy to you. Your path was laid out, and you walked it with joy in your heart.
The lights dimmed, and the smoke grew heavy as we moved to the present. Once again to Archie.
The star reversed. You recently had a change within your home. It rendered you without faith in them. That faith will never return. You will forever wonder if things could have been different.
Archie began to sweat, eyes fixated on the card design as her jewel-covered fingers moved to Saunders' card.
The devil reversed. You have found freedom, and in doing so, restored control that was missing from your life. This community has provided that for you. It is up to you if you wish to keep that.
Saunders did not look at either of us, but we knew what he was thinking as my card was revealed. A deep creaking filled the rooms, the lights dimmed to such a degree that only the lamp by the soothsayer's hip was illuminating anything, her face appearing gaunt in the light.
The tower. Something bad is going to happen. Something that will irrevocably change your... Change? No. How?
Her eyes bulged and her jaw grew slack, as if she was aging 40 years in front of us. She reached out and grabbed my palm, still bandaged from the injury sustained on the hike up.
How did you come to find us? Tell me. I must know.
Her voice coarse and cracking, no longer sounding youthful as finger and thumb dug into the wound.
We came to the shrine at the summit. I cut my hand attending to our friend and the blood opened up the doorway. We traveled inside for roughly a day and a half, past the giant in the center and...
Searing pain shot through my body as she instinctively gripped my hand tighter. Fresh blood oozing from the cut where her nail caught the bandages. Wrenching my hand away, she stayed still for a moment, staring into nothing.
Giant stars.
She muttered, before her eyes snapped as she stared at the final 3 cards, trepidation hanging in every word as she spoke again.
I'm so sorry, gentlemen. Your fortunes.
She flipped Archie's card first. The hangman reversed. Needless sacrifice.
They are irrevocably tied to the mountain, to this place, to whatever will happen next. They are fixed.
Next came Saunders' card. The hermit reversed. Isolation.
And I fear absolute ruin will come for you all, but none more so than you, Mr. Gerhardt.
She took my hand as mine was flipped. The magician. Trickery and illusions.
You will enact a series of events that will direct and impact the lives of countless people for generations. You are change itself. But this change will be steeped in horrors unbeknownst to man, things we were never supposed to see. I do not know what awaits you at the end. the giant stirs once more. As above, so below.
She repeated the mantra as the lights brightened, her youth returning to her and the atmosphere shifting. All we could do is sit there in bewilderment for a few moments.
Tell no one of what you heard or saw here.
She finally said after regaining her composure, handing each one of us her future cards.
These will serve as reminders, mementos even.
How in the fuck?
Archie began, but she held up a hand.
Please, I am tired. You came to me and were given answers. I cannot help you discern their meaning further. That is a path you must walk. May we meet again someday with better fortunes.
With that, her attaché led us out and back to the group.
You don't think...
Saunders began, looking at his card.
I mean, she wasn't wrong. I do like this place, and...
If you want to stay here, Rodney, we support it. Wholeheartedly. I put a hand on his shoulder with a smile. We want you happy above all else, even if that means without us. Saunders grinned, but his smile faded as he looked at the cards in our hands.
If what she said is true, we're not going to be here for much longer, are we? Something bad is about to happen, and I can't imagine it being anywhere else.
Archie put his card in his breast pocket and shrugged, stretching his arms.
Well, nothing much for it. I got laid, had good food, and a great experience with 2 phenomenal fucking people. Can't ask for much more than that. What happens next, happens next, so...
He pulled us in both for a huddle.
Once more into the breach, dear boys.
We grinned, putting the fear behind us as we made back for the group preparing for this evening's trip, hoping things would ultimately play out for the better. You, of course, know what happens next. Utter ruin. We ferried across to a small island known colloquially as the Conclave. A place of isolation manned only by the most attuned of the commune's people, those who eschewed outside contact unless it was for the rituals they performed once every lunar standstill. I was to understand these occurred once every 18.5 years and had already passed us by. But Chia waved their hand and said these folks could make it occur overhead every 12 months, though no explanation was given for how this was possible, and at this stage in our expedition, imitation voices on the myopic road, creatures in the swamps, giants in the mountains, this was by far not the strangest thing we'd heard. The island was 1/5 of the size of the mainland area, maybe a football field in total circumference, though we were not permitted to wander. Instead, we were led to the center of the island where a large archway had been constructed, the shape very akin to that of a Japanese torii gate, but with some modifications to the interior. Rather than being clear, it was housing a pair of tall oaken doors, black and brown, the light bouncing off of them and the thick carvings and indentations shimmering. No handles, no knockers, just a single thin slit with which the doors could be opened, but no means to do so.
The ritual is almost upon us. Please take a seat some distance away and observe, but do not make your presence known once it starts. This is for your own good, gentlemen. This is what our calling represents and the cost of our peace. Simply witness.
Chia smiled and turned to face the commune gathered near the steps of this grand archway.
My siblings, our time has come once again to give in exchange for sanctuary. While the world at large sleeps and Sturgeon remains blissfully ignorant, we keep the watch. We protect their way of life, gaze into the abyss as it gazes into you, so the saying goes. But we do so with a smile on our faces.
The crowd claps and cheers, tears staining their faces as the hooded acolytes begin chanting, the moonlight overhead almost too remarkable to believe. Bold, bulbous in the sky, a strange kind of light bathing this strange union.
The door shall remain open, and one will be chosen to step through. Do not resist. Do not try to stop them. No matter how much it hurts, we must all eventually say goodbye. Nobody continues unabated forever. Our backs are a bridge for those who come after to cross to Sanctuary. To Harper's Wake.
The crowd repeats Chia's last statement as the door begins to open. A blinding puce light rips through the center of the island and directly in front of us. I turn to shield my eyes and catch Archie doing the same thing. We smirk, before realizing that Saunders was sitting between us and had not done the same. Looking back, painful as it was, we saw him mechanically getting up and walking towards the doorway. And against everything Chia had just said, both of us instinctively grabbed a hold of him. Maybe I thought he was not eligible as someone who had just arrived here. Maybe I was simply being selfish. But Rodney had already decided to stay here, and that had somehow made him a part of this commune. Life simply isn't fair, is it? The moment we placed hands on him, a shockwave erupted from the door that pushed us all back, followed by a guttural howling and the sounds of wet tearing, screaming, and absolute panic. Something had come through the grand door and was making its presence known. Keeping my head low, I looked over to Saunders, who had already righted himself and continued to walk towards the doorway once more. Archie, meanwhile, was transfixed on something out of my peripheral, one shaking hand pointing with wide, frightful eyes as something ungodly clicked and shuffled our way. I didn't see it. I didn't dare attempt to. I simply grabbed Archie by the shoulders, slapped him with everything I had, and pulled him towards Saunders. All around us, the sounds of people being dragged or ripped or, God forbid, eaten filled our ears. The sky above was absent of moonlight, and the stars were so bright, painfully so, pulsating as if in angry communication over our infraction. But we persisted. Saunders was 20 feet away when I saw something reaching out from the doorway to meet him. It was a long, pale arm, crackling with energy and light, the hand outstretched like a trapdoor spider, ready to grab him and pull him into oblivion. Without thinking, I shoved him out of the way and let it grab me instead. Pain filled every cell in my body to the point that conscious thought almost entirely left me. I could not hear, smell, taste, and the world was black. But I could most definitely hear. From the distance, an ear-splitting howl cut the air, followed by a shockwave that flattened everything, including the arm holding me. Through the ash, I could see that something had burst from the mountain. It was the giant. First came the eyes, red and filled with rage. Then the sound of whooshing as two great objects were lifted high into the air before a tumultuous crash that absolutely decimated the gate. The ensuing blast sent me into unconsciousness, and from there, my account of the next several days would be almost incomprehensible. I awoke in a hospital bed at St. Martin's 3 weeks later. My ribs had been crushed, I had a broken femur, skull fracture, punctured left lung, damaged spleen, swelling, and some nasty burns. They estimate my full recovery will take 2 years. Saunders doesn't speak of what happened. His guilt is so paramount that he refuses to leave my side unless the family forces him to attend homely duties so he doesn't cause a scandal with unclean rumors. He should bear no blame, but he does, and I have no voice with which to resist. Archie's family suffered a tragedy while he was away, one he hasn't yet shared with me, but seems to have haunted him. Unbeknownst to me until after I regained consciousness, he'd actually looked into the doorway. It seems to have had an effect on him. We told the doctors it was an expedition accident, nothing more. Saunders was careful to omit details and seemed to be on top of the organizational aspects of my recovery. Thank God. When I had my pen and paper, I asked, with great difficulty, what happened and how we got back.
Chia was able to get us to a healer on the main island and stabilize you. When you came around, you...
Saunders hesitated, biting his lip.
You said you wanted to go home. How much you missed your family and just wanted a good night's rest. A small hole opened up in front of us, and I'll be damned if it wasn't a glimpse into William Street and Central Sturgeon. Chia said you'd come to understand this as a boon and a curse, that you'd come back when you were ready, and to not blame yourself.
I blinked. I remembered none of this, and Saunders could sense my confusion. I decided it best not to complicate the conversation when writing was already difficult, so instead I asked something else that had been on my mind during furtive dreams.
Did you see the giant too?
Saunders paused, shaking his head.
No. As far as I know, the giant, if it is a giant, is still under the mountain. It never left.
Again, I felt bewildered, but exhaustion took me and I fell into sleep. Perhaps I will ask more once I am better. Alas, it is a long, long road to recovery. October 23rd, 1974. I have damned my family. That much is certain. I don't know what passed to me while the thing from beyond the door held me, but it seems to have provided me with ungodly abilities that I can put into practice with great exertion. Latent thoughts made manifest by my will. As such, I have called it manifestation. Saunders has some similar yet much milder afflictions. Archie as well, though his is channeled differently. He is able to put them into the games his family makes. Somehow, nobody is the wiser yet. Recovery was brutal and the confusion more so. I still have nightmares, and no matter what I do with these blasted powers, I cannot get into the mountain nor bring the giant to fruition, as if it is the one thing that eludes me. I went back to Octahn last week, the short way around, naturally. Chia was overjoyed to see me, and the commune is mercifully in a better state than when I first visited back in 71. More people, less infrastructure, but they are trying. The new doorway was completed in 73, but it has remained shut since the incident. Nobody has dared attempt another ritual, and all those who knew how to perform the lunar standstill every year were killed. So it's another 15 years unless a new acolyte comes along. We drank and talked over things. I told Chia my good news and shared some of my insights into the newfound gifts I'd achieved. Suffice to say, they were welcomed in Octahn. Not so much at home.
You will have to live with these gifts until their purpose becomes apparent to you, Oliver. We don't always know what to do with blessings or curses, only that we must live with them.
Chia offered me a drink and a smile, scars now littering their face.
That is the journey of life. We persist in spite of hardship.
This particular entry isn't going to be read for a long, long time. Not until you, or someone like you, shows the same aptitude for abilities I've had. I was in your nursery earlier, helping you through a rough night. Amelie, your mother, was exhausted, and though tirelessly supportive, was understandably constrained by the limitations of sleep that motherhood brings. It could be a trick of the light, my own tired brain making me see what I want to see, or even just a cruel joke. But I could have sworn that I left your empty bottle on the nightstand, yet in a flash, you had a fresh one in your mouth laying back in the crib. My child, if you truly have inherited this, then you too will one day seek out Harper's Wake, the land of Octahn, the last giant under the mountain. The giant is still sleeping. Still waiting. And one day, it will awaken again. Faithfully yours, O. Addendum, 1st of September, 2000. So, there you have it. If you read this far and somehow found this either through happenstance or because I surreptitiously left this information laying around for you, probably in the form of puzzles, then you are being told your inheritance. This is what it means to be not just a Gahad, but a particular branch of the Gahad family. I've already seen it in your sibling, so I know you have it too. What you do now is entirely up to you. But if you tell me you want to see the giant, I will take you, and I will teach you. One way or another, we will uncover the mystery of Harper's Wake. Together. Oliver.
Comment from The Pilgrim, December 1st, 2022. The Abyss.
The giant stirs. Harper's Wake will unleash itself on the land. Dondela will fall into ruin, and it will be at your hand.
There are crickets on my skin, scratching their little legs and making a deafening sound in my skull. I feel every hook pierce my skin and send signals to my brain that I need to detach them and comb the area with my nails, pull out all the hairs and leave it smooth. There is a weight on my chest. It bears down on my sternum, and I swear I hear crunches reverberate throughout my torso. I cannot see what it is, but it hums with the crickets. There is something in the corner of my eye, twisting every reflection of me I may catch in the house, on the way home, in any photo ever taken. A malformed, grotesque version of me that smirks back as if it knows it is taking my place and feeding off my energy every day that I let it hog the spotlight. There are crickets on my skin, and they won't stop screaming at me. Out of the endless nothingness, a voice calls.
Putting pieces back together is always difficult, but we do our best with the tools we have. Respond to my voice, formless one, and awaken.
They don't so much as awaken, as they do simply jolt into consciousness, like that kind of urgent rousing from sleep that brings with it the ancestral hypnagogic jerk which kept us all safe as apes up in the trees. In this instance, however, they are not greeted by the comforts of home, or any kind of comfort, for that matter. They are without form and sensory information is fleeting. As they take in their surroundings, they cannot tell if they are blind or simply existing somewhere beyond their understanding. It's strange, they think, to acknowledge the surroundings and yet be fully separate from them, existing outside of oneself entirely. Perhaps instinctually, they try to speak. They form the questions in their invisible mind, send the signals racing from the speech center to make the fleshy mess that is the mouth move as the engine of the voice box rumbles to life to produce the consonants and vowels. But of course, nothing happens, for they are without form. Instead, the words project themselves listlessly to this omniscient voice. The tone is unfamiliar to them, and for a moment, they wonder if someone has stolen their thoughts to speak for them.
Where am I? What is this place?
Normal questions, they thought, especially given the circumstances. The voice thought audibly, the sound of which reverberated around the space they occupied, though how the formless one understood that is unclear.
This part is always messy. You forget and I rebuild. You were at the start once more, preparing to attempt it again.
Start what again? Is this heaven? Are you God?
Start life again, my child. Not God in your interpretation, just an invested parent. Shall we get started?
The formless one thought for a moment, unsure of how thoughts even carried themselves here, before stumbling across a vital question that all life asks at least once.
What am I?
A single question with many answers. You are dead. You are struggling. You are a human being. You are vengeance. You are gestating.
Do I have a name?
Once, but it did not fit you. It was a name given, not a name chosen. It was cast aside, among other things. We are here to reshape you. It is up to you to choose your path. Do you accept this?
The formless one did not hesitate in their acceptance. A blinding light burst through the miasma of the void, and 5 distinct shadows formed in the gap.
You must reclaim your identity. Find the key components and undergo the trials to become one once more. Each trial will provide challenges, but you will find a guide along the way. Now, tell me your name.
Lux.
The name shatters windows and sends birds soaring into the air. Trees shake and mountains rumble at the mere mention. They are now Lux. They have always been Lux. The light gives way to a house. It is shrouded in absolute darkness, a facsimile of a home and nothing more. But a single light comes on in the top right window, bringing with it a sense of comfort and familiarity.
Welcome to the beginning of your new world, Lux. You must track down and secure each piece of you that was taken. A light will shine on this house with each successive acquisition. Once you have completed the tasks, you can come home. You are at the steps of the first stage. Your guide awaits you. Be safe, be smart, and be proud. I know you can do it. Trust in your instincts. Trust in Nolus.
Lux does not yet understand the concept of belonging, but they are coming around to the idea. Opposite the home, a bright red door materializes out of the nothingness and begins rapidly rushing towards Lux. Or perhaps they are rushing towards it, it's hard to say. Regardless, the door swings open and Lux is flung through the archway into an overstimulating environment. The first thing they sense is physical contact, that of the rough carpet pushing against their sternum and knocking the wind from them. A blistering voice bellows in their eardrums as the impact registers.
You are receiving a direct message from prefrontal cortex maximus. Will you accept?
100 billion nerves, trillions of synapses all sending the same message, kid. Lux is a dickhead for making us feel that. Are you happy? Before Lux can so much as intake breath, another message ricochets around their eardrums.
You are receiving direct messages from B-stem, cerebellum, and parietal of the lobe family.
Oh, you want to breathe in? Yeah, no. You got hit hard. Sucks to be you. I'll get to you when I'm ready, bitch. Caught in a cycle of birth and death, we can only view our mortality through a myopic lens as we turn to dust, only to be recycled once more. Your knees feel like broken styrofoam being chewed on by an eager Doberman.
You are terribly overstimulated right now, old chap. Those bright lights, the rough burning sensation of the carpet against your skin, the stench of burned coffee, BO and shame wafting in around you, the noises both inside your head and out there in the flesh zone. Let's not get into what you taste. It's all new, and new is best left unspoken. Good luck. Overstimulated isn't even the best word. It's just the one Lux's mind finds as the closest approximation. The burning of the carpet against their raw flesh, the sensation of pain erupting through their spine as signals rush out to the rest of the body that it's positioned in a manner that isn't natural. Lights burn the retinas, and the overwhelming sounds of social hustle and bustle assault the ears like the screams of the damned.
Make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop.
Lux tries to push the words past their teeth, their tongue eager to please its new master as the slimy mass rhythmically dances and enraptures the lips to follow suit. But no sooner had they started their attempt did everything go quiet for Lux. The overbearing bustle became a muffled cadence. The bright lights dimmed to allow a single focal point for Lux to hone in on. A hand clad in complex tattoos, chains and rings reached out. The luminous starlight nail polish shimmering in Lux's eyes as a single internal voice cuts through the malaise.
You are receiving a direct message from Amy G. Dalla. Do you accept?
You do not know this person. You have no reason to trust this person. But the more your eyes focus, the more you realize that their very cadence brings you a sense of comfort. You don't know it yet, but you are in love. Take their hand. Don't look back. Make them your raison d'etre. But don't tell them that. That'd be weird. Just don't say anything. Just smile. Don't smile.
They smell nice. They look nice, old bean. They bring with them the sunshine and the ability to focus. Their voice carries on the wind and makes your heart all aflutter. I don't know how a heart can flutter. It's best not to worry about that.
Yes, best not. We don't want to freak out.
Lux has been staring at the hand for a few seconds before the voice snaps them into reality.
Hey, you're back! Took you long enough. Come on, I'll help you up.
Lux doesn't even think as they take the hand and are hoisted up in one fell swoop.
Life is a series of motions from stagnation and gestation to multitudes and platitudes. We run endlessly for the pursuit of the moons and the stars, but they do not wait for us. When we reach for them, we grasp at nothing, for their light has already died. Reach for your balance, lest you take a tumble into the abyss.
Whoa, you alright? Do you remember how to walk?
Lux looked down at their legs, shabby, shaking stilt-like things propped up by rickety knees. They saw the cuts and felt the bruises. These were legs that had not seen very much action, or perhaps too much. They felt dizzy and balanced against the wall adjacent to the both of them for assistance as they took in deep breaths.
Each intake of breath makes you stronger, so be grateful, I guess. I won't keep helping you just because you need it. Earn your oxygen. Earn your strength. Don't make me regret this.
As they steadied themselves and looked over the drab wallpaper, they noticed the concern written on the face of their assistant. Jet black hair with red tips, complex jewelry, and tattoos as far as the eye could see. This person was built for exploration, Lux thought. Kind brown eyes peered back as the lip curled into a friendly smile.
Okay, seems this one was especially tough for you. No matter, it's not our first rodeo. My name is Asani. I'm your guide and friend. Null tasked me with helping you through the stages and getting the items you need. I'm guessing you can't talk right now, huh?
Lux shook their head as Asani sighed, hands on hips and chewing the side of their lip pensively.
Well, nothing more for it. We'll just have to press on. Though...
Asani paused, sighing.
I'll be damned if I know which way is the right way. Might as well be nowhere.
As the two looked around, they took the gravity of their surroundings in fully. The carpet that had the smell of a drab office environment was empty. There was no furniture to speak of, no structures beyond the essential walls and pillars, no windows, no people. In every conceivable direction for as far as their eyes could perceive, it was the same amber hue tinged with magenta from the carpet to the walls and to the ceiling. Asani had read about this. There were few people interested in the unknown who spent time on the internet who hadn't. The idea of a human being falling through the cracks of reality and ending up in the between spaces. The loading room of life itself, colloquially known as the backrooms. Of course, such a space wasn't actually tangible, Asani thought. Collective human consciousness was powerful, but enough to turn folklore into reality. Or maybe... Asani's heart beat that little bit faster as she realized this wasn't a dream, and Lux met her gaze. Asani swallowed, the minimal saliva scraping across her throat and causing more harm than good. All systems were now on alert. Or maybe some slither of memory in that reptilian brain of ours allowed the tiniest fragment of this place to remain, just enough to know it is to be feared when we enter it. Still, Asani had done this before. She just had to trust the process.
So, north or south?
Asani said, forcing a smirk and looking at Lux.
Take a breath and pick a direction.
Lux followed Asani's wide-eyed stare and for the first time since entering the room, took a deep breath, letting the scent of the room and everything both familiar and unfamiliar fill their lungs.
My. You know this scent, don't you? It has the aroma of a day long since past, yet one so tangible you could step through it at a moment's notice, given physical form. The look of a cozy summer's afternoon with a friendly older relative when you were a child. The dulcet tones of a classic show ringing in your ears. It's all still there, Lux. You can sense it.
Then, for the first time, someone new joined the conversation in Lux's crowded head.
You are receiving a video call from Dr. H. Campus. It is marked as a priority.
Lights flashed, Lux's skull hummed, and the senses began to connect in their mind to tangible memories. The more Lux focused, the more they knew where they were. July 1970. The summer was particularly brutal that year. Barbecues were a feature in every garden, as was the music and accompanying revelry. There was a freedom to that time that has been lost in the digital age of post-meta cynicism, fetishistic levels of social media usage, and hyper-awareness. But not here. Here, in the foyer of your old home, the journey was well and truly underway. This is the impetus, the first stage. You can't voice it yet, but you know other ways by now. Use them. Remember your abilities. Lux closed their eyes and let the voice carry through their mind, honing its words to a fine point in the center of their forehead before opening once more and utilizing the strange gifts that had been bestowed upon them some time ago. Manifestation. As clear as they saw Asani, they now saw the figures from the same stories Lux had been told as a child. The same ones Lux had researched on their own time. The same ones that stuck in their mind during the most difficult of moments. First came the man on the left, his tall gait not the least bit imposing as his kind, emerald eyes and slicked back black hair threatened to become askew from the laughter his body language indicated in the freeze frame as he was formed. His perfect attire cleaned and pressed to perfection. Even amid the laughter, there was something clear in his gaze, something wanting. Lux looked across the sprawling room and the second man formed a few feet away. Shorter, bulkier, far more garish in his choice of clothing, gait, and stature. This man was an anomaly even for his own time. An explorer's attire clad with trinkets and memories of his travels, the familial hazel hair tied back and his beard wild as he told a passionate story to his compatriot. To their immediate right, a third man took shape. Muscled and imposing, he seemed a gentle giant as he too was in the throes of this conversation, slapping the storytelling man in the middle of his back. Clad in leather and weapons of all kinds strewn over his body. It was disarming to see someone clearly so accustomed to violence being this friendly.
Lux, are you doing this?
Asani breathed, taking a step back and feeling a hollow thump before turning to see oaken furniture where an absent space once occupied. Sure enough, the more Asani looked, the clearer it became. This echoing yellow chamber was becoming tangible. Before her eyes, it was now a fully lived-in space. Lux nodded and continued to focus, turning the still life moment into a living memory as they stood back towards the now visible threshold where the grand double doors stood and became passive observers to what was now taking place, somehow knowing they were there to watch and not interrupt. Before their attention was fully on the men in front of them, Lux nudged Asani and pointed with trepidation to the large set of stairs leading to the upper floors. Asani nearly gasped when she saw what Lux was indicating. It came in waves, as if seeing a photograph develop in real time and knowing you're bearing witness to something you should not be privy to. First, it was the size of the building. It was beyond comprehension, far larger than any structure should be. It felt imposing, as if it would be ever so easy to become lost within. Beauty in its colossal design. They were not a part of its grandeur, an anomaly to the brutalism, but something lingered within the walls, something familiar. The second was when Asani fixated on a singular point at the top of the stairs where there sat a large grandfather clock, marking each moment of time within the grand structure. It was breathing. Asani thought it a trick of the eyes before allowing her eyes to sway with the motions, and then she caught it. For just a moment at first glance, and then continuously. The little hairs, the beady eyes swaying, the rhythmic pumping of the clock. This was a living structure. The final, however, was the most puzzling and the one that sent Asani into a panic mode. Not enough to scream, but enough to freeze and focus. A message had been scrawled into the top of the first floor wall, above the grandfather clock. It confirmed any suspicions Asani had about where they were. Stage 1, Foyer, Impetus.
What do you think it is?
Asani breathed, holding the rest of her thoughts, concerns, and hopes, not wishing to spoil the splendor in front of her. Lux was unable to respond, but their brains certainly began firing up. You have been here before, Lux. The words can't come to you yet. Nor can any words for that matter, but you know what this is. The yin to your captor's yang, thesis to antithesis. You're creating this, evoking this, maybe even resurrecting this memory from the depths of decay and discarded atoms. This is your birthright. Every cell within you has ached for this moment.
When someone gets a powerful scent, tastes something special, or hears a song for the first time in a long time, it can create a marker on the brain, old chap. a way for the neurons within the mind to navigate back to that pristine moment when it was new, when it was fresh, when it was special.
But this is a good kind of special, or a bad kind of special. A childhood memory kept close to the heart, or a nightmare. What are we evoking right now? Are we the great calamity above?
It is not for us to say if we float or if we sink. The decision is made for us before we begin to bounce and bubble and drown. Life is a constant state of entropy from one extreme to the other, like the life cycle of a cicada or a butterfly. Birth, eat, growth, death. Your body feels like it is being caressed by a murder of hamsters. Fuzzy, but deadly.
Did they just say hamsters?
They did. Best not to dwell on it. Lux's eyes were wide both at their own machinations and the three spectres turned men in their person. The two of them stared ahead, fourth and fifth wheels to this pantomime emerging.
You are a riot, Marceau. You think we could chart a course so perilous? We're not young bucks anymore. Some of us are staring down the fourth decade.
The man in the middle smirked, winking at the tall man in the corner.
Archie here is 38 going on geriatric.
40 ain't the age it used to be, you know.
Archie sighed, leaning back as his muscles flexed against his flannel shirt, scratching his beard.
I look like I'm turning 30, and I act like I'm turning 20. A damn sight better than you, Oliver.
Huh? What's that? You're feeling flirty with Gertie?
Oliver held up a mimicked shaking hand to his ear, a comically elderly tone in his voice as he responded, much to the other's delight.
Sir, you really must not push him too much. He's strong enough to choke you into unconsciousness.
Saunders pleaded, a gentle hand on his friend's shoulder as Archie chuckled and gave him a thumbs up.
And beyond with ease, Garrett. Mind your manners.
He cackled as he sat forward.
Come on now, Rodney. None of that sir or master nonsense. My dad may have employed you, but you're still my friend. We're too close in age to be employer and employee. It's just weird. You know of Archie's connection to me, and we have no issues. You promised you'd stop for me, especially if we're to embark on this daring plan of yours for the summer solstice.
Oliver's eyes were alight with excitement, and both Asani and Lux caught Saunders staring just a bit too long before he sheepishly turned away, rummaged in his bag, and pulled out a map, spreading it across the adjacent wall and pinning it up for the others to look at.
Very well, Oliver. Archie, I believe this expedition is doable. We have the time, we have the funds, and we have the strength. Oliver, you've talked at length about getting your name in the history books for something special, and I spent an entire year looking through Sturgeon's archives for something special. A little birdie in one of those shady orders gave me this, Archie. I think you'll be very well enticed by the legend. Gentlemen, I give you the lost kingdom of Harper's Wake.
Lux looked closer at the map. Something about it felt familiar. Your skin tingles as you recall this very same poster hanging in the parlor room of your childhood home. A copy of it used to hang in the theater where you would assist your grandfather, but it's been gone for a long time. This is the map of your grandfather's grandest expedition, his search for the last giant under the fabled mountain. Your favorite bedtime story growing up was The Marvelous Journey, though you struggled to recall the end. Did he ever tell you? Maybe you just don't like endings. Asani and Lux watched in silence as the men gathered around and plotted their route. Starting in Sturgeon, they would make their way from Mantis Bay towards the port town of Kerala across the lake, then traipse through Minosha's vast forests and hills, onto Angleron's desolate plains, before entering the cave systems that would take them through to the fabled settlement in the middle of the mountainous region. Octahn, the realm of the giants and the people who follow them, the Octahn Ra, giant siblings. If anyone could help them find Harper's Wake, it was the Octahn Ra. Legends claimed they'd been there as long as the very mountains themselves, but being so reclusive to outside forces, it was impossible to tell. Still, it was the lead they had all settled on, and one they were determined to follow through with. Oliver's eyes gleamed, his breath quickened, and his shoulders arched as he surveyed the end of their storied destination.
It'll take up to a year, but that's nothing compared to the journey it took to get to this moment, eh?
He beamed at his comrades and put his arms around them, a sense of resolve washing over Asani and Lux.
We can do this. We can be the ones to unlock humanity's secrets. It all starts here, at the Gerhardt estate.
I promise, Oliver, we will make history and bring your own glory to the family name. I will retire in shame if I fail.
Rodney's voice quaked under the pressure of his own declaration, Oliver smiling and chuckling as Archie stretched and scratched his beard.
You're not the only one. If I want to live up to the Downey name, I'm gonna need some fresh ideas and a damn good story to tell. So, what are we waiting for? Let's celebrate and get to planning.
Lux feels the pride practically bursting from Oliver as the three men smile, recognizing the youth of their grandfather and how far that passion took them. Something deep within Lux stirs, and a voice rings in their head.
This is a message left for you by Unknown. You have regained your sense of personal history purely through standing and watching. Congratulations. Please move to the second stage.
The visage of the three men grows bright, their luminescence blinding Asani and Lux before trails of their forms speed off past the stairs and through an adjacent door leading into the basement. Asani staggers as she looks at her companion, now bathed in that same glow for a few moments.
Are you okay, Lux? You look like you leveled up. Or got radiation poisoning.
Asani's eyes flashed and she smirked, holding out a hand.
But fuck it. I'll risk it. Let's go.
Lux's breath catches in their lungs, their skin electric as they take Asani's hand and make a beeline for the door. All the voices in their head grow deafeningly silent as they traverse towards the second stage. As the door opens, few pieces of sensory information greet the pair. Absolute darkness stretching on into infinity around them. Small, ornate torches stacked at strategic positions on either side of a large marble staircase that led down for an inconceivable depth. Lux didn't dare let Asani's hand go, lest the voices come back, but they knew it would be an assault of the senses when that time came. The walk persisted for what felt like hours, time dilated to complete irrelevancy in the absence of any kind of stimulus. It was Asani who first noted the wrongness of their trajectory, letting Lux's hand go in order to gasp and point it out.
Holy shit, Lux. Look at the side of the staircase. We're not going down.
But as Lux looked, so too did the senses within them. You've known of liminality. You've studied it and found both comfort and fear within its strange walls and ornate color palettes. It is the realm of the lost, the forgotten, the unwanted. A place where physics goes to take a siesta and lets its hair down metaphorically and literally. You've not been traveling upwards for quite some time. In fact, you can't even say if you've been traveling in any direction at all. This is just like the null space. A holding pattern. A place of purgatory.
If we're in a holding pattern like a plane, what if we run out of fuel? Will we plummet, crash, and kill everyone on board? Will they name us a tragedy or a martyr? Or will we be forgotten in this nothingness? We don't like nothingness. Apes need something to focus on.
Nonsense, old bean. Existence is for existence's own sake. We are here for a reason. This traveling is not for nothing. We may not have the full picture, nor are we playing with a full deck quite yet, but we have more than enough at our disposal to steer this ship through the darkness, eh? We simply need to take a breath and remember where we are and find the path home.
Up, down, left, right. These are arbitrary concepts when in a space that moves in unlimited angles and dimensions. The mind boggles and the vision blurs at the prospect of unrestricted dimensional movement. Your teeth feel fluffy and you want to pull them out to make the world stand still.
Lux takes a breath and, after a moment, looks over the side of the staircase. What greets them is a Mobius strip that descends and twists into the abyss below. Or maybe it's above. Attached to it in places is a great pillar, of what material Lux couldn't say, but by fixing their gaze on the darkness around them, they began to hear the sound of a bell. Faint at first, but growing with each mental recognition. Almost like echolocation, but personal. Asani, sensing Lux's focus, walks to their side and waits, staring into nothingness for a sign of what to do. Turns out, it would come to them. As if breaking through the fog, the staircase traverses the Black Sea and comes to the base of a grand mountain. Of the Grand Mountain Oliver spoke of in his journals. Octahn. Black and blue, this behemoth stretched into the very same sky they felt they'd already conquered with their traversal, but now they stood on its banks, the stairs finally coming to an end, a singular bell impaled into the ground. Without waiting or discussing, Lux grabbed the large rope and pulled, ringing out a tone far louder than it had any business producing. As the very air around them vibrated, they waited for a response from the imposing mountain. Sure enough, it came. One thunderous roar rang down the mountainside, splitting open the skin in front of them and giving way to a well-lit and rustic workshop carved into the very mountain itself. Someone hunched over a grand table of complex mechanisms, beakers, Bunsen burners, and weaponry. It spanned the entirety of their vision and stretched off into the ether, down a corridor, and into the darkness that they couldn't follow.
They think that the giants have long since abandoned this realm, moved to greener pastures, died off or evolved in newer forms.
The voice hissed, a hurried intonation in their tone as they busied themselves at the desk, the clicks and whirs of something unseen coming to life.
But I will show them that the inverse can also be true, that the giants never moved, but nested, didn't die, but slept, no evolution, but maintenance.
The figure turned, a large metallic mask covering their face as they held up a medallion on a thick chain, a beautiful purple hue emanating from a central chamber in the heart of the circular medallion, spinning at an expedient pace as a smaller, circular mechanism rushed to match it. The shades of purple almost coming off of it in waves as the figure held it out towards Lux and Asani, seeing something that they couldn't.
We'll show them that cicadas aren't the only things that can re-emerge from a long slumber. Together.
They watch as the tunnel darkens and an ear-splitting shriek rips through the stairway, an image of the mountain cracking open as ash and rock fill their vision.
The day of your grandfather's expedition. The day it all went wrong. The day the door to Harper's Wake opened and it emerged. You remember the stories, how he swore up and down the giant emerged from the mountain to save them all?
If that giant was still there, still sleeping, how did it get back into the mountain? You can't restructure a mountain to what it once was! It's not a puzzle or a Lego set!
Definitely not. The rock is in such monstrous clumps and minuscule parts that it'd be physically impossible. Why is this even a question?
A better one then is if the giant didn't escape, is it still sleeping? Waiting for someone? And if it did, where is it now? What if it sees us and seeks revenge for something our grandfather did?
The giants do not observe us as we observe them, for they have to concern themselves with the giants of their own world. Our impact on them is akin to that of a parasite on the eyebrow or a hangnail on the finger at best. Your shoes bite down too hard on your ankles. The laces can be an effective disciplinary method. Trust me.
The smell of ash and the noise from the mountain is rather overstimulating, old bean. Struggling to make heads or tails of it. Agreed. Though we need to do this with a degree of coolness. Someone is next to us after all. Don't want to projectile vomit out of panic like our birthday, do we?
Let's not talk about our 14th birthday. Lou's enjoyment of absinthe on that night still brings us dread.
The urge to vomit is rising with every second we spend on this. Please, no more.
Legs aren't working. Stomach, however.
Lux drops to their knees, hands clutching at their stomach as they dry heave while the split in the wall plays out in front of them. Asani only notices when she turns to talk to Lux, marveling at the horror and wonder of it all.
Oh shit, are you okay? Panic attack? Overstimmed? What do we do? Can you move? Oh fuck.
Asani breathes, panicking with every question as Lux curls into a ball, sobbing. Then, a voice breaks through the mania playing out in front of them. One Lux recognizes.
Hey, my little light. Open your eyes. It'll be okay.
Grandpa? In an instant, Lux feels more at ease, looking through tear-stained eyes to see their younger-looking grandfather offering a hand, though he is battered and beaten beyond belief.
Thought that might help. You seem to have conjured your own tulpa solution. Just don't get into the habit of it too much, eh? Might be a problem if you can't dispel it, or we, God forbid, gain sentience and alternative motivations to you.
He flashes a cheeky grin and wink as his rough hands wipe away Lux's tears.
You've got a hell of a journey ahead of you, kid. But you're the light in every room. So long as you trust in yourself, the path will be illuminated.
He places a single bloodied finger on Lux's forehead, which glows as his entire visage does so in kind.
You just needed a little bit of focus.
Lux connects with this tulpa of Oliver and feels the sense of renewed focus come into view. The vision blurs and brightens until both are blinded by it. Once again, something stirs in Lux's head and begins to speak.
This is a message left for you by Unknown. Through mental toil and reconnection of the old and new, you have regained your sense of sharpness and focus. Congratulations. Please move to the third stage.
The brightness fades, and in place of the tunnel were two brightly colored water park slides, one red and one teal, named for Asani and Lux respectively. Soft water flows through both tunnels, the sounds of revelry and an indoor swimming park echo from below. Above both tunnels, the lights for Go are not yet lit.
What the fuck? They gave us both a tunnel each? What if they don't lead to the same place? Think we could, I don't know, both take the same one?
Asani places her hand underneath the water, feeling it against her skin for a moment before stepping over to Lux's, immediately repelled by an unseen force.
Okay, no, definitely not. It's like a player 1 and player 2 situation. Only the designated person can take that route. Fuck.
After a moment, a loud buzz filled their ears before the lights switched to Go, and once exchanging glances, the two took their positions and readied to go down.
This is the worst decision we have ever made. A dark tunnel going to nowhere, and we're sitting in water fully clothed? Fuck that.
It could be worse, old bean. It could be a dark, dingy tunnel filled with sewage, or no liquid at all. Ooh, imagine the friction. At least the atmosphere is nostalgic.
You recall a time when your whole family went to an indoor swimming park one summer. Your father rented out the entire thing for your brother's birthday. There were never any lines, and you won the competition for holding your breath underwater the longest. A pleasant memory, to say the least. As the two took a deep breath and slid down, the darkness enveloping them save for the small lights they passed at great speed, they saw a new word form above them, interspersed with the dark, following them incessantly as they descended. Pool rooms. Gestation. For Asani, the bright red hue of the slide was a strange calm, the brightness fluctuating with the speed of the turns. Though there was running water, it didn't seem to register with Asani's senses, which she made a note of. Left and right, the tunnel whipped frenetically about, jostling Asani until her head smacked an errant barrier overhead. Dazed but not unconscious, voices began to rush up the slide and catch her attention.
You always do this. Always! Shut down on me when I try to express something. Why?
Because you are incapable of having an adult conversation without resorting to shaming me. You are nothing short of a bully when you want to be.
Oh, that's rich coming from you. The one who has a total inability to let go of any mistakes, any infractions, or any slight toe out of line. Admit it. You enjoy watching me bend over backwards to appease you when I don't want conflict.
Fuck you, Madness. You will never be able to fix the things you've broken, no matter how much you try to moralize it.
It's always this way. I'm sick of being stuck to you like a cancer I can't treat. And for what? Status? Money? Comfort? Because it sure as hell isn't love.
A slam, then silence, then soft weeping. The slide slows for a moment before a sharp descent. Asani plunges into darkness. The red hue has dissipated. On the other side, Lux has been traversing for some time with no incident. In fact, the slide has barely moved its trajectory. A simple slow descent at a comfortable pace. Lux assumed they'd gotten on the easy slide as a pair of familiar voices floated from the unseen corners.
What are we going to do? We can't go through this again.
I don't know.
We're going to be ruined if we can't fix this. One scandal is bad enough. But a second?
I don't fucking know, Steph.
Well, you'd better start figuring out a solution, my dear. These children will bring shame on us if we let it continue unabated. Something has to be done.
The voices stop and Lux is dropped into the abyss, falling for some time before coming out into a large, empty water park. As Lux fell, they spied the complex series of colored slides wrapping around one another as they sprawled across the ceilings of the building. But panic immediately gripped Lux as their eyes darted down, begging for water. Mercifully, they found it and collided with an emphatic smash as the sting sent shockwaves through their body, the numbness seeping in as their muscles screamed. For a moment, it felt as if the impact would be enough to keep them underwater, but they spied Asani struggling further below, and the motivation was enough to push them on. With a jolt of energy, Lux pushed through the pain and, with difficulty, grabbed Asani's wrist and began swimming up, their barely conscious companion gripping back with little strength. Lungs burning and muscles aching, Lux broke the surface at the final moment, gulping in air as they hauled Asani onto their shoulders, swimming for the nearest ladder. Both breathing heavily, they lay on the tiles and breathed in the chlorine-scented hot air.
Holy shit. I thought that was it for me. Something whacked me in the tunnel and oh man, you're the best.
Asani held out a fist. Lux bumped it while coughing up water.
Why didn't you, use your powers? Could have manifested a lifeboat or a pool floaty or something.
Asani chuckled, mimicking the bobbing notion. Lux blinked. The thought hadn't occurred to them, and shame filled their face before Asani pulled them in for a hug. It was nice, comforting, warm. The kind of sincere hug we simply don't get enough in this life. Lux embraced her back, and all fell silent in the world for just a little while. After drying off, the two began exploring again, the pathways around the vast pool works making traversal a seemingly simple task. Though once cutting into the shower rooms, it rapidly became a complex maze with very few signifiers to tell them when they were in a loop. An errant flip-flop, broken door, or stain on the wall had to do in place of a proper marker. After passing the showers with the overflowing sinkhole for the third time, Lux pointed to a set of spiral steps that hadn't been there before. Without waiting, they ascended and began to hear voices coming from the top, muffled but furtive. It was impossible to pass the conversation, but it was obvious it was heated. Every step filled Lux with the trepidation they knew all too well from their youth. This was something they were not supposed to see or hear.
You should really turn back. What if it's state secrets and they have to kill you for learning about it? What if the secrets of the world are beyond these stairs and learning the truth explodes your mind? What if it's someone you really respect and they're talking to someone else you don't like, happily discussing their shared disdain of you? It's too risky. You should leave.
It's none of those things. Your gut instinct is solid. You know what this is, and you know where you were the last time you had this feeling. You won't like what you find if you are right, but it's vitally important you continue.
The chlorine is making us nauseous. Too strong, old chap. Why is it always too strong?
Oh, God. Is it in our nasal passages? Tell me it isn't. That is impossible to clear once it's embedded.
The stench of chemicals should not bring nostalgia any more than a piece of plastic brings comfort or a doll brings familial sensibilities. You are lost in a labyrinth of your own making, and the spiral is endless. It is a magnanimous representation of your own life, always spinning, the feeling of ascension merely an illumination. Your nose burns with the fire of 1,000 suns.
The two of them reach the top of the stairs and come face to face with a bright blue slide. There is nothing else in the room other than a single sign hanging above on a ramshackle piece of balsa wood. You could still go back, you know. It was always an option. Stage 3. Rooftop Deceit. This, of course, felt immensely confusing as the tunnel slinked and pivoted left to right with alarming frequency. The smell of chlorine and the gust of warm air pulling both far from the concept of a rooftop. Sure enough, however, they would emerge at separate sides of a grandiose pool, embedded into the fine marble rock that completed a rooftop apartment. The expanse stretching out for untold miles in either direction, dotted in places by brutalist structures that stretch into the night sky. Great unforgiving spires of metal and wires punctuated in random sections by bright lights, shadows dancing within the windows, their defining features impossible to make out. Lux's thoughts went silent. Something within the air paralyzed them. At first, Asani didn't know whether it was the atmosphere of the rooftop or the buildings, but as she followed the direction of Lux's eyes, she spotted a small divot in the distance, from which their vantage point gave them a bird's-eye view into what lay within. A pair of high-back chairs, both black with separate tinges of azure and scarlet, sat facing one another, a rapidly dissipating fire between them, alongside a long coffee table full of documents, half-finished bottles of alcohol, and photos that neither Asani nor Lux could make out. Though the latter didn't need to, they knew full well what they were and what was going on. Two individuals with their features mostly hidden as the light blots out any identifiers point animatedly at one another from across the table, the more slender form in the red chair, the broader one in the right. They gesticulate wildly as the wind carries their words to the two observers.
I don't understand. The inner sanctum was supposed to fix these issues, not make them worse. What the hell did they do with our kids?
The male voice slams the papers down on the table between them, a series of reports on the elder Gahat siblings. You know what those papers say. You remember finding them in the parlor room not long after this argument. You were watching from the crack in the door, and they were too animated, too drunk to realize. How long ago was this? 10 years? 15? Regardless, it was before you and your sister were sent there in the reformed format it undertook. But those words on your siblings are still burned into your mind. Finley, 18-year-old male, physically malnourished and poor hygiene, polite to staff, suffering from Cotard syndrome, refuses to wear clean clothing, will not acclimate to modern amenities, insists on speaking an older dialect and using more complex terminology, is inconsolable if books are not left with him to research, does not sleep without sedatives, insists the lights be kept on at all times, speaks into the back left corner on frequent occasion, Therapy has been unsuccessful. Immersion techniques have proven fruitless. Prognosis is prolonged stay within our care or to be released to home care with frequent visits. Hope that with time and patience, he can acclimate or be accommodated. Bennett, 22-year-old male. Physically fit, well kept, and generally in good health. Mentally regressive, isolated, and prone to violent outbursts. Largely does not engage with therapy techniques, both extracurricular or invasive. Pain stimulus is non-responsive, and only psychological responses have been recorded. When not asking for Morgan, simply draws with or without materials provided. Long-term prognosis is bleak, likely to require regular care and attention if ultimatum is met. We'll discuss with you both in person for actionable plan.
Fuck's sake. We wanted them to be presentable to society, not terrify the twins or make our peers recoil in horror. Why can't they be normal like the Mulgraves or the Henriksons?
He sank into his seat, downing a glass of port before pouring more for himself. The woman next to him leaning forward to look at the papers.
It's their first year of operations. Maybe they're still working out the particulars of their methods. Or perhaps...
She trailed off, the fire roaring in the absence of their conversation.
Perhaps what? What are you thinking? That this is somehow my fault? My faulty genetics?
He stood up, large back still firmly to the pair.
I'm just saying. They know full well how to fool these professionals. What with that ability you all have. Both of them have the whole facility fooled. We know damn well both boys can get whatever they want, whenever they want it. Outside of a way out, of course.
She drank her wine and placed the glass down delicately before standing up, looking at her husband.
I don't know what you want me to do about it. That's all.
I want you to help me figure out a plan, Desiree. These are our kids, and whether we like it or not, they have roles to play in our home and our future, not as two queer boys with even queerer peculiarities that will make them easy prey for our colleagues, but as powerful men.
He was impassioned as he spoke, the very room codifying his words and spurning his conviction. But just as he reached his peak, his wife spoke in such a way that deflated him immediately.
One of them is ours. The other, he's yours to deal with, Magnus.
She turns to walk away, towards the door where a much younger Lux stood on the other side, Magnus standing in place with fists clenched.
You're still the only mother he knows, you know. Wouldn't kill you to acknowledge that.
He barked, looking at the reports with a grimace.
Maybe then he wouldn't have turned out this way.
Maybe then he wouldn't have turned out this way. On both accounts, my love, you were the catalyst in ensuring he knew nothing else. Ask Noelle, or Morgan, who has blame for their cherished one's downfall. Because it does not lie with me. Good night.
Desiree walks off to the left, the sound of a large door opening and shutting as Magnus, with his back turned to Asani and Lux, sobs quietly as he clutches the report papers, casting them into the fire. The embers flicker and glow before floating past him and up towards Lux, before bursting in a flash.
This is a message left for you by Unknown. Facing down the ugliness of your past, you have regained your focus. Please move to the 4th stage, but do so with haste, for something is following you.
Holy shit. You okay? It's never good to see your folks fighting, even if it's not about you.
Asani looked to Lux, sympathy racking her youthful face. Lux's lip quivered, but they nodded and pointed to the spot they were just staring at. As if a spotlight was shut off, the small enclosure within which Magnus and Desiree performed was erased, leaving an absence of anything but unforgiving concrete structures stretching across the vast rooftop. In the distance, they could spy a small doorway at the foot of a large concrete pillar. With no other way forward, they begin the walk.
My folks were no different, you know.
Asani began, hands in pockets as she looked up to the sky, observing the numerous stars twinkling fervently.
Even if you don't come from tradition, it's a hard habit to break. First it was questioning things. That's a big no-no as a kid, especially as a girl. Asking why your big brother got more attention, or wasn't as heavily punished for the same things you did. That sort of thing. You know how it is with older siblings, right?
Lux nodded, the chill of the night air beginning to give them goosebumps. Asani continued.
Well, as I got older, it was being stubborn. Not giving in to male demands or expectations. Being told who I've got to marry when I'm older. Giving respect to older male peers that were in no way respectful themselves. Just constant desires to lessen myself to make someone else happy. After that followed fashion. Personal hobbies, piercings. You name it, I did it. I was a walking advertisement for a metal festival, and I loved it. Heavy metal and the alt culture allowed me to feel me for the first time in my life. Mama tried her best to be understanding, seeing a young girl trying to fit in and be rebellious as a normal teen. But Papa, well...
Asani paused again, misty-eyed as she rubbed her wrists.
Some scars go deeper than the skin, but they'll sting you all the same.
Lux thought back to their own childhood, being the youngest and largely coddled by the family, perceived issues largely ignored or not discussed, parents who wouldn't lay a finger on them but simultaneously would almost never hold them, hug them, express how much they loved them. It was a different kind of neglect, one that Lux wasn't entirely sure of how severe.
The raised voices, the constant threat of worse consequences if things didn't change, the expectations of performance, these standards one is held to being impossible to reach. No, not physical. Never physical. But it's like she said, some scars go deeper than skin. How long did they lock you up for? How long before they acknowledged the hurt? How long did they conspire to change you?
Lux shivered at the prospect as they came closer to the concrete wall, the archway pitch black within but the sole way forward. Undeterred, the two held hands as they walked into the darkness once more. It didn't take long before Lux felt the sensation pulling at their psyche, the urge to utilize this newfound gift. Like honing in on a specific song you've mastered or a new skill you've spent years fine-tuning that you have to showcase, their mind was begging them to go further. As if the very tapestry of darkness folded at their whim, Lux reached out and pulled at the frayed edges, allowing a soft blue light to eke out from underneath. More and more they pulled until the obsidian veneer of night came away and the exit to this tunnel showed itself some distance away. The dulcet tones of a soft piano playing in the distance, each key reverberating within a narrow passageway and bouncing off of their ribcages in playful exuberance.
Every time you do it, I'm just in awe, Lux. I'd ask you how, but the voice thing.
She chuckled, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lux for a moment before giggling and running ahead, still holding on to them. Heart rate increasing both from the momentary connection and the running, the two come out into the most surprising expanse yet, a bustling strip mall. Clearly disused and long since abandoned, the now much clearer piano music interspersed with atypical mall tones as the two almost fall over the railing they've emerged in front of, a sheer drop down from several circular floors, ending a beauteous fountain display that appears to be emitting a shimmering black liquid. Stage 4, the mall and the observatory in Skytia. How long had this mall been here? Where was everyone that should have been keeping it active and thriving? It was a husk, the organs within harvested for all their worth and the bottom feeders taken their fill. Now the echoes of what it was, all that remains amidst the rebar, concrete, glass and filaments that made up its once wondrous inner structure. This was a place people once congregated to make memories of a lifetime. Now it's a hollowed out corpse, a relic of a bygone age, waiting to be buried beneath the earth. Lux doesn't know why, but a pang of familiarity wells up within them the longer they stare. Something within the fountain is drawing them in, like a moth to a flame, that's their next destination. They felt sure of it.
Whoa, let's not fall from here. It's a hell of a way down, and I'm not sure the fountain's deep enough to break our fall. That where we gotta go?
Asani nudged Lux, nodding to the fountain they were still staring at.
An ancient fountain emitting black liquid. It'll either be housing the Black Death or maybe a vengeful god. But either way, I'm in.
Pulling themselves back, the two look around with wonder, just long enough to hear a smattering coming from down the hall.
What the fuck is that?
Asani breathed, taking a step back and bumping the rail once again as Lux's brain begins lighting up.
Now, I could be wrong, old bean, but that rather sounds like rainfall on a tin roof. Or perhaps the sound of applause. No, it sounds rather like...
Someone running, barefoot, getting closer to your position. The voice said you are being followed, so don't be waiting for them. Move, now!
Lux indicates to Asani they need to move, their gaze fixated at the long hallway opposite them. Countless stores boarded up, gutted, closed off or smashed in, all with their lights either off or flickering, the sole light sources coming from the barely functioning fluorescent bulbs still crackling above, but slowly going out. Something was definitely coming as a shadow rounded the corner, but that wasn't what caught Lux's eye or disturbed them the most. It was the store names. They were gibberish, unfocused, as if their brains simply could not transcribe it, or didn't want to. Didn't you have a recurring nightmare like this, Lux? Of waking up in an abandoned building, music playing and the hand spiders chasing after you? Isn't this oddly familiar? In fact, isn't this whole process rather strange? Like a recap of your best and worst hits? Where are we?
The speed in which we perceive the world is but a fraction in the life cycle of a star. We blink, we are walking. We blink, we are running. We blink, we are resting forevermore. It is a blur, a beautiful, complex, painful blur. Your eyes are sour grapes soaking in their sockets, threatening to burst. Don't push your luck, or we'll be on our backs long before we should be.
Without a moment's hesitation, Lux grabbed Asani and began running across the circular length of the mall and towards a set of desiccated escalators heading down, the slush wave ambient tones of the mall's soft music beginning to distort, though Lux couldn't tell if that was from the adrenaline or something else. As they descended, Lux got the briefest look at the creature before booking it for the nearest store to hide in. Hands. So many hands. Eyes where the nails should be, blackened and wide, all focused on them. Spying a curio shop that wasn't fully boarded up, the two crawled underneath the shutter, careful not to touch any glass as they hid behind the counter, waiting. The pattering continued. Like a thunderstorm rolling in, it began to grow in volume and frequency. More and more hands smashing against windows and floors in a desperate attempt to find them. However, after a few minutes, it died away as the creature moved on. The two sat there for a minute, breathing heavily and taking in the silence of the mall, neither wanting to break the tension for fear of an errant hand springing up and attacking them both. Fortunately, they wouldn't have to, for the staff room door opened up with an agonizing creak as a thin, tall creature in orange and blue vestments glided into the room, and with a thin appendage sprouting from its chest, beckoned the two to follow.
Do we follow?
Asani breathed, desperate not to let her voice grow louder than a whisper.
Strangely enough, I don't suspect any danger. This feels familiar somehow, as if it's meant to assist us, like a tour guide or a seeing eye dog.
It doesn't look like either one of those, nor smell like one though. But even so, it feels welcoming.
Yet we've never seen it before. Most definitely not. But we should follow. A quick look exchanged between the two before they nod and follow through the doorway, darkness enveloping every sense they possessed before emerging out the other side, stood in front of a large ivory tower puncturing the canopy of stars above, nothing around in any direction, no matter what way they looked. An unending sea of black sand glistening in the pale moonlight and twinkling of innumerable stars. The tower itself was nothing short of remarkable, a structure built of marble, limestone, brick, and other materials as if steadily constructed over the centuries, each culture laying their own foundations into the building as time passed by, the sole identifier of their existence within the brick and mortar that keeps this monolith standing. A sign stood half buried in the sand, its advertisement still legible, though the show times long since claimed back by the sands beneath. A grand showing of the cosmos, as divined by Starseeker and Wunderkind Lubel G. See the stars through her eyes and learn the truth. One visit per soul. The creature stands in the archway, waiting for the two to catch up. As if their feet walked without their input, they followed, heads still abound at the sky above as they crossed the threshold and began ascending the stairs. Soft, lilting piano tones echoed throughout the spiral structure, the path large enough to allow other patrons to pass by without issue, a faraway look in their eyes as if changed by what they'd witnessed. As they ascended, various openings in the spine of the spire showcased banquet halls, cabaret clubs, art galleries, and theaters alike. Dozens of pundits standing, seated, eating, and cavorting wildly in each nook that they crossed. The atmosphere of each one inviting and alluring. The color palettes of each room somehow matching the invisible vibes they possessed. Amaranth for the banquet halls, glaucous for the theater, Fallon red for the cabaret club, and powerful viridian for the art gallery. Soft hues, not overbearing but enough to constantly draw in Asani and Lux's gaze before their continuous walk ejected them from its magnetic pull. Neither Lux's thoughts or Asani spoke aloud as they ascended. All was quiet and serene. The piano grew louder, accompanied now by a soft choral singing of a dozen or more vocalists in bright, powerful pitches. The more Lux strained their ears, the easier the instruments came into the forefront of their mind. A glockenspiel frantically playing a repeating scale, a harp stringing delicate notes, a cello providing the powerful low notes, and a harpsichord tying it all together to create one thought that stuck with them as the ascension reached its end and the three emerged at the top of the spire, the circular path winding into a smaller and smaller staircase, emerging out into a vast and luminous observatory. This all felt oddly familiar. As if on cue, the music swells to greet them as the pair take in the sights of the room. Curios and knickknacks litter every shelf. Books in strange sizes and languages cover every table, alongside various specimens and jars. Papers of research strewn about the surfaces, and photos of blurred people span across every wall. Some in ornate portraits and others hastily stuck on like bedroom posters. For whatever reason, the people themselves are indiscernible as the two are led to a pair of beanbag chairs in the center of the room by the figure, who, with their escort job completed, glides up to the back of the room where a bedroom canopy sits. After crossing through it, a young woman emerges out the other side. Slender, jet black hair tied into messy space buns, jewelry adorning every finger, and long, flowing robes attached to her frame as she floats to the center, excitement in her eyes.
Welcome, O newfound gazers, to the astral event of a lifetime.
She bows and upon lifting her head smiles, darting around the room and gathering various documents as she continues speaking, gesticulating wildly.
You've come here in search of answers, as countless humans have done for eons. Before the pantheon of gods, goddesses, and strange entities we bowed to before, offering up our food, autonomy, and even flesh to, we bowed before one thing that sat atop them all. The sun. That great orb of power, chemistry and physics that we don't even think of as a star upon first glance. Isn't that odd? The average person likely thinks of the sun as its own entity, a tangible thing of nurturing heat and terrible destructive power, a bringer of life and renewal.
Lou pauses, walking over to a crank handle and beginning to pull it as the ceiling above begins to retract, allowing in the darkness.
This is where I began. In the darkness, where no light could reach. That was where the oldest of enemies lurked, you see. Those that sought hominid meat by night, as they could not capture it by day. The rival tribes that wanted resources and waited in the underbrush. And the things that stood on two legs, but were not people. I was born in this environment to let you know it wasn't safe. This is home.
Many nights you'd awaken in your room, the house no longer feeling familiar or safe. You'd be the only one conscious and the walls felt bigger, the darkness thicker. Every sound caught your attention. You knew, even then, something was watching you, waiting on you.
Falling, always falling. Without an anchoring point, we are destined to do nothing but tumble into the abyss. Our sense of self stretched out across the vast expanse of space as our toes exchange pleasantries with our tonsils. Your world is spinning, unraveling, unwinding. Tap your feet to the floor so you know you're still here.
These are stars, no different to our own sun. Yet their distance and size has us perceive them as otherworldly, strange, alien. Now you could argue that a good amount of people think of these as no different to our own sun, but there's a mysterious majesty to these stars, isn't there? Supergiants, pulsars, white dwarfs. We can only imagine them. To know them intimately is to know destruction. They are both life incarnate and death defined, only to be observed and admired at a distance, not to be touched or explored. Perhaps I am someone who seeks allegories in everything, but I find such beauty in the connective tissue of our universe. The stars look beautiful tonight, don't they? Perhaps.
Lubel moves over to the large telescope at the far right of the room, pushing it on wheels until its lens is pointed at the sky, at one particular spot, glistening in the inky expanse. Lux's heart begins to flutter.
You should take a look for yourself.
Asani grips Lux's hand for a moment, a reassuring squeeze before they walk to the telescope, taking in a deep breath and closing both eyes as they position themselves, before opening their right eye and peering down the lens. As they focus, a house comes into view, but not just any house, one all too familiar to Lux. It was the summer estate out in the countryside, far from prying eyes and gossipy neighbors, somewhere the press would not be able to report on. This is where they kept her, sheltered her away and pretended she didn't exist. Lux searches for her, darting the lens from position to position until, finally, they see her, standing in the top right bedroom, window open and staring back at them with pained, wild eyes. She's saying something, the words forming on her lips until Lux feels something pulling them away.
You should not be looking, Lux. You must cease. This will be the end of you.
Something else stood in the room with Lucinda. Something tall, covered in flies and detritus.
Death. Nothing but death and destruction. You need to leave.
The sound of cicadas screeching, the very walls peeling away, their fleshy wallpaper sloshing off in thick, wet chunks and revealing something pink and shiny. The night they took you, a forced sleep, a mistake that left you in the void. You will end up back there again if you don't pull away now. A fetid stench in the air, Lux's own skin beginning to feel itchy, as if it needs to be pulled away, scratched and ripped until the soft, new skin underneath is set free. Maybe just one small...
Lux, for fuck's sake, look at me!
Asani's voice broke through the cacophony and snapped Lux from the telescope, their free hand held tightly by Asani, blood caked under the fingernails and a small hole in their forearm where they'd been picking aggressively at the skin.
I thought I'd lost you there for a sec. Look around. Whatever you did seemed to have caused a shift. We ain't in Kansas anymore.
Sure enough, as Lux stepped back from the telescope, it crumbled into black sand. Only small structures of the spire still around them, rejoining the earth. They were once again alone, stood in the unforgiving obsidian desert, without a single bright star to guide them. It twinkles rhythmically as Lux continues to stare at it, trying to make sense of its communication. Instinctively, they reach out to try and pinch it in that way that kids do when they see a huge object on the horizon. The terrifying naivete of a child unaware of the creative prowess within them, mercifully restrained by the laws of physics, for they would snuff out entire galaxies on a whim without pause or malice. But as Lux's hands glow and they begin to slowly squeeze, the star acquiesces and matches, becoming almost flat in their hand and sending out a beautiful horizon of light across the expanse as Asani watches on, enraptured. What is it you see in your mind's eye when you focus? What haunts your dreams? The symbol that is burned into you. Manifest it. You know of what I speak.
The symbol of your pain, your power, your ultimate sanctuary ripped away from you.
Sharp, acute, instantly recognizable.
Lux concentrates and begins pulling at the star, pinching the sides and grinding into two fine ends, smoothing out the base before compressing the top into a third and final point, flipping it upside down and slamming it into the sky with force. A triangle. A black triangle, pulsating in the sky. Just like Lux had seen in their visions. The same one reported in the skies over Angleron long, long ago. The same one that...
No, not yet. Not while she is around. We can't trust her, not fully. This is too much to share with anyone.
Agreed, old bean. There's enough information going on for you right now without adding in more concern and stimulation. Best to keep that one locked away for the moment, eh? The sand feels nice on your feet. The air is cool, and you're not detecting any gag-worthy smells, so all's well that ends well, eh?
Besides, something about this worries you. Aren't you forgetting something important, Lux?
This is a message left for you by Unknown. You stared into the abyss, and the abyss stared back. Cliché, but ever truthful for all creatures who have any desire to grow beyond their past selves, their pain, their weaknesses. You have regained your determination. Please proceed to the 5th stage. Time is running out.
No time to dally. Lux looked to Asani and pointed at the triangle, nodding affirmatively.
We gotta follow that, huh? Well, who am I to argue at this stage? It's practically a sightseeing tour. Let's go.
Hand in hand, the two continued their walk towards the towering structure, growing in stature with seemingly every step. It doesn't take long before the pair begin to feel something crunching underneath every few dozen steps, then every dozen, then every few. Asani stops at one point to take a look, the sense of foreboding building within her as she begins to allow the fear rippling through her body dictate her decisions, momentarily taking in the bleached complexion of what was just crunched beneath her steel toe-capped boots, small flecks of yellow and white caking the shimmering black leather. But Lux squeezes her hand tighter and nods, resolute that they must press on without distraction, eyes momentarily darting to the right, gesturing in a universally understood code. Something else is behind us. Do not look. The two walked in sync for a few more minutes, stopping whenever Lux put up a finger, the sounds of crunching always ceasing as they did so. Naturally, Asani thought, since they were no longer moving. But after a couple of full starts, she caught it. The unmistakable sound of something shuffling, skittering, and ceasing.
Man, this is just like a nightmare I had a while ago.
Asani breathed as the two began walking again, their pace quickening and sweat trickling down Asani's head.
It was late one night. I was in a room with an odd structure. Circular, larger at the bottom, like a deep pit. The walls were lined with small indents you could climb, or crawl up and out of the room from. I was in some kind of ceremonial gown. Now my body was heavy. But to begin with, I couldn't understand why.
Doesn't this sound familiar, Lux? Haven't you had nightmares like this before?
Indeed, old bean. The sound of soft buzzing, the stench of sweet rot, the feeling of pressure.
It always started off as paralysis, but it never stayed that way. There was always pain soon after.
Their pace increased to a light jog as the crunching became rhythmic, prominent, noticeable. The triangular shape became ever more foreboding in stature as Asani continued.
I thought it was sleep paralysis. I guess it kinda was. But I looked down and see bodies. So many bodies. Faceless and featureless, but in the same outfit I was. All laying around me with chunks of their bodies missing. No movement, just dead weight. I'd scream and find no sound existed in this room, as if soundproof even to my own ears. I fight, because of course I do. I get out. God, the way the bodies moved, it collapsed under my hands. But I get up and start to make my way to the side of the wall. A faint rumbling noise coming from behind me.
But it wasn't from behind you.
But it wasn't from behind me. Not really.
It was inside of you.
It was inside of me, the feeling bursting from my back and forming wings. My hands turning to claws as
You crawled up on the wall before flying to the top and escaping.
I crawled up on the wall, my wings flapping and allowing me to fly out. But then...
The jog was now a full sprint as something large began pounding in the sand behind them, the feeling of its hot breath almost scorching their backs. Was it the thing from the mall? Something else? The pair spied a dip in the sand and bolted for it, leaping without a second thought into the pit underneath the triangular shape that now consumed the sky above. They tumbled down the side and into a blackened pit, the sand here cold, hard, and stained with multiple specks of white. They laid there, breathing hard as they waited for the inevitable chase to culminate in some violent encounter. But it never came. No sound, save for the shuffling of the very sands around them and a soft pulsing of the shape above. The two were laying in opposite pockets of the embankment as their eyes met. Asani swallowed and prepared to continue her story, Lux's mind ablaze. Then you saw what waited for you at the top, by the entrance. You saw who waited for you. Asani opened her mouth, seeing Lux's focus, but closed it before hesitating, and finally saying,
Then I woke up, screaming. Not much more for it, I suppose. If you're good, we should keep moving. Who knows where that thing got to?
She knows, but she isn't telling. Why is that? Lux got up on shaky legs and pointed first to the underside of the triangle, then to the center of the pit they were in. Above them, in the familiar writing, their next location had been outlined. Stage 5, Elephant Grave, Epicenter. Some distance away, at the very center of the pit, stood a decrepit mausoleum. Ornate white marble had given way to a pallid grey hue, the centuries of neglect combined with the elements eroding its once remarkable beauty to an almost depressing degree. The structure stood over 100 foot high, pillars still propping up the grand building in spite of its age. The large doors opened just enough to allow someone entrance. The two began walking towards the mausoleum before Asani stopped, crouching down and sifting through the sands, face hidden from Lux's view.
Hey, I need to say this because if I don't, I think it'll haunt me.
She breathed, voice cracking.
The reason I brought up my nightmare, well, this place, it reminded me of it. You know what an elephant grave is, right?
Legend says that when an elephant reaches the end of its life, be it through disease, injury, or a combination of events, instincts compel it to travel without stopping to a particular spot where its kin have all fallen. It will do this above all other desires and self-preservation, walking until it cannot walk anymore. When it falls, its body decays, feeds the soil and the scavengers, its bones becoming the newest additions to the appropriately named elephant graveyard. They always die alone, far from the group.
What awaits us when we can no longer move, when we can no longer experience? A world different to before we entered it. For now we are cursed with sensation and fear it's taken away. The end comes for us all, and it comes for us without mercy. Your joints rattle like errant windows in a storm. You are not built to last this night.
This place, did you look at the bones?
Lux, for the first time, looked down at the pieces between their shoes. Summer 2006, one of the hottest years on record. The tarmac baked in the unforgiving sun, bubbling and turning into a thick black paste that burned your nostrils when you were out playing. Nearby, you found several curled over insects roasting in the midday heat. They were translucent, empty, but unmistakable. Cicada shells. Countless cicada shells littered the sand, malformed and bulbous in places, some with just a few legs and others with none at all, their size shifting from one discarded shell to the next. But as they walked, the pace growing furtive as they reached the mausoleum, Lux saw something else mixed in with the shells, swirling within the sand itself as if swimming in the ocean. There were bones in these pits, but not one of them resembled an elephant.
They're people. All of them. A mass grave. We should move quicker.
Asani hissed, picking up her pace as the noise of the sand shifting became more prominent.
That noise, the incessant hissing, the low rumble, the large shifting of the sands. It's all coming back to us now.
The fog is lifting. We're almost there. We just need to face it.
What lurks in sand pits, Lux? What creature lays in wait for its prey and drags them beneath the sands?
Say it.
Shout it.
Hurl it at the very skies.
You must say it, Lux.
An antlion.
Lux mumbled through damaged vocal cords, the consonants forcing their way out slowly but with purpose. Asani stopped in her tracks and shook, turning her head in sheer disbelief, eyes wide as something behind them picked up speed. Lux roared as they began running, grabbing Asani's hand and rushing for the doors, turning back only as Asani worked to force them open further. It was the definition of rot, decay, hunger, and malice, all huddled beneath the surface of a thin veneer of blackened sand. It didn't want to be seen. Not fully. Not yet. Instead, it barreled its way towards the structure, either unaware or uncaring of its defenses.
It doesn't need to be seen. We already know what it is. But why doesn't she? Surely she would remember such a terrible thing.
The constant bright lights, the long hallway, unknowable time but always tired. The room in the far, far left, the one with a hidden chamber. They told your parents it'd just be for a little while. They wouldn't hurt you in any way. But they lied. That chamber holds so many secrets.
Hurry up! This thing is fucking heavy!
Asani called, the sliding door of the mausoleum resisting her as she tried to pry it open with her nimble frame. Lux nodded and ran through into the inky darkness, the door slamming behind them with a great thud as the antlion smashed into the entrance. For a moment, the pair were plunged into darkness. No senses save for the fine marble floor beneath their feet and the echoing of their footsteps as the building settled.
Just like before, after the Great Ripping.
All senses taken, sometimes in segments, sometimes all at once. Overwhelming stimulation followed by absolute silence, including awareness. We simply were there, then were not.
Horrifying. Never again.
Without a guiding light, we are but shambling little things, blindly stumbling in the abyss and begging for something or someone to hold on to. Please, give us clarity. Give us direction. Give us a path. We are directionless. The only way in the darkness is down. Do not send us back to the absence.
Holy shit. I can't see or feel a goddamn thing. Lux, if your powers are working, for the love of all that is sacred, please find us a fucking path forward. I feel like I can't breathe.
Asani's voice trailed, giving both Lux comfort for the stimulation and fear for how distant it sounded despite the two only just entering the space. As Lux took a breath and began focusing on a single point, Asani kept talking, words sputtering out in frantic bursts as if unable to stop once she started.
My father put me in a place like this once. He'd been repurposing our basement as a sort of private prayer chamber. One night, when I was 16, he discovered I'd been kissing someone he didn't approve of. He got mad. Really, really mad. I'll never forget the fear as I walked through my front door, the smash to the side of my head, and the feeling of my shoulder dislocating as he dragged me to the basement door, before pushing me down the stairs, screaming all kinds of obscenities as he did so.
Asani shuddered before continuing, a small but familiar light appearing in Lux's peripheral.
I'll never forget how I looked up at my papa, the man who helped give me life, sheltered me, and nurtured me, with this wild look in his eyes, as he told me how the news had told him all about people like me and my friends. How even the government abided by getting rid of us if we couldn't be persuaded to change. He said he knew his rebellious baby girl would never relent willingly, just like her mother. So he put me in the correction chamber.
An apt name for those who are usually forced into submission through physical or mental coercion. You've seen it happen in history before. Some of the most evil institutions and people utilizing both cutting-edge and barbaric techniques to get the desired result. All the while it happens, its most staunch allies try to stop you noticing. The light grows larger, the picture less murky. Lux feels blood trickling out of their right eye, but they persist.
3 days he kept me down there, switching between deep sobs begging me to relent and absolute rage as he beat me. Eventually, Mama called the cops on him, and I was rapidly rushed upstairs, cleaned up, and presented as a mentally damaged case. So they shipped me off to the inner sanctum. And do you know what I learned in that time, Lux?
Tears stained Asani's face as she began to lose what little constitution she had left, the darkness enveloping her mind, body, and soul. Lux listened intently, but focused on the picture in front of them. It was almost there.
This world is so cruel. It rewards those who spread hate, disinformation, discrimination, and outright violence with money for engagement. It gives platforms to anyone with internet access, and elevates the average bigot into a full-time influencer.
everyone, regardless of moral standing, is out to get everyone else. And then anything to score a quick clout or take someone else down because it makes themselves feel better. Hell, we have people forming relationships with fucking robots. Fucking robots, Lux! Our world is so miserable that we'd rather engage and cultivate fake relationships with ones and zeros than face the ugliness of what we do day in and day out. Every time I turn my fucking phone on, it's genocide in this place, assault in this one, rights taken away here, outright blatant thievery and misinformation reworded here. People like us, the non-religious, the minorities, the queer, the disabled, the outspoken, it's not enough that we're not accepted in society. It's not enough that we're struggling. We've emboldened the Hayden people to such a degree that they won't be satisfied until we're in coffins. I'm sick of it! Why don't they get punished? Why didn't my dad get punished? What the fuck is the point of this?
Asani, beside herself with grief, drops to her knees and sobs as the light engulfs the pair and they're thrown into a large circular room. Every wall is filled with books, fossils, jars of unusual specimens and diagrams of medical procedures. The wallpaper a faded yellow, patterns of various bees dot around the room. Pocketed in random spaces over mountains and hills of a continent Lux wasn't able to identify. The parlor room, a place you spent many long nights hiding away from the world, from your abilities. You pored over every book in this room, desperate to find an explanation for what happened to you.
You never did find it. That scared you. It scared us. Every cell in our body told us we were wrong, broken, shameful.
But then you remembered your grandfather, the help with the play, the website he linked you to, and so you did your digging. But you weren't the only one who was discovering things long since buried. Across the parlor, in a tall red leather armchair situated against the roaring fire, Phineas sat hunched over, voraciously consuming a copy of H.P. Lovecraft's story, The Tomb, finger to his lips and mumbling as he scanned every line carefully. In the light, he looked healthy. This must have been some time before he ended up isolating himself further from the world, before his perception of himself eroded those naturally beautiful features. Hair neatly slicked back like his father's, kind but curious eyes like his mother, strong jawbones that ran through the family and built like a string bean.
It makes no sense. I have followed the same steps as Jervis from this tale, and yet I cannot summon the entity at will. Perhaps it is all in my head. What if Grandfather was wrong? What if I'm not able to learn his teachings? Am I destined to be yet another failure from the House of Gahard? Socially awkward, barely able to look my own kin in the eye, let alone a potential companion? Not that I have any interest in that sort of thing. What is the point of my existence if not to be the looming shadow that haunts the manor as my elder brother's art continues to soar, my sister's education continues to excel, and my youngest eclipses me in both intellect and awareness?
Phineas pauses, standing up, book in hand and fingers gripping the spine of the book tightly, before hurling it into the fire, spit flying from his mouth as he screams.
I just want to feel alive!
From the flames, something crawled out of the pit and towards the center of the room, circling the large rug before releasing in a column of fire. A figure emerged, clad in a thick black veil, multi-limbed and with desiccated arms, hissing as it leaned towards Phineas, the fire beginning to rush around the parlor. Lux turned to Asani, realizing they hadn't spoken since they'd arrived in the parlor. But instead of seeing them, something else stands across, watching the exchange intently. A beekeeper, their limbs twitching and oozing a mix of what appeared to be honey and pus as the joints try to move in a natural manner. The face obscured, barely meeting their gaze as it simply holds up one hand to display 3 fingers, before turning their attention back to the exchange. Phineas on the floor, staring up in disbelief, at the spectre.
What is this? Did I summon you?
The creature did not respond. It couldn't, not in the natural sense. It instead held out a hand to pick him up, which he obliged, feeling its bony hands wrap around his own.
Grandfather spoke of this. I thought of something akin to life and death, the technique which he wrote of in his journals. This is manifestation, the boon of my family. You are my patron.
The fire began to rage around the room, licking at Phineas's heels as he saw the damage before rushing from the room in a panic, leaving the spectre who, within a few moments, dissipated, extinguishing the flames along with it. This was the night Phineas left the house, rushing for the shack in the cemetery near the family plot. You wouldn't see him again until
the night of your rebirthing.
The darkness, the rushing of the water, the impacting of the soil against your skin, the slow, painful drowning.
You are almost complete. Are you ready to go home?
From the hallway, something stirred. The same voice from the beginning of Lux's journey through their memories. Noldus.
The lights in this home are all but returned, save for one. You know which one. Walk to that room and face down your fear. All will become clear once you do, and you will have the tools to fight back against the monsters who would see you wasted in a padded cell.
Lux didn't need directing, nor did they ask where Asani or the beekeeper had gone. They obeyed and began walking out of the smoldering parlor room and across the second-floor hallway to the east wing staircase. The west led to their parents' master bedroom, but the east... Lux began ascending, step by tentative step, as they recalled every moment they'd endured and enjoyed under this roof. Petty fights, cherished memories, achievements, and failures. Nearly 2 decades of their life summarized in a set of rooms inside a 400-year-old building on a plot of land. They stopped at the top of the hallway. Only 2 rooms lay on this wing, their bedroom and boarded up, chipped and faded wood, disused for the past few years. The workshop, Bennett's workshop. We can't. Not now. We're so close. We must keep walking. Tearing themselves away from the pain of this room, they made it to the steps that led to their bedroom. Once a safe haven from the outside world and even the dissidents within the house. Now the site where their greatest betrayal occurred. The pair of beds, still situated on either side of the room, regularly used even when Lucinda and Lux had grown too old to be sharing a room, simply for the comfort it brought them as twins. The walls covered in portraits of art. His art, for how deeply did Lux admire the prowess on display whenever he painted. A reflection of the pain they felt, almost to a point that Lux was regularly on the verge of asking them if... But they never got the nerve. The computer still sat in the corner, next to the balcony doors, the website bearing The Last Giant Under the Mountain still up, as if frozen in time. The tabs for the Sturgeon Nexus, review of the celestial event in the Emperor's Kingdom, and forums for both local crime enthusiasts and speculation there, though Lux didn't recall making them. Lux just stood there, rooted to the spot, riddled with fear but fully aware of what was required as they took in a deep breath, focused, and spoke aloud.
I'm ready. Show me that night.
A boom rattled around the room as Lux was hurtled backwards and into the corner, the entire room darkening as time began to move. Lux and Lucinda asleep in their beds as a discussion between their parents echoed upstairs, only fragments of it eking through the wall.
They say they can do good work. Fix the issue. Maybe it's not such a bad idea.
I'm not sure. We made this mistake before. Are you sure we should
No, you're right. We have to be better. It may be too late, but we have to try.
All right. I'll tell him. We can discuss it as a family tomorrow and find a better path.
Time passed before Gale finally materialized into the room. The flies circling and buzzing as they stood in between the beds, observing intently, before placing a bandaged and rotted hand over Lux's mouth and disappearing. The walls broke away as Lux was transported to an art gallery, led by the hand as Gale pointed out the various drawings of La Serva, the art that had once so deeply inspired them.
This is where the boon of my existence bears fruit. I test divinity on them before we get to you, naturally. There's countless souls needing to be saved, but there is only one of you.
Gale spoke softly, almost lovingly, though the visage bore no familiarity to Lux.
You will be my greatest work. But it is up to you to take those steps, and we have a long night of work ahead.
They walk out of view as present-day Lux watches another man exit out of a room, well-dressed and with a manic smile on his face. He presses down on his outfit and ensures his teeth are clean before going to the door and answering as a young individual gingerly walks in.
You are our honored guest for this evening, I see. Welcome to Sturgeon's most esteemed art gallery highlighting the great artist La Serva.
They continue to talk as they walk through the gallery, but Lux is pulled away, the building becoming smaller until new walls replace it. White. Pure white. A circular room with... No. Not this room. Not this person. Shaved head, strapped into a movable slab, bruises and bites all over the body. Lux stares up at the eager face of Dr. Luan Coleman, who places something in Lux's mouth before giving them a gentle slap. Without waiting, Coleman walks over to the wall and pushes the switch, sending shockwave after shockwave through Lux's body. The pain is nearly indescribable, and even while watching it happen in a memory, Lux feels the pain renewed. We cannot stay here. We must not. Another time. Find him. Find Gale.
The burning, the biting, the invasion. No, I won't. We won't.
The rest is a flash, before one night being led by Gale's hand in a broken daze to the chamber, only to be sedated and lifted into an ornate coffin as Gale and Luan become the last thing Lux sees.
You will be reborn, or you will drown. It is time to find out what kind of monster you shall be afterwards.
The lid was closed, the coffin chained, lowered, and sat into the deep dirt. Then the water came, spilling into the coffin as a still dazed Lux fought desperately to escape, muscles too weak from malnutrition, and mind too scrambled from the torture they'd endured.
I'm gonna die. And that's okay.
Lux breathed.
Born so different, my own family feared me. Struggling to understand anyone inside or outside of my own home to the point I just stayed inside. Every time I so much as think of something, I make it happen and I'm shunned even further. All my life has led up to this moment, daring to exist and daring to be happy, daring to be peaceful. And what did passivity get me? Nothing. It got me torture, pain, suffering, and a fucking coffin in the middle of God knows where, suffocating. Fuck you, Gale. Fuck you, Coleman. Fuck this entire world for turning its back and blindly letting the most vulnerable in our society have their blood spilled on the very streets they take their families down. If I ever make it out of this, I swear to Noldus, I will be the monster you want so fucking badly. I don't care anymore. You hear me? You fucking hear me out there? I am a monster. I am a monster. I am a monster. I'll be your fucking monster.
With every defiant shriek, another punch, more powerful than the last, smashed into the fine wood above them, letting in more water. But Lux was beyond caring. This was their last stand, and they would not relent. Punch after punch bloodied their knuckles as they continued until their fist finally broke through, utterly filling the casket. For a time, the casket stood still, until Gale appeared, standing over them with a sense of pride and retrieving Lux before dematerializing. This is where things began. The play, the confrontation with the Crown Prince and Bilbo, the eye looking in, the drill in the autopsy clinic. We have found it.
You manifested that world, Lux. You lived a half-life while Gale took you away and found solace in the very play you and your grandfather released with the public. But even in the depths of your manifestation skills, Gale found you and brought you back from the brink. Now, the question is, what will you do?
What will you do?
Gale's voice called out from the darkness of a dingy basement Lux was chained up within, the broadcast from the Sturgeon Nexus just ending. It had been some weeks, maybe even months that they'd been there, biding their time, waiting. Already messages had gone out to their loved ones. A direct message to Phineas, the stars to Lucinda, a tumor to dear Dr. Coleman, an Easter egg in the line notes of the play, and a directive to Bancroft. They weren't just waiting, they were gestating.
The one on the TV. I want him. I want him to know exactly what he's done.
Lux growled, bitterness in their voice.
Oh, I suppose that could be arranged. But aren't you worried about what people will
Fuck what people think! They already decided I'm a monster a long time ago. Enacting revenge on murderers will not change their mind. They'd sooner watch me flayed alive on national television for their amusement. I want him.
Gale smiled as the buzzing reached a fever pitch.
Good. There is some beautiful art to be made here, I think. Perhaps through an old game. I think we've all the participants. We just need a little time. Which reminds me.
The shackles are removed and Lux rubs their wrists as Gale hands them some keys and a manila folder.
You should probably get cleaned up and take a read of that. Then, it'll be time to send out the invites. I'll give you a week to get your strength back. Do not disappoint me. Divinity awaits behind the gilded door for us all, if we play our cards right.
Gale's chuckle rattles around the room.
What's in here? What gilded door? I never understand you. Can you just speak fucking plainly for once?
Lux protested, weakly picking up the folder and seeing the title.
No.
Inner Sanctum Patient Report. L.C. Gahart. Written by Asani T. Walker. Lux's blood ran cold as Gale put a hand on their shoulder, power erupting through him.
In that file is the revenge you seek. I made sure to pull them out before the end of your journey, so the surprise would be more appropriate. As for the Gilded Door, it is where our gifts come from. Beyond this land lies a secretive community that guards a great gate that houses creatures of divine power. They speak to me, to us, asking for only pure souls to be prepared. For when the door is open, they will feast, and it will be glorious. This land is already divided. They feel they're shunning the unwanted, and the chosen is already decided, but they have no idea. Harper's Wake is only for those touched by the Null God. For us.
Lux's eyes shook and their backs seized up. Harper's Wake. The same place from the historical texts. The play. It was real?
This will help you, my child. Some revelations and a refresher course. I look forward to your righteous anger at the games.
Gale patted their shoulder before walking away.
Games? What games? I thought this was a gathering!
Lux called, watching Gale's large, malformed back shudder under the weight of his cackling, as he turned once more to face them.
Oh, indeed. A gathering for a most devilish game. You'll learn all about it in Oliver's report on the last giant under the mountain. It's called...
White teeth, stained with blood and bits of flayed flesh still jutting out from his canines. Blood seeping down his chin. Yellow eyes still hidden beneath the bandages.
Shark Tank.
Chapter 9. Shark Tank. The rules. Shark Tank is a game that revolves around the callousness of your nature, meaning you must utilize your worst nature in order to survive. To be kind will not do you any favors here. After all, we are all in it for ourselves, are we not? Each player is given one card per round of a specific theme. The lowest ranked card amongst the group will be the Confessor. The highest will be the Absolver. Whoever wins the round will get to decide the fate of the loser, with advisements from the other players swimming nearby should they choose. The winner can choose the fate of the player: feast, famine, or freedom. We learn what each of these entails as the game progresses. Only the winner can reveal who the loser is. Anyone else attempting to do so will be immediately removed from the game. Shark Tank is named for the inspiration of its creators. Brothers Mulgrave P. Downey, who bore a deep fascination with sociology and marine life reproductive cycles, and Archibald O. Downey, who desired a fun way to better understand his peers through intense games during periods of great strife when exploring with his compatriots Oliver and Saunders. It was then updated by Archie's grandson Atlas P. Downey to, quote, reflect all sides of the modern trend of accountability, safeguarding, puritanism, and fetishistic desire for gossip and superiority in the terminally online space. In short, a way to navigate discourse on all sides. But this is no mere game around a campfire with friends or a holiday season indoors. This is a void. The maw of a sleeping god and the miasma of nothingness. The last place a sentient creature finds their conscious thoughts drifting before the sharp teeth of a predator clamps shut on their fragile carapace. This is where hope goes to die. From the void, a small tear opens up, and over half a dozen people awkwardly shuffle through, stumbling over each other as they come face to face with the tapestry of their Last Supper.
A large circular table with a thick oaken rim and a dark purple mat surrounding the inner pit. A single light swaying from above with no feasible cable running through the remainder of the void. Places for each card outlined in black charcoal and a symbol aligning with each player's mask affixed to their face. For each player, a chair to match their gait. A gaming chair with ergonomic support, a pair of thrones with high arched backs, a humble stool, a refined business leather seat, a regal red leathered armchair, and an egg-shaped chair litter the table as each finds their location to sit. Jupiter, Neptune, Pluto, Uranus, Saturn, Venus, Mars, Mercury, Sun, Moon, and Earth. Each player in a long black robe with a perfect circular orb adorned over their heads, covering their faces as the deck is shuffled by unseen hands.
This place... How did I come to be here? I see. We are in the belly of the veritable beast, the innards of the sleeping, unknowable, malformed calamity itself. No light can escape from its jaws, nor pleas be heard upon its deaf ears. We are alone. We are returned to what we once were. Null.
That's bullshit. I'm sure it's just some kind of prank or weird social experiment. They'll pull the curtain down eventually and say, "Gotcha! Welcome to Punked," or something like that.
Yes, I agree. This is just an elaborate hoax. A way to test our mettle and our psyche. I'll play along. There's no way someone could be this cruel.
Well, if they are, I'll be ready to smash their teeth in the moment they smile at me.
Whatever it is, I'm in. Can't be any worse than what I've already been through.
Does it matter? There's no way out that I can see. Why even bother worrying about it?
Of course it matters. Want to know why I'm here and what they expect me to do? I don't deserve being treated like this. Do they not know who I am?
If you'll be so kind to direct your attention towards the center of the table, I believe we're about to find out.
Sure enough, a small tape player appears from the void and drops into the center of the table. Without prompting, it begins to play, a distorted voice crackling through the speaker.
Welcome, one and all, to the Shark Tank. You were chosen with specific reasons in mind.
Those of which will become clear the more you play. The rules are simple. You will draw one card for every themed round. The player with the lowest card will confess their sins, and the player with the highest card will be responsible for listening and absolving them. They can choose feast, famine, or freedom, with a little help from the other sharks if they so choose. What do these choices do? You'll see. But remember, being kind does you no favors here. The world is not interested in that, nor is it interested in timidity. It wants the truth. It wants justice. It wants purity in all forms. Every round must have an outcome, no exceptions. Failure to do so within the allotted decision time limit will result in a double expulsion. There is an uncomfortable air as the players take their seats, seemingly drawn to their chosen furniture and attempting in vain to sink into them like the comforts of home. But it has the same feeling of trying to relax when an unfamiliar presence is hovering around the home, or maybe even haunting it, just out of earshot and therefore out of the safety net. Alien, unsettling, unwelcome. They try to get settled as the broadcast continues. Sharks eat their siblings in utero until there is only one left. A true survival of the fittest in nature. You will go through the same hell in order to be reborn anew. The game starts now. Your first round is the food chain.
A mechanism in the table rotates the cards and spits them towards the players one by one until every player is in possession of one. The bright lights switch to a neon glow and a gentle hum permeates the imposing atmosphere as they begin.
You cannot be serious. Why was I brought here? I did nothing wrong. I followed the rules and did as I was told. Why would I be punished here like a criminal? Like one of them.
An ear-splitting shriek leaves Uranus's mouth as something unseen begins assaulting him from within, hands gripping the sides of the mask until he becomes still, twitching. Conversation before showing your cards is forbidden. Only once the winner and loser have been declared and we enter confessional can conversation begin. The silence is palpable, thick and tense. A fog of contempt rolls in as each player declares their card, silently, purposefully, and with trepidation. The sun picks the Komodo dragon, an apex predator unrivaled on its native island. No other predators to fight with. Elite, but isolated. A relic of a bygone age that continues to erode all it touches. 7 out of 10. The moon picks the trapdoor spider, an ingenious builder burrowed deep into the earth and waiting for the slightest movement to strike. Opportunistic but small, yet it knows its place and as such is only hunted by something more tenacious than itself. 3 out of 10. Earth picks the owl, nocturnal hunters with unparalleled sight and hearing. They never make a sound when they swoop in for their prey, but there is always something bigger. Always. 5 out of 10. Neptune picks the great white shark. Hungry. Always hungry. Never stop swimming. Never stop moving. Never stop or you die. Nothing can stop you so long as you keep on moving. 9 out of 10. Mars picks the polar bear. Another unrivaled apex hunter, but a starving one. A dwindling one. It fights against the enclosing walls until it is either crushed to death or forced to hunt easier prey. It will die out before long, but it will not die at the hands of another predator. 8 out of 10. Mercury picks the tardigrade. Water bears that can withstand virtually anything, the crushing weight of gravity or societal expectations to the vacuum of space and the existential fear of the unknown road that death leads us all down. Not high on the chain by any means, but survivalists all the same. 2 out of 10. Pluto picks the emperor penguin. One of the most dedicated hunter-gatherers in the wild, fiercely loyal and unbelievably motivated. These creatures speak to our very souls, but often get lost in the miasma of the deep blue and devoured by hungrier, faster, and more ambitious predators. 5 out of 10. Jupiter picks mankind, the hunter to end all hunters. Everything this intelligent beast touches falls under its purview eventually. Ambition is boundless, as is the lust for violence and control. Voracious, ingenious, unkind. 10 out of 10. Saturn and Venus pick the vulture. Remarkable creatures that can give life and feed off of it. These birds know when the end is coming for their potential prey, sustain themselves on their rotting corpses, and provide their own young with that same fetid flesh. Life is as cruel as it is beautiful. 6 out of 10. Uranus picks the parasite. The lowest of the low, survives solely by leeching off of its host until disease, discomfort, or death dislodges it. Disgusting, filthy, and loathsome creatures. They do not deserve the hand that feeds them, nor the host that provides for them. 1 out of 10. There is a long pause as the cards are read out by the hidden host, and once they were finished, they announced the end of the round. Round 1 is over. Our winner is Jupiter with mankind, and our loser is Uranus with the parasite. Now we move to the confessional. Uranus, you have the floor to confess your deepest sin, and, in doing so, give your future over to Jupiter's hands. Our other players, naturally, will be listening in and may cast advice to Jupiter. So, if I were you, I'd ensure I was honest and forthcoming. Because once your confession is up, you won't get a second chance. We don't do those here in the Shark Tank. The lights switch off, and a pair of red spotlights illuminate Jupiter and Uranus. The rest of the players kept in a blue hue. A timer appeared over the board. 5 minutes.
What do I even... This is madness. Utter madness. I'm not supposed to be here. I should be at home with my mistress and preparing for an interview. It was going to be my big break. A stepping stone to get out of my current job and onto the talk show circuit. How did it come to this? I was told if I kept on doing what they asked, I'd be set for life. Help me. Please.
Uranus looks around the table at the other players. They simply stare back, the masks not allowing for any emotion to sift through. Jupiter sits opposite, their body language stoic as they lean forward.
You have 4 minutes, Uranus. Is this how you wish to spend it? Complaining? We're all in the same purgatory as you. If you don't tell me anything, I'm not going to save you. You'll be dead weight in a game designed to drop as much of it as possible.
Uranus panicked at this, their whole upper body shaking uncontrollably as they tried to get the words out.
I am not like you. I'm special, damn it. I'm supposed to move on to greater things. I can't let it end here like this. My life end here? I have things to do. Things to look forward to.
And like everyone else, you're faced with your immediate mortality and all that stops mattering. We all go to bed one day, excited for the events of our future, and one day, we all run the risk that we don't wake up. As I said, purgatory. 3.5 minutes. Confess.
The group look between the two, utterly fixated on this exchange of calm stoicism versus existential dread as it develops. Uranus takes a moment before speaking again.
And if I confess, you'll save me.
Jupiter doesn't reply. None of them do. They simply stare a hole into Uranus. The clock ticks to 3 minutes as they finally speak once more.
I'm a journalist. Was a journalist. Now I'm a television anchor. But one that largely gets their notes done by interns and is paid to sit there and look nice alongside my co-host. Our station is managed by a media conglomerate that is, shall we say, not friendly to bleeding hearts and those who want to enact change. What side you're on doesn't matter. Never has. They love to get the two riled up and fighting because it's easier to feed the week's events in different narratives. Sure, you'll have your disagreements, but it's multiplied by 100 to sell stories and pad the pockets of politicians and grifters. Always has been.
Uranus takes a breath. It's disquieting, quivered, and full of anxiety.
Every few years we get something new to either fight for or rally against. If you follow the culture wars, you'll know it's trans people. Want to know how good we are at our jobs? Half a century ago, it was largely considered a taboo. A sin and immoral to be gay. Illegal in half of the modern world and punishable by death in a third. Now, we have the survivors of those times and their descendants fighting against their own goddamn siblings under the Pride banner. People think it's just one group of another type of person who runs the media too. Again, a manufactured threat. Keep them divided. Keep them hateful. But with that, we're caught up.
The clock continues to count down. 2 minutes.
You all watch the news or hear about it from someone who makes a living commenting on it. So you're all familiar with the antlion. Another serial killing psychopath we gave a cool name to. Fuck is wrong with us? Well, this little cretin captures, tortures, and in some cases eats his victims. All queer, all trans. Folks say he tries to convert them and when unsuccessful, takes a pound of flesh. Fuck if I know how or why. But my bosses love the guy. So much so they wanted to ensure he got better at what he did. So they paid me to inform the public on the types of victims he went after, how he did it, and to speculate on why for all of Sturgeon to hear. 38 million people right at our fingertips. Can you imagine the power? They certainly could. So when the last missing person came from a rich family and we were explicitly told not to say anything, we just ignored it. Spiced it up by dead naming the victim too. Knew it'd get clicks in circulation. And boy did it. Conservative outlets lauded us for our bravery against the woke mind virus. There's a phrase that'll die on the hill in 10 years. And liberal outlets campaigned to have us cancelled. All the while the search for that dough gets murkier and murkier.
1 minute left on the clock. The atmosphere is tense.
I confess that I took a payout from our sponsor, the Inner Sanctum, and my bosses to knowingly stir the pot on public sentiment towards existing and potential victims of the antlion, because division serves to make us money. In truth, I find what the antlion does to be abhorrent and disgusting. But I've got a fucking mortgage to pay, and that sentiment does not feed me or my family. I'll live with this regret for the rest of my days.
The room stirs, and there are mixed reactions, but nobody says anything as they turn their heads to Jupiter, the clock running out. As the counter hits 0, the smooth yellow numbers rise in red and 3 words hang beneath it. Feast, famine, freedom.
Your confession has been heard, Uranus. I think I speak for all of us when I say your fate is not in doubt whatsoever. I guess we'll see what the future may hold for all of us.
Jupiter raises a hand and taps the word feast in front of them, the timer stopping at 15 seconds out of a possible 60, and all lights, save for the one on Uranus, go out.
No! Please! I'm sorry. If I hadn't have done it, someone else would have. There's always someone willing to do the dirty work, to sell their soul and step on someone else to make a profit.
Maybe so, but it's you sat in that chair, not them. The decision has been made.
Hands from the darkness pull at Uranus, some pinning him to the table as others pull violently and rip off his mask, revealing the face of the television presenter of the Sturgeon Nexus, Trent Menlo. His eyes stained with tears and his perfect pearly white teeth locked in a grimace as the hands hold his head in place for a moment before he is forcefully pulled back from the chair, his distant screams punctuated by wet slapping sounds and the guttural moans of pain as snaps join the discordant suffering he was experiencing. With one final ear-splitting shriek, a great puncture is heard and a spray of blood erupts from the void and coats the section of the table where its doomed player once sat. All that's left of him now are his hands, still fastened to the edge of the table at the stumps.
With that unpleasantness out of the way, allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Kronos, and I will be your host for this evening. You may have a 3-minute coffee break to dissect what you just witnessed. Cigarettes, alcohol, and other substances are available should you require them. Simply place your order on the screen in front of you. Don't worry, we won't judge.
The host disappears, a timer in their absence as some members hastily enter their options before turning their attention to the still warm body parts of their former competitor strewn across the floor like a slaughterhouse tour.
This is utterly barbaric. Is this some kind of terrorist cell? A new psychological torture method designed to break the enemy down?
Pluto tentatively walks over to one of the hands and picks it up, still dripping warm blood on the floor, and inspects it before hurling it towards Mars, who instantly shrieks and bats it away as if it were a spider.
Most definitely real, most definitely dead. A hand with no operator, a pair with no mind to give them purpose. When we are young, our hands aren't just hands. They are akin to proboscis,
a way to explore the world around us and interact with it on an almost intimate level. We grow, their functions change to the basic biological imperatives, but beyond that, they give way to silent expression and a doorway to the artistic. We see here a pair that were denied that purpose in life, and as a result of their owner's own behaviors, have been cast away.
Does anyone know what the fuck this one just said? 'Cause I just heard a whole lot of nothing, son. You don't spend time around people much, do you?
No, precisely because of people like you. Boorish, aggressive, unkind. It is not people I actively disdain. It is the fact that with every setting sun, people like you are becoming the norm. Mars stands up to full height and takes a step towards Pluto, but upon his foot touching the hand, thinks better of it. He deflates, his chest contracts, and his constitution falters. Like most men driven by anger and ego, he deflates at nothing more than a slight stumbling block of logic.
Gentlemen, might I remind you that we are already in a game of life and death? Why hasten the Reaper's job for him? We know this to be real. We know the rules, and we know what links us all. Sins to confess. Admit it publicly now, or hold your peace. That is your prerogative until your number is called. But it is why we are here.
The clock ticks down to the final 90 seconds as Earth lights a cigar which materialized on his section of the table, taking a deep inhale and closing his eyes.
Is there a particular reason some of you have been more quiet than others?
Neptune looks around the room, fixating their gaze on the Sun, the Moon, Venus, and Saturn. 60 seconds.
I've been mostly thinking about a way out of here. Looking at the room and our surroundings. Not a single star in the sky. Don't you think that's strange?
I don't think we're outside, or anywhere that showcases the heavens above, so no, I don't.
Well, to each their own, I guess. We all choose our nightmares.
The sun begins musing and humming as they continue to stare absent-minded around the room, the moon shifting uncomfortably.
I'm simply trying not to implicate myself or get too attached. This is a life or death game and we're all against each other after all. Why be friendly when you can end up like that?
The moon points to the hands and Pluto, still examining the stumps. The disconnect of human to corpse seemingly easy for them, but not so for the moon. Neptune shrugs and directs their attention to the only other silent participants. Saturn and Venus look to each other before speaking, but the timer runs out.
Well, I hope you all used that time wisely, got your highs or your lows, and strapped in for round 2.
The cards are dispensed from the table as the lights once again dim to an iridescent blue, some shapes moving within the shadows. It's almost akin to a lava lamp, but the attention is quickly diverted back to the cards at hand. With varying levels of confidence and composure, the cards are revealed.
Natural disasters. Jupiter picks landslides. As far as disasters go, these are middle of the road, which sure is a statement when discussing loss of habitat and life, isn't it? Still, our compelling need to rank and codify everything means we have to do so here, and the lovely folks at home will still enjoy it as a concept, not as an action. Mother Gaia sheds some of her skin and sends it toppling down hills, mountaintops, and ensures it crushes all in its wake, even turning it into avalanches or mudslides depending on the weather. One thing is for certain, it'll bury your secrets. Oh yes. Yes, it will bury them. 3 out of 10. Mars. Volcanic eruption. Did you know that there are 20 supervolcanoes in the world, and you only need one of them to effectively destroy life on Earth? It's true. How do we know? It's happened before. Imagine that. A beast among beasts, just watching as smaller behemoths take center stage for their disruptive moments. Clouds of ash and towns of magma.
Meanwhile, they wait. For millions of years they wait. For when these giants emerge and their rage is released, the very foundations will shake in fear. 6 out of 10. Pluto picks drought. When all the food runs out and the water dries up, what do you suppose people will do? I'll tell you. They will eat each other and kill their fellow man for the water they hold. It is in our nature to scrape, claw, and bite for what we need, want, and have. The dead pile up, and we still continue to turn the cheek, hide in our hovels and hoard our water, hoping someone doesn't come knocking for their share. It's not always the drought that kills you. It's what it does to your neighbor. 7 out of 10. Earth picks wildfire. Many things get taken in the flames. Natural beauty, frightened creatures doing their best to shield their young from the pillar of fire and hate surrounding them, homes and monuments all fall to the great conflagration. You can try your best to put out the fire, but it is best to starve the flame of its anger, not feed it. You know this now, but if only you'd known back then. 4 out of 10. Neptune picks flood. The water takes everything back, eventually. The tsunami is feared for its great walls of impenetrable waves on the horizon, preparing to smash and drown all in its wake. But they forget that water is patient. It is malicious in its quest for revenge, and it has no issue dragging you down slowly. So it waits. It pushes inside the home like an uninvited guest, and slowly takes up inch after inch until it snuffs you out in your own safe space or on the last vestige of hope, your roof. Water is patient and hides within it such deep beasts the human mind simply cannot comprehend. What are you hiding, I wonder? 9 out of 10. The moon picks eclipse. In ancient times, people interpreted these rare events as divine signs for their deity of choice. They slaughtered innumerable people until they or their god felt satisfied. The modern sensibilities would lead us to believe this is no longer the case. But for every charlatan in the world, there is a rube waiting to be sold the concept and betray everything they loved for the promise of infinity. 1 out of 10. Venus and Saturn pick earthquake. The very ground beneath our feet erupting, cracking, and swallowing us whole as every facet of our homes comes crashing down around us is pretty terrifying, isn't it? Imagine, if you will, your very home becoming a tomb of memories for the life you once had. All happiness eroded away with time and trauma. The very safety net you had within callously cut because the thing you gave life to decreed it so. Why? Because life isn't fair. There is nothing you can do in the moment, only after it when sifting through the wreckage. No happy endings here. 8 out of 10. Mercury picks tornado. You look outside and see a small whirlwind in the distance. It's at the very least a 30-minute drive from you, but through the benefit of the flat plains ahead, you can see clear to the next town. You smile and think nothing more. It's going in the opposite direction, and these things never really come your way. You forget about it until you hear a crack outside. With shaking hands, you open the door as the very breath in your lungs is ripped from you. It is so large it blocks out everything, so loud it bursts your eardrums, so utterly destructive that there is nothing that you can do but wait for it to devour you. You let your guard down, you foolish person. They will find you mangled in a ditch tomorrow.
Another senseless victim. 5 out of 10. The sun picks global warming. It's getting hotter out there. The bees are disappearing. There is no planet B. Every naysayer is either dead or wishes they were. You are sat staring at the stars, wondering how this all came to be. The heat is rising, and it won't stop. 10 out of 10.
Round 2 has concluded. The loser is the moon with eclipse, and the winner is the sun with global warming. You have 3 minutes for your confession, Moon. Let the Shark Tank commence.
The lights switch to red and the shapes coalesce in the inky blackness as it swings around the room, jostling for position and dancing to the heartbeats of the tense guests.
This doesn't have to go down this way. We can start over.
No, we can't. Confess.
Moon stares for a moment as the clock ticks down.
You know who I am?
I do. Confess.
Moon looks back at her card, checks it, and looks back to the sun. Though we cannot see her face, incredulity is within her words.
Why would you... Do you not love me?
I did. Now, please, confess.
The clock ticks away. 2 minutes left. Moon's entire body trembles as she begins.
I was married once upon a time. Stupid, really. We are young and eloped as both a dare and the throes of an infatuation. But it gave me insight into my wife's difficult situation, especially with their siblings. I was supportive during the final stages of the tumult in the house. I defended them vehemently online, though it hurt my brand and got me targeted as part of a hate campaign more than once. But after 2 years of this situation never ending, and my wife unable to move on.
Moon stifles a sob and takes a moment to breathe before looking at the sun directly.
I was approached by someone who understood my plight. I kept a private blog where I'd occasionally share tidbits of what was going on to my socials. They found them and they sympathized. Not sure how, since it wasn't exactly popular, but they said if I did as they asked, provided certain info to the doctors at the inner sanctum about my wife and their sibling, they'd pay me enough money to leave her, leave Dondella and start over. Even got me a nifty identity change after the marriage was annulled. All I had to do was pass that info over and cut contact.
And it was easy, I take it?
Moon attempts to move around the table to Sun, but hesitates as she puts a hand up.
Don't. How dare you?
I always loved you. I still do. It was all too much, that's all. But we can still move past this. You can join me.
60 seconds.
You sold your wife and her family out, and you want her back because she caught you red-handed? Disgraceful.
Cowardly.
Unconscionable.
I don't care what any of you have to say. Only what she does. You have my life in your hands once again, but you always had my heart. So, what will it be?
The sun is practically vibrating in her seat, and on first glance, one could mistake it for an overwhelming emotional moment of reconciliation. But this is not a happy place.
You are the thing that dwelled in the stars, the unseeable beast in the deepest void that eats and eats without giving back. The light stealer that made every day of mine in that hellscape even gloomier. You took my life, and you wish to take my autonomy. Fuck you. You want that life without me so badly? I release you unto it.
The timer runs out as famine appears. All lights go out save for the one above Moon's chair, who is still reaching for Sun and pleading as her mask cracks to reveal the face of Minerva Gahart, now known as Misty Torelli, as she is pulled from her seat by unseen hands, her body growing limp before being tossed into a portal with a single building in the countryside, surrounded by twinkling stars. A hell of her own making.
Where does famine lead? Nobody knows, but it's a touch better than feast and a gulf away from freedom. Nevertheless, we continue with round 3.
Again, the cards are dispensed, and again the lights make that eerie switch from crimson red to oceanic blue, the shapes remaining in the absence of light and seemingly becoming faster the more you focus on them.
This next round will be very telling. Few humans wish to venture into its realm, and we know more about the stars above than much of what this location contains. It holds many secrets and gives none back. Let us begin with round 3, Creatures of the Deep.
So the round continues. The cards are dispensed, and the body language continues to wilt away as the remaining players see their futures laid before them.
The Sun picks the White Margin Stargazer. All that time watching, waiting, wishing, sat there only gazing upwards at the deep blue, each twinkling light exciting your very bones until the poison barbs break through and pierce whatever dares to block your view, no matter who it is. 2 out of 10. Jupiter picks Colossal Squid. Every culture has a tale about you. Some say you're as large as 3 admiral ships put together, others that of a small island. One thing is certain. You drag unsuspecting men to their graves if they get close. Not just fish, not just predators. Men. Those that survive tell tall tales of you, and nobody knows if they're true. But you leave scars on even the biggest creatures in the sea. Nobody forgets you, even if they know so little of you. 9 out of 10. Earth picks Blue Whale. Old, impossibly so by modern standards. But having so much experience and lingering so long comes with just as much pain as it does wisdom. How much have you lost on your long sojourn across the Big Blue? How long was that heartache? Do you even remember it? Your memory is vast, but your wisdom has its limits. One day, you will have the option to sink into the depths or go to the beaches. Which will you choose? 5 out of 10. Venus and Saturn pick Box Jellyfish and Lion's Mane. Thoughtless, heartless, spineless predators. You fuck, you eat, you live, and you die. Should anything get in your way, you simply wrap your barbs around it and shock it until it stops moving, until it ceases to resist. Nobody suspects you. Nobody needs to worry about you, for you are easy to avoid. It is only when we step into your world that we know true fear. 7 out of 10. Pluto picks Coffin Fish. Solitary, defensive, calculated. Should anything dare come close, you catch, puncture, and defend all at once. You can showcase your skills, yes, but are they all just for show? Someday you will let your guard down. Someone will float by, and you will match your namesake. 3 out of 10. Mercury picks Sloane's Viperfish. Well now, aren't you something? From a distance, an unsuspecting prey is brought in by the lights, the charm, the niceties. But once they get close and see you for what you truly are, it's already too late. A poor man's anglerfish and not nearly as talented. You are still a feared deep-sea predator, so long as you remember there's always bigger fish in the ocean. 6 out of 10. Mars picks the orca. You thought you'd get the shark, didn't you? Well, sorry to disappoint, but you are just that little bit more coordinated in your homicide, more tactile in your violence, more organized with your contemporaries when it comes to mob murder. Oh, yes. Yes, your deeds have not gone unnoticed. The whole ocean fears you and your like-minded kin. But remember, even the apex predators can be taken down. All that needs to be done is a little push towards land, and you're at the mercy of nature. Just keep swimming. 9 out of 10. Neptune picks the anglerfish. Lurking within the crushing, blinding depths, luring in its prey with false hope before snuffing it all out. Only seen when it wishes to be. Only the unseen devour it. The only thing to eat an anglerfish is another anglerfish. Or perhaps 10 out of 10. With that, round 3 comes to an end. Your winner is Neptune with the anglerfish, and your loser is the Sun with Stargazer. You have 3 minutes for your confession. Let the Shark Tank commence once more.
Crimson returns. The shapes dance and jostle for position. We know what this means.
I knew I couldn't run from this forever. After that display in the last round, I'm in no position to clutch my pearls.
Are you ready to confess?
I was always ready. I was ready from the moment I made the error, and I have carried it with me ever since. How many years has it been? 3? 4?
3 years, 8 months, 1 week, 22 days.
Of course you'd know. How could you forget?
Time is all I have. Confess.
I remember the night we had the argument. Everyone in the room was staring at us with these wide eyes, absolute horror and fear. Not just at what we were saying, but the way it seemed to bend the very foundations of the house around us. They were scared of it. No, they were scared of you. Things got heated. You turned to me, and I will never forget the look in your eyes. A look I have known since the day I was born and has haunted my every blink since. A look of desperation. You told me to tell them I know, that I have seen what you've seen. I knew, I had seen, but I met their gazes and I just froze. I remember looking back to you and the last light in your eyes began to go out. I felt a piece of myself die in that moment, you know.
The clock ticks away. 2 minutes.
Yet you still told them I was insane. Making it up. You threw me to the wolves so you could eat another meal and stay safe in their shelter. You killed me.
And not a day has gone by that I don't regret that. But I did something even worse. Something I'm not sure you even know about, but I will gladly face the feast if it means my conscience is cleared.
Jupiter mumbles something, but Neptune puts a hand up, leaning forward. 90 seconds.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
The night you were taken, you thought it was planned. That some unsightly individuals took you away from the home under the guise of a plan by the rest of us. But that wasn't the case. We hadn't even made a decision. Someone else had been watching us for a few nights. I know you sensed it too, but after the incident, you never spoke to me. I felt them loom over me more than once in the nights leading up to the day you left. The smell of rot, the flies buzzing around, the ugliness of their breathing. I hated it. But they didn't take me. They whispered something to me before moving to your bed, knocking you out, and disappearing into the night.
45 seconds. The crimson light is practically pulsating as the others lean forward.
Lie to them, or I will come for you, was all he said. But I felt the malice and hunger in his voice. I was so scared, you have to understand.
30 seconds.
When they asked me what happened, I told them I didn't know. That I suspected you were taken in the night, but no idea by who. That maybe you ran away, but I stressed it wasn't likely. We searched so hard for you before finding out where you were. We waited, but
15 seconds.
That was the last time I saw you. And I know that we are meant to be brutal in this, both in confession and in execution, so I will not ask you to be lenient or kind. I only ask you to hear me, and one day, forgive me.
A fever pitch as the clock counts down to 0.
I will always love you. You are me, I am you, we are twins. I do unto you as I would do unto myself.
Freedom appears above the screen and the lights glow a faint magenta. The sun's mask cracks and falls away as the tear-stained face of Lucinda Gahart stares ahead in disbelief. She can barely say anything, but hold back pain-racked sobs as gentle hands lead her to a small portal with an unknown destination, helping her through as the light is snuffed out and 2 words replace the aforementioned freedom. Coffee break.
We only know that which we don't know is dangerous and best left in the dark. It's too late for reconciliation, for realization and repentance. Do not waste your words when there are only so few we each get.
My, takes quite a bit of restraint for you to realize that. Are you quite well, Sir Saturn?
We have had enough time to think on our actions, our sins. We know full well it is our doing that we're all gathered here. The blame and the blood lay at our feet. I can gussy it up however I like, but it's a fucking mess.
How is it your fault? How could it possibly be any of our faults? We're just people dragged in from our homes for this sick little jigsaw-like game.
It's terrorism. Those dirty radicals want to take family values and ensure they never see the light of day, damaging free speakers and free thinkers like me in the process.
Dude, no, it's not radical leftists. You can't just blame things you're frightened of on those you don't like without proof.
Oh no? I take it you heard what happened to Professor Coleman and her subordinate Rawlins. Or what about the incident with Dr. Faust? Critical thinkers suffering terrible fates for daring to challenge basic principles.
You know how many queer people are murdered each year, Mars?
Oh, here we go, pushing your agenda onto us. Why can't you people just...
No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to run your fucking mouth and then play victim. You and all your little critical thinking friends left to play the playground bully game, and it's not flying here. You post all this hateful shit under the guise of humor, or that the snowflakes can't handle it. But then when the snowflakes actually say something, you clutch your damn pearls and act like you are the victim.
We are the victims. In case you haven't noticed, young lady, we are at war with the...
Mercury reaches over the table and volleys a fist into Mars as hard as they can.
Then consider this a parting shot, you fucking pig. I know exactly who you are. Tell the human trafficking alpha male, the mold-addled face of the turfs, the politicians hiding behind anti-woke meme accounts who want us to either be pussies that say nothing or crazy radicalists who overreact when our deaths are fodder for more jokes. Tell it to the people who with one single tweet can send a queer person to their grave. Meanwhile, incalculable brain-rotted influencers broadcast their commentary and reactions to their equally brain-rotted audiences who regurgitate them like little mascots to seem cool. All because they're afraid of their classmate putting on a fucking dress!
Mercury leans over and grabs Mars by the collar, masks almost bumping. Around them, a heavy booming begins to rise, the murky waters beginning to rush with activity.
One patriot, one devotee. I can ruin your entire being. Wouldn't take much to find your info, your dead name. Broadcast that from a harmless little throwaway account. Maybe some famous author picks it up. Maybe an influencer. Who knows who it might get back to that has a grudge for creatures like you. Might even be one among your own. A beast among beasts.
Mercury hits Mars again, this time in the stomach as they wheeze. Mercury starts kicking as the room pulsates in time with each violent kick. Something is wrong.
Fuck you! Tell that to all your gender inquisition friends who ask children to see their genitals to prove that they are who they say they are. To the grown-ass adults who make them feel unsafe for entering any bathroom. Who mercilessly hound them and pervert their entire existence. We know damn well what you're doing. Moving the goalposts bit by fucking bit until we're pushed to the precipice. Hide or convert or die. You want to see a beast? I'll show you a goddamn beast!
Neptune runs over and grabs Mercury from behind before they can stomp on Mars's head.
Stop! That's enough! You think you're gonna make your point clear by killing him? That anarchic violence is the only way?
Revolution is the only way forward, Neptune! We do not get anywhere without radical change. What are you, a centrist?
I am not murdering this man without a fair contest. People must be held accountable and given the opportunity to reflect and change. Even scum like him. You kill him, you have become his narrative of what he perceives you to be. Do you speak for every person in the community? Would they want you to wake up tomorrow in even greater fear because of your actions?
No, of course not.
Then sit down and let the game play out.
Guess what, you evil cunt? I will die before I change who I am. And if they dig me a grave, I'll make sure you're buried along with me. Marsha P. Johnson once said, "My body was a bridge for you to cross. My body, on the other hand, is the wall you'll never scale, nor the one you can break through."
Mercury spits on Mars before storming back over to take their seat. Mars gets up and nurses their stomach.
Whatever you are, God will judge you when you die. Of that you can be assured.
Man, fuck your God. This is a place of freedom, not Christian nationalism.
From now, we're coming. Like a cicada, we're waking up and beginning to rise.
If you two are quite finished, I wish to ask a question before our break is over. Do we know for certain that famine or freedom aren't just our own demise? We have no reason to believe this game will set us free, or that it will play fairly. We've seen it can be violent, and feast is very much what it says it is. But something in me is concerned. This is a game we will lose.
If it is a chance to lay our sins bare, perhaps at best we lose. We have lived a long time with ours. We would relish the chance to see them excised.
Venus and Saturn hold hands and affirm their commitment.
To hear you say those words, to actually hear you recognize your own failures, you really have changed, haven't you?
We've tried. It has not been easy.
But any effort is worth it if it means we can be reunited.
All who wish to get to heaven must first go through hell.
The group looked to Jupiter, who points to the screen, showcasing the quote and the end of the coffee break.
Indeed, you all have your sins, your great regrets, and your specters in the closets. It's time to let them out, to consume your flesh, and for those at home watching with glee at your very downfall, to live with the fear they themselves won't one day end up in these seats. Human nature is so fascinating, isn't it? We are so easily corrupted by the powers we are given or that we take. Very rarely are we ever infallible, held to a standard by those who see us as more than we are. Strangers desperate for companionship, projecting their loves onto us like a specter haunting every room. Of course, some sins are not to be forgiven, but others? Well, the recovery of failure is not as delectable a tea as the downfall, is it? No, that is what brings everyone together on Shark Tank. The idea that you watch people fail and relish that it's not you. After all, you're safe behind that computer screen, aren't you?
The group shifts uncomfortably as Kronos chuckles before turning his attention back to the group.
Things are heating up, so it's time to give the people what they want. Suffering.
The lights shift, and for a split second, you could almost see the glint of a camera in the distance before it is once again engulfed by the shapes of the deep sea. This time, a deep crimson is accompanied by bright orange hues rising from the bottom, bubbling and frothing as if near a volcanic rock. No, it's different. As the cards pop out, the group realize why.
Let us begin. Round 4. Circles of Hell. Earth picks greed. A man who had everything one could wish for within his station. Love, security, knowledge, and respect. But it wasn't enough, for he wanted more than he was permitted. Isn't that always the way, though? A life yearning for that which we cannot have could be argued as a life of pursuance and therefore meaning beyond meaning. Love is the ultimate driver of passion, but it can also be its absolute ruin. Could this be lust too? Well, perhaps, but it is the greed of wanting more that stains your name. 4 out of 10. Neptune picks wrath. Rage isn't a defining word for what you feel on a near constant basis. Apoplectic may be a more apt term, but maybe there's not even a word in the human vocabulary to rival your emotions. What else could a human being crushed to the cells that make up who they are, only to be reformed anew, feel? At every turn you have been wronged, manipulated, lied to, and used. Wrath is, of course, intoxicating. It keeps your belly full and renders you drunk with its power. But it will turn on you too, given enough time. 7 out of 10. Jupiter picks envy. Of course you have envy. What else could you be? Your story is yet to be told, so I will not spoil it here and ruin your grand entrance. But rest assured, upon reflection by all who know you past, present, and future, this will not be a surprise. It is the spear of Longinus with which you once wielded that will pierce your puce heart and spill its contents. Your ending is not yet written, but I doubt it will be a happy one, because I don't know if you're capable of contentment. 6 out of 10. Mercury picks betrayal. Impietas, the lowest circle of the Abrahamic hell, yet it is shared universally amongst all beliefs and cultures that betrayers are scum. For you have to turn on your own people, your own kind, and sell out anyone from your colleagues to your kin in order to get what you want. Not the half-hearted betrayal of one under duress either. No, this is a frozen wasteland reserved for those with hearts that bear the same material as its surroundings. You sit atop a pile of bodies that look just like your own, barely stuttering a breath as they take their last. Your retribution will be brutal. 9 out of 10. Saturn and Venus pick pride. You, like all caregivers before you, sought to ensure your guidance was somehow better than the way you were brought into this world and educated. However, you fell into the same pit all do when undertaking this path of folly. You gave birth to an all-new brand of monster.
Like Victor Frankenstein and his electrical machinations, you play creator and destroyer all in the span of a generation. You devoured your firstborn, only to spare the rod for the latter spawn. But it was too late to change, and you know it. You will never undo the mistakes you made. You set this all in motion, and you must watch the world burn for it. 3 out of 10. Pluto Bix, Sloth. How long do you plan on sitting at the edge of infinity and bearing witness to the atrocities committed? Do you intend to hide away in the cold interior of these dead buildings until you can join them inanimately? The world will not stop for you. It will not bend its knee to you, and it will not change for you. You must adapt to it while not losing yourself. And yet, you completely lack the constitution to do even the decent thing and tell the truth now it's staring you in the face. It is not your actions that have brought you here, but your inactions. You suffer by doing nothing. 5 out of 10. Mars, Gluttony. You have so much ambition that if it were a commodity, you'd be rich in that too. Like all men of your upbringing, generation, and station, you are not happy with what you have. But unlike envy, you're more than willing and capable of getting what you want. Contentment isn't the issue. It is simply a desire for more. But even in your case, it's unique. You don't just want more power, more authority, more respect. No, you want more death. More bodies of those types piling up in unmarked graves. More reports of people going missing. More undesirables being lampooned across all forms of social communication. More until none are left. The goalposts will keep moving until they're so inexorably far apart that they cannot be met. And when they are gone, your greedy eye will turn to the others in that community, the ones who played ally, until only your people remain. But it will never be enough blood. Not until there's just 2 left, ready to eat each other for final supremacy and an ocean of flesh and tears surrounding you. 1 out of 10. That concludes round 4. The winner is Mercury with Betrayal, and the loser is Mars with Gluttony. You have 3 minutes for your confession. Time starts now.
Lights, shapes, the throbbing of a dwindling audience within, and an unknowable one without. A pin could drop as the countdown begins.
I will not stand for this. Do you hear me? I am the highest authority in Dardera. I will be heard.
You're not standing, you're sitting. You're not the highest authority because you're here. You are being heard because it's your confession. Less than 3 minutes to determine your fate. So let's go. Clock's ticking. Don't you want to make Dundala great again?
I will not be mocked by a child, by a degenerate, by people like you.
Oh, I'm not mocking you any more than you and your little talking heads do to everyone else you dislike. What's the matter, Snowflake? Is it just cringe when someone hurts your little feelings, but super cool when you do it?
How dare you? You think you got the upper hand here, in this pathetic little game? Mark my words, when I get out of this, I will...
You know this isn't a game. You know you won't get out unless I deem it so. You've wasted 30 seconds trading barbs with me, and it's not influenced my decision at all.
Mars drops to his knees and begins praying, his voice almost wailing as he does so.
Oh, Holy Lord in heaven, my Savior, Jesus Christ, please protect me and grant me amnesty for the things I have done. Forgive these people, for they know not the evils they commit against you. Please, Jesus, spare your loyal soldier and grant me eternity at your side.
I think he's leaving you on red. This really how you want to spend your last 2 minutes? Confession is a natural part of your faith. I'd not recommend going to meet your savior with a guilty conscience. But what do I know? I'm just a heretic.
Mercury puts their feet up on the desk and leans back. Mars keeps reciting his prayer until the clock ticks past the 90-second mark. He grows silent.
He's not coming. This is it, isn't it? I'm about to meet the great beyond. My work not nearly finished.
Seems that way. But from what I know, that won't curry you much favor with him if you go with all that baggage. Confess.
Mars's hands, shaking and still clasped in prayer, fall to his side as he gets up, head bowed and hands rapidly turning into fists.
I confess. I funded a special group of like-minded individuals to uproot problem elements within our beautiful, God-fearing town and eradicate them. We masqueraded it as a health clinic, a way to help those struggling with maladies of all kinds, but we employed people who knew a thing or two about conversion, suggestive cognition, and returning people to the way society expects them to be. Someone in our R&D department came up with the Cicada Chamber program, and so it became a part of our therapeutic services, eventually forming the slogan underneath the title, The Inner Sanctum.
60 seconds. The reaction around the table was that of horror, anger, and disgust. The shapes swam closer to Mars.
I'd do it again. I'd send everybody in those chambers if they failed to change to the way God made them. Send them right back to his throne for divine judgment if we were unable to do his bidding down here. The moment they went into the facility, they were no longer people to me. I love the Antlion's work, sloppy and medieval though it may be, for he is carrying out our will, and I'd see him do it for as long as he sees fit. He is a hero to this nation.
30 seconds.
Call me what you like. The Lord will vindicate my work. I even ensured the latest missing person was named appropriately on the news. Not that stupid, made-up shit you people do to yourselves. No, the genuine article.
Before Mars could say another word, Mercury slammed the feast button, and the air in the room turned foul. As if rotten meat had been strewn about the room, Mars's mask cracked and broke away to reveal the face of Dondella's governor, Leonardo Di Stefano, a radical reformist politician who platformed on a campaign of more religion, more family values, and a populist policy of change. Suspicions ran rife that he bought his votes, but it could not be proven. It would later be revealed that he had a prior criminal record for coercion and sexual assault within his parish. But naturally, it had been expunged.
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not wander.
This time, the shadows dove in to take pieces of him. Bit by bit, they tore him away until his torso was mangled, his eyes wide and full of fear.
You've already strayed too far. Now go to the abyss.
Mars is devoured by the darkness, his blood spraying the seat and the table as small chunks of his flesh are spat out.
With that unpleasantness done, we must move forward. Time waits for no man. We've seen your sins, we've seen calamities, and as we weed out the numbers, we get to those things in Sturgeon that lurk around every corner. The unmentionables nobody likes to think about. Round 5. Mythical Monsters. Venus and Saturn pick the Sleeping Giant. You've known of this beast, the last giant under the mountain, for some time. In fact, you've known about it your whole lives and never said a damn thing to anyone. Inherited knowledge, a family secret, a taboo, a skeleton so deep in the closet it may as well be in the catacombs that run under the property. This is from an ancient land, one that worships the last giant in the hopes it never wakes back up. They keep it placated with dreams of never-weres, must-nots, and maybes. This largely hidden tribe has rituals that make your skin crawl with familiarity. Why is that? The sleeping giant will awaken again eventually, and it will shake your manor when it does. 5 out of 10. Jupiter picks the Shapeshifter. Ah, yes, this one. Call it by many names, it rings true across humanity. Some we won't utter here, but Fleshgate seems to be apropos. Why are we so scared of the things that look like us, but not quite? When we were huddled around open fires and the dark was only kept at bay by its meager flames, what else sat with us? We know it wasn't other tribes, natural predators or prey, but the cave paintings suggest it was something else. The unseen threat. It can almost perfectly mimic us. Almost. Maybe you'll be the one to snuff out the threat. Or will your last words be played back to you as a macabre epitaph? 7 out of 10. Earth, the great spine. It lays deep within the earth and bears the weight of those on its curved back. Always building, always fighting, always digging. Still, it persists and it bears the brunt of the weight, for that is its purpose. One day, that spine may snap and the world shall fall. Or maybe, just maybe, the creature attached to the spine shall stretch to its true height and emerge. Time will tell, and time is rarely ever patient. 9 out of 10. Neptune picks the Chimera. Long has it been rumored that there exists a creature that can change itself, adapt and learn through each struggle it encounters. A hand of one beast, a face of another. It has been speculated to be an amalgamation of animals. But what if it was something more? What if it were a new kind of life form? One that took the secrets of the old and combined them with the present. A human that could do more. Terrifying or benevolent? Well, that remains to be seen. You've got the whole world in your hands. 8 out of 10. Pluto picks Noldus. They are dead. They have been discovered. They are no longer mythical. 0 out of 10. Mercury picks the Sphinx, the legendary beast that guards the ancient tombs and treasures. It befuddles the traveler with riddles, and if it fails to answer them, it will devour them whole. So I ask you, traveler, what is the secret of the Shark Tank? 6 out of 10. Round 5 has concluded. The winner is Earth with the Chimera, and the loser is Pluto with Noldus. 3 minutes on the clock for your confession.
Red, beasts in the shadows, tension. It begins again.
Forgive me. You, mother, father, my siblings. Forgive me.
You never needed my forgiveness. Only my understanding and my love. You have both in spades, my lad. Go ahead.
I will meet my end with grace and dignity. I confess to not doing my due diligence. No, for once I will not hide behind flowery words. I failed as a brother. I failed as a person. I sat away locked in my room, then the study, then the graveyard, reading, immersing myself in worlds far kinder than this one because I couldn't face the changes in my house and out there. People dying by the thousands for wanting to exist in one place freely where another says they cannot. People dying for who they wish to love. People dying for the right to better their education or pray to who they believe in or lack thereof. So much hatred and broadcast to us at a near constant pace. It is maddening. This is not a world designed to live and experience in without ridicule and scorn. It is meant to be trudged through with reckless abandon, a stiff upper lip when the going gets tough, and resigned frustration when it gets worse. Small happinesses are permitted along the way. Little treats are all we get because we can afford nothing more. We float in a miasma of nostalgia because we have nothing but our past to look for comfort. I simply took it to an extreme level, it seems.
Pluto's hands shake. 2 minutes.
I'm sorry. I just wish this to be known before I'm gone. I deserve nothing but feast, and I will accept that. In fact, I already confessed to my sins. You see, I wrote them in my journal for anyone to find should they make it into the tomb that I was hiding in. I confess to knowing full well of my siblings' unique abilities, to forsaking my twin in their plight and pretending I knew nothing of their special nature. Though I had my suspicions of who took them, I did not say that either. Partly out of resentment for our parents for putting them in that position, partly out of a desire to be left alone. Selfish all the same. I confess to helping Gale with his sick experiments in the graveyard, though I swear on my very soul I did not know what he was doing with the bodies, nor who lay in them. I would sooner have put myself in the ground than take part had I known.
I know you would have, son. I answered your call that final night. Don't you remember?
Pluto looked at Earth, tilting their head to the side.
I only called to inquire about Mother and Father. You said there'd been a fire.
No, son. You called to tell me you committed a horrific sin. The worst kind of sin imaginable. One against your own blood. You were crying. You said you didn't deserve to live. I told you that wasn't true. That we could work things out. But before I could speak further, you told me you were dead already, and the line went dead. That was some time ago.
Oh gods, I can't remember. Why can't I remember?
There is a silence in the room as the clock continues to count down. 60 seconds.
Are you really going to say nothing? 2 of your children are about to be removed from this plane of existence, and you won't even acknowledge them. You may have changed, but you are still the same heartless beasts I began serving so long ago.
Venus and Saturn shift in their seats as Pluto looks straight ahead at Earth.
What is there to say? I can't fix this. I can't make it better. So what would be the point?
I do not want them or need them. My only parental figure was you, and that was all I ever needed. I am responsible for my siblings' kidnapping, imprisonment, and the horrors they went through in that coffin. I'm no different to the other monsters we've sent to the abyss. If you ever cared for me, you know you must do what is right.
60 seconds.
If you are among us, dearest sibling, Lux, know that I love you, I see you, and I will forever regret my decisions that put you here in the pit of the abyss with us. While I go to stranger tides, I will never stop looking for a way to get back to you. You are the bravest and strangest of us all, but strange is by far the best thing about any of us.
Phineas.
Pluto's mask breaks away to reveal the tear-stained face of the once stoic Phineas Gahart, who smiles and nods to Earth.
I am ready. I am content.
Earth looks around the room first, and with trembling hands, makes his choice. Freedom.
Your story does not end here, son. There's still more reading for you to do. Maybe start with that old story I told you about the last giant under the mountain. No time like the present.
A portal opens up behind Phineas, its destination obscured from us. Perhaps we will learn someday. A wind picks up through the room as the shadows slip away from him and the light turns amber. His chair begins to pull away from the table, and he utters one final word before being dragged through and onto the other side.
Father.
I know.
Coffee break.
You spoke out of turn at the end there, Earth.
If I were not a man of my age or constitution, I would smack you where you stand. I may have served you my entire life, but in here, those rules do not bind me. How could you watch your own flesh and blood go without saying anything? How could you be so callous?
I do not take joy in watching what happened happen, but I had no choice. My sins are already too heavy a burden. Bearing weakness now will only make it harder to confess them. You are right. I am callous, not by choice, but by circumstance.
Seems more like cowardice to me, but I don't know you from Adam, so whatever.
No, you're right. It is like cowardice. We're learning every day to try and do better, but it's an uphill struggle. I don't know what the right thing to say is, when to say it, or how.
If your sins are to be put on the chopping block, will you own up to them? Will you admit to what you did? To him?
I would confess to any wrongdoings against Phineas and more.
Not just him. Your eldest, too. The firstborn.
Do you speak for him? Is he not among us to speak for himself?
An ugly silence permeates the room for a handful of seconds before Jupiter speaks again.
He is not here. Truth be told, I don't know where he is. None of us do. I speak in his stead, as does Neptune. We only ask that, should your sins be the ones up to confess, you ensure transparency. Absolution is coming for us all.
We will do what needs to be done, if our ticket is called. Lord knows we've sat with the burden long enough, painful though it may be.
You do not know the meaning of the word painful.
The lights dimmed and, for a moment, the group were bathed in total darkness. Not your usual darkness, not the dead of night wake from sleep darkness, nor the one someone may experience during a comatose period. No, this was as if all life and sentience was snuffed out, if but for a moment. An all-encompassing, crushing yet absent darkness, an eclipse of the soul. But as soon as it came, it went. Replacing it, the visage of Kronos signaling the coffee break was over.
With that, we move to our next round, one with an intent to widen the scope of human ambition and to signify how utterly small it is in one go. For we may survive calamities from Mother Nature, the monsters in the night both familiar and otherwise, the afterlives we envision or fear for our souls. But there's more out there than we know. So much more. We are but a dust mote, a single-celled organism in the rapidly expanding body of a behemoth, a fractal of a blink that this reality will barely acknowledge. Within this vast, unknowable expanse, we personify forces as beasts, or, better yet, we call them Round 6, Celestial Phenomena. Neptune picks Hoag's Object. What a phenomena this is to behold. Imagine looking upon all of creation and, with what limited knowledge you possess, seeing something that wasn't just new, it was undefinable. It broke the barriers of normalcy, of scientific reasoning, of physics themselves. That is you. An object floating into an arena of strangeness, barely quantifiable. One day, we will figure you out. But until then, you'll be a curiosity we look to for answers. Jupiter picks Supermassive Black Hole. That which all things in the universe both fear and recognize as the great inevitability should they exist long enough within its confines. An end result of something that burns brightly and leaves its husk behind to feast on whatever dares come near. But it is never satisfied. So it grows. It inverts and becomes the ultimate blot upon the skyline and the space which it occupies. It devours
until there is nothing left. 10 out of 10. Mercury picks Oumuamua. Studies say that this unique shape does not follow the conventions of any known asteroid, meteorite, or naturally built structure floating through space at an exorbitant pace. Yet, here you are. You even entered our solar system and passed close enough to be noticed, far enough to not cause any damage. How interesting. Almost as if there's more to you that meets the eye. 4 out of 10. Earth picks Pillars of Creation. Every time you are rendered by artists, it seems to fail to capture the true beauty of what you are. Perhaps that is by design. I wonder what humans of the 21st century would think if they were able to view you in your glory at a cursory glance. Would we scroll on within a few seconds the way we do most things? Would it even stir the deadened dopamine receptors within us to know that there was pure beauty beyond our borders? From you, all things spread, the best and worst of us. When you look upon us, are you proud or are you fearful? 8 out of 10. Saturn and Venus pick Dark Matter. You are nothing. You are an anti-material. You haunt every facet of reality, yet you are never seen. We know you exist by the energy you bring to anything you touch. A thing we can never be rid of. 1 out of 10. The rounds come faster and faster. This concludes with Jupiter winning once again with supermassive black hole, and Saturn and Venus losing with dark matter. Confession has once again descended upon the Shark Tank. Begin!
So it goes. The clock starts its grisly countdown and the remaining contestants shift, squirm, and struggle. Cerulean serenity gives way to an infection of crimson. It is time. 3 minutes.
Very well. Since Lucinda is here, I can only assume at least one other member of our family may be sat among us. So I will direct this to you.
I just want to hear you say it. I want to hear you admit to all of us what you did, why you did it, and how you're sorry. I want them to know what monster hides underneath human skin and masquerade as their family.
That's not fair. It was a different time. We tried to learn and grow, to understand as the world changed around us.
Jupiter slams a fist down onto the table, their bodies shaking with rage as they push the pain-racked screech out of their throat.
I want to hear you fucking say it! Say it was your Judas, your viper in the trees, your abomination you had to hide away from the world. Say it!
Is this what B would want? Would he wish for you to play judge, jury, and executioner of his parent? If you were close to him, surely you would understand. Are they callous? Yes, absolutely. But you cannot condemn them for.
When I want your opinion, I will ask for it. Bennett is in a sea of confusion, unable to make decisions for himself or even represent his own pain properly. If you were capable of that, he would be here. Instead, it is left to myself and Neptune to pick up the broken pieces while he runs from his problems and whatever threats he thinks are over his shoulder. He cannot help anyone until he helps himself. So, I ask you again, Patriarch and Matriarch of the Gahart family, speak.
Earth shifts in his seat as Saturn puts a hand on Venus's shoulder. 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
When our firstborn came into the world, we were a family of status. We were raised in such a way that a certain code of ethics and a culture of religion came along for the ride. Behave in this way, do these things, never those things, understand the house rules and that of the holy book, so on. All those things are fine, but not to be adhered to in a militant manner. Of course, we didn't know that then. We were so young, had an image to uphold, and the code was the code. My father, Oliver, wasn't always there. When he was away, it was left to my mother and her lover to instill those values into me. Of course, Father tried to open my mind to more fair ways of thinking upon his return, but I was bitter and stuck in my ways.
I never wanted a relationship. Never wanted children. But our marriage was an agreement between two powerful families, and I was told what I needed to do, who I needed to love. There was no option forward but passivity. I was 19 years old, and I had met your father just once, 3 months prior. I did as instructed, but resentment grew between us when I could not give him what he wanted. Both being young, he didn't understand or want to. The word asexual wasn't a well-utilized term then, and it would not have been tolerated had it been so.
2 minutes. The shapes danced. Anticipation grew.
I was a terrible husband. I spent more and more time away from the house, partied and cheated. I met my future mistress one night out, a person who seemed to dance in an almost hypnotic pattern, captivating me with barely a word. Noelle de Leon. She took my heart on my first affair and was pregnant by the third. Of course, the first child of the Gerard family could not be an illegitimate one, born from a fling, so after some discussion, arrangements were made. Noelle sold the baby to us and was gently instructed to move out of Dondella, far from Sturgeon. It broke my heart, but it had to be done. 14 months later, our second eldest was born. We tried in our own foolish way to raise them, but with Bennett's proclivities and Phineas's eccentricities, we left it up to the house staff to educate them.
I tried to be a doting mother. Truly, I did. But I felt such little connection to Bennett, the bastard spawn of my husband's infidelity, and a vast gulf between myself and the world Phineas inhabited, that I often found myself adrift, hating myself for not wanting to be closer, and yet unable to find a path there. Instead, a numbing absence of emotion overtook me, and I knew I was losing them every day. As they grew, so did Bennett's proclivities for art. A truly talented boy. We saw so much potential to elevate the family name, but we were incapable of patience or empathy, and so when Bennett fell in love, we saw it as a distraction and would not tolerate it. We took steps to keep them apart and isolated Bennett as we had Phineas. It left scars on them both in different ways. Where Phineas sank further into himself, Bennett lashed out.
60 seconds. The tension was palpable. The air grew hot and steam rose from the shapes around the group.
After a decade of pain, trials, and tribulations, with no small intervention from Oliver, my father, he began making conscious efforts to change, even in small ways. And then the twins were born. We saw it as a chance to change our ways as parents, as people. We sought to bring them up more liberally, to try and engage more. As a result, they were happier, well-rounded and adjusted. All sins come back to haunt us, and those manifested in what happened.
We reverted to our old selves the night of the disappearance. Now I see a family connected by blood and very little else. I cannot help it, and I know an apology without sincerity would only make things worse. We came here knowing full well what would happen to us. We accept it. We deserve it.
One thing that is indisputable. We did the best we could. We still love our children in our own way. Whatever happens, happens. We set this all in motion. We see it to its logical conclusion. That is our confession.
30 seconds. They hold hands and stare Jupiter down, who is shaking as he turns to Neptune, sharing a long stare before they shake their head. 20 seconds passes before Jupiter's shaking subsides. He takes in a breath and hits famine.
Killing you would put a foul taste in my mouth and likely ensure Bennett never speaks to me again. I won't do that to him. Go. Live with the damage you created and spend the rest of your miserable lives wishing you could make it right, knowing you can't. Your children will grow older and stay distant. You will never know their love, and that is your own doing, not theirs.
The portal opens up behind Saturn and Venus, whose masks begin to break away to reveal the faces of Magnus and Desiree Gahart, the parents of the Gahart children. They look tired. Very, very tired.
You must care for Bennett very much. Are you close?
More than you could ever know.
Then pass on a message for us. Whatever he is and whatever he does, we accept him, and he will always be our son. We all have our failures. We still love him.
With that, the two are guided to the portal, a facsimile of the Gahart family estate, before it closes. The deep azure blue returns, and Kronos appears again.
We're getting close now, folks. So very, very close. Agonizingly so. What better way to commemorate the end than to have a round dedicated to it? For what else is there to ponder but the end of all things? Long after this ball of rock is gone, the universe persists. But all things end. All is finite. In this round, we will reverse the fortunes. The smallest number wins. Memento Mori. Round 7. The end. Neptune picks the great devouring of the universe. Similar to the black hole theorem, only on a much, much grander scale. All things will fall into the great maw, the unflinching jaws, the schism itself. Nothing will escape it, not even light. Only darkness awaits you. You will be left screaming into the void, and it will not answer. 9 out of 10. Jupiter picks Kugel Blitz, Event Horizon. All the energy concentrated and honed to a fine point. Heat, light, and radiation coming together to form a brilliant event horizon. A visage of something so beautiful and intimidating, but nothing more than a prelude to the end. After all, art begets destruction. Most beautiful things have something horrifying within them or surrounding them, and you are no different. Those hands that could make beauty only invite destruction. Much like the Blitz, you will destroy everything around you, come hell or high water. 6 out of 10. Mercury picks nuclear hellfire or asteroid. Man will always be the biggest scourge of his own kind's existence, a creature gifted with unrivaled intellect and using it to find new and creative ways to implement destruction of all forms of life on an unimaginable scale. To have that power for offense or defense matters not when it is wielded by those who see others as competition, and lesser, othering them to the point that the trigger finger on the launch codes gets far too itchy. Should we escape the horrors of nuclear winter, may a great calamity from the heavens bring with it a new extinction event, for we are already enacting the 6th mass extinction in the Holocene. Let it end for us with the 7th. Shame on us and on you for what we have done. 5 out of 10. Earth picks old age and time itself.
Time, the most patient of all killers. It waits as the most stalwart creatures and spectral objects crumble to dust. Even as it too falls onto its own sword of Damocles, it does so with a smile. Time comes for us all. Memento Mori. 10 out of 10. And with that, we see a true reversal of roles. Our winner is Mercury with nuclear hellfire, and our loser, Earth, with time. How unfortunate. Still, we move to the confessional stage.
We dance once more in the dreaded red light. 3 minutes.
I knew many people at this table. You are not one of them. But I will confess, all the same, for those still listening, I only ask you ensure a message gets passed on to one particular member of the family, should any of you make it out of here. I have served the Gerhardt family for over 40 years. I watched that house flourish and thrive with each generation, and was proud to be their steward, their ward, and their guide where I could. But I am no different to the other confessionals we have heard here. I failed, and I deserve to be part of this contest. My card of sin was correct. I did want more than I was permitted. I fell hopelessly in love with the last patriarch of the family, Oliver. A kind, considerate, and adventurous man I admired more than words. I would do anything for him, then as much as I would now. Alas,
takes a deep breath.
He did not return my affections, but he did understand them and sought to try and alleviate my heartbreak with true friendship. When he left on his last expedition, the one from which he would not return, he made me promise to look after the latest children of the Gerhardt family and guide them where their parents could not. How could I say no?
But your guidance failed, didn't it?
Regrettably, it was not enough. I did my best to be their confidant, to ensure they felt safe no matter the situation. But inevitably, I failed to see the oncoming storm. The burden falls on my shoulders for how things turned out, just as much as it does Magnus and Desiree. I feel like a failed parent just as much as they do. I confess that my inaction and inability to be the parent they needed led to this disaster. I accept the consequences.
Earth sits silent for the remainder of the confession as Mercury composes themselves before replying.
And what message am I to pass on before I read their judgment?
Tell Lux that Oliver is within the mountain with the last giant, and that if they trust themselves, it will all work out. To remember, while there may only be 3 bees in all of Europe, they can still find a colony. They can still fly. They can still be free. Tell them I love them, and I will see them again. I believe in them.
20 seconds. The bloodlust is at a fever pitch despite the maudlin tone, as if the things unseen are baying for blood, begging Mercury to indulge them. Yet, they don't. Their hand hits freedom, and Earth's confused face is revealed as the mask cracks away to reveal that of Rodney Saunders, butler for the Gahart family.
Why?
Because you're one of those same bees, and I will not be the one to stop you flying. Tell Lux the message yourself, one day.
The portal opens up. An unfamiliar garden appears as Saunders is led to it. He turns one last time to address Mercury before the portal closes.
I hope you pay close attention to your card.
The atmosphere maintained its intensity as the final round approached. The pulsating increased and the shapes rushed about the room as if ravenous. It all reached a peak state of hype before dissipating in one go. The bright lights, the ravenous shapes, the almost game show style effects died at once. Now, there was a single spotlight hanging over the table, still strewn with the viscera of former competitors, swinging from side to side and casting unsettling shadows over the three remaining participants. Kronos reappeared, haggard and desiccated, his hologram glitching as his body twitched. With a shaking hand, he pointed to the group and rattled out a single word, ushering in the round. Death. No light changes, no sounds, no moving shapes. Absolute silence greets the players as the cards are manifested from the abyss. A smoky complexion adorning the edges of their bezel. Mechanically, purposefully, they take their cards as our little game comes to a close.
Final round. Ways to die. Neptune. Götterdämmerung. Twilight of the Gods. Legends speak of the ruin you will wreak across space, time, and reality. Long have you been prophesied to careen from the heavens themselves and smash into the earth, uprooting trees, houses, and mountains. You will awaken the last giant under the mountain, and while invoking the name of the formless god, bring the calamity upon our world just as Anglaron once experienced in that kingdom of forgotten rulers and strange machinations. From you, new life will spring forth, but you will not be there to see it. Jupiter, the rapture. You have waited for this day. They told you in the white room that smelled of sulfur you would one day stand hand in hand with your protege and watch this world tear itself apart like a rat king. Death will come for you in the absence of divine light by the ones you love most. Your ending will be the longest goodbye. 6 out of 10. Mercury. Did you figure it out yet? All these people seemingly intertwined and interconnected amid their disdain, their love, and their ideals. But where did you ever fit in with them? Only you know the answer to that. But did you figure out the riddle of the Sphinx? What is the secret of the shark tank? It is to be devoured. 3 out of 10. So the final round is completed and the curtain is almost ready to fall. It has been a pleasure being your manifested host for this evening. Our loser is Mercury. Our joint winners are Jupiter and Neptune. For in the shark tank's uterus, 2 pups can survive. Mercury, make your confession. The world is watching.
The timer starts up. Small circular ring lights pop up around the formless void, and a sea of cameras sit behind them, each one focusing and blinking. The shapes were the various lenses popping in and out, or so it seems. 3 minutes. Mercury is shaking like a leaf.
It's a live stream. All of this time, it's been streamed on the internet? To who? To where? Is this some dark web shit? Or are we just playthings for some fucking streamers to sit and react to? As we're systematically murdered?
Silence. The other 2 don't speak or move. There is a low hum in the room.
Answer me! Are we just eating each other for fun? For their sick amusement? To prove a fucking point? Are we really debasing ourselves to further fuel the notion that human beings can't go 24 hours without consuming content that they know is bad for them? That fucking rage bait is the greatest driver of engagement and profit? That morally good people get their kicks from attaching their happiness to the downfall of their icons? Because what? Now they're miserable too? What the fuck are we?
We are sharks, and we're waiting for your confession. All of the above is opinion-based. You cannot reduce humanity, its nuances, its complexities, and its prejudices down to a single perspective, and to do so is pointless. Every word you speak, every idea uttered, will inevitably infuriate, offend, and outrage someone. 6 people sit in an elevator, they will have 9 opinions. There will always be someone consuming information like a gluttonous mass without thought or feeling. Someone who meticulously combs every facet to be the cleverest person in the room for a fraction of a second because they require validation. Some silence, unless their particular brand of information becomes viable. Endless variations of endless people, and it's all so boring.
Confess, Mercury. That is why we're here.
2 minutes, 30 seconds. Mercury puts their head in their hands.
I have nothing to confess.
Liar. You will not lie to me a second time. Don't you dare do that after what we went through.
I never intended.
Confess. Now.
90 seconds. The boom increases.
I was admitted to the inner sanctum a while ago. You can guess the reason. Rich family didn't want to see their daughter all messed up in the head over what gender she is or isn't, and who she likes or doesn't. They did horrible things to me. Unspeakable. I spent weeks begging for death. Told if I didn't accept their doctrine, I'd go to the cicada room. And I did not want to go there. I knew what happened if I went in. I wouldn't come back out. The sheer volume of people who never came out.
60 seconds. The cameras zoom in. The boom is beginning to shake the environment.
One day, someone comes to my cell. I don't see their full face, but I see the smile. It's that of a kid who's ready to play with a new toy. Almost innocent, but dripping with the sadism of a twisted adult. I was told I had a choice. Go to the cicada room, or do some recon work for the sanctum. In exchange, I'd be let out and could go home. I'd have to follow some troubled case and report back everything they did. But I was only thinking of myself, and I agreed if it meant that I could survive.
30 seconds. A fever pitch. Mercury's mask begins to crack.
Shark Tank. We all eat each other to survive. I deserve this, don't I? I confess to abusing your trust and ensuring you were always going to end up here, in this trap, in the clutches of the very monsters you sought to escape from and take down.
20 seconds. Neptune looks to Jupiter, who tilts his head.
I want to settle this myself. No cameras, no voyeurism, no outside influence. Let me be what you trained me for.
You don't want them to see. Isn't that part of why Kronos brought us here?
He gestures to the cameras around them. Neptune shakes their head.
They've had their fill, and so have you. Now let me have my revenge.
Jupiter considers them for a moment before sighing and getting up, placing a hand on their shoulder before walking to the other side, where a portal to a wooded area and a big-top carnival can be seen in the distance.
Very well. Follow me after you have done. I'm going to give Bennett his come-to-Jesus moment. It is long overdue.
Unbeknownst to Neptune or Mercury, Jupiter pulls their phone out of their pocket and spies the stream that had been set up. It was extremely active. Many commenters expressing their sick delight for the events, comment after comment praising the confessions of the victims, sharing solidarity with their views from behind a mask of anonymity, and donating large amounts of money to the inner sanctum. A perverse smile rocks across his face as Jupiter's mask crumbles away to reveal Gale, who saunters through the portal to his next victim. The timer is over. The game is over. The camera is shut down in one swoop, and only the swinging light remains again. Mercury's mask cracks as the face of Asani Walker breaks through, tears in their eyes and a distinct croak in their throat, the kind from anxiety and heartbreak.
So, what happens now? We fight, hug it out, and continue on with the mission?
Neptune does not respond. They sit there, arms folded, as their own mask begins cracking.
Lux, please, I started as a spy, but when we met, when I got to know you, when we fought through that hellish null realm, I saw what you were doing, how hard you fought. I saw where you came from, and I loved your passion. I began to love you. I swear, I would take it all back if I could, but I can't. I can only move forward.
Did you know when he was going to take me? Did you know when he was going to put me in that coffin? When he was going to bury me in the ground? Did you watch as the coffin filled up and I drowned? Did you know what would happen to me in the mortuary?
Silence. Asani's face grows pale. A cold sweat runs down their brow and catches on the piercings, dropping to the table as they stare downwards. The lights keep swinging. Neptune's mask keeps cracking. Something undulates beneath it.
Did you help him? Did you help him?
Yes, for a time. But I swear I stopped after we met. I didn't know what he was going to do to you. I promise you.
Look at me, Asani.
The light swings further. Its arc flies up to the ceiling and bathes the two sitting opposite each other in total darkness for just a moment before reorienting and flying in the other direction. As Asani looks in Neptune's direction, they are rooted to the spot. The light swinging above is not attached to any fixture. It is attached to Neptune. The pulsation returns, as does the light change. A soft blue pings in and out with a gentle hum. Rhythmic, almost pleasant.
You were my final lifeline to this world. My last hope that I could trust someone, but even those who have suffered the same as I have would sell me down the river to suit their own interests. Gale wants me to be a monster. Well, maybe I am a fucking monster. Do you remember the card I got in the deep-sea creatures round, Asani?
Asani cannot speak. They are mesmerized by the glowing light, as if it were a lure. The mask breaks away to show a terrifying visage of trauma, pain, and monstrous rage. Leathery skin, gills, dead eyes, teeth like the bars of a prison cage. The face of a nightmare. Lux Gahart has embraced the role given to them.
I am the anglerfish. And I choose feast.
With a final flash of the luminous lure, the room is black and silent, save for the sound of flesh being ripped and torn to shreds. For on this night, the Shark Tank has two winners, and has birthed a brand new monster to lurk in its depths. Chapter 10 Choose Your Own Nightmare, Editions 2.1 and 2.2. Blurb: You're the star attraction of your own carnival.
Or maybe you're a soul trapped between realms. It's impossible to say. Choose from a possibility of 28 endings. Can you find the true path to stardom or to salvation? Presenting House of Songs, House of Lies by Beaufort Dion III. Adapted into audio by Dusklight Studios. Beware and warning. You are about to read a tale like no other. This is not your run-of-the-mill adventure book. No, this is something entirely different. For not only do you control the story, but in our desire to strive for excellency and unique content, we elected to try out a new formula. Choose your own nightmare. The scares will be aplenty, and some may chill you more than others. Only you can further this tale. Only you can decide how this ends. When all is said and done, you must live with the choices you make. Inside this tome are adventures, horrors, challenges, and vital choices with severe consequences for every decision you undertake. If you are reading this or hearing this, you are undoubtedly an individual of guile, skill, and cunning. These skills and more will be tested to their absolute limits in order to pass the trials within and come out in one piece. I should caution you, reader, one wrong move could end up splitting your soul in irreparable ways. This is the part where I tell you that you can go back and make another choice, isn't it? Well, not on this occasion. There is only forward. There is only the constant progression and the march towards inevitability. Should you fail, that is a permanent stain you cannot erase. It will engulf you until there is nothing left of you. There will be no second chances. The choice has already been made for you. Good luck. Your name is lost to you, but you know your title off by heart. The Great Creator. You are famous around the world for your ability to conjure anything from thin air, captivate audiences with your charisma, and seemingly twist reality itself with your skills. Crowds swarm you wherever you go, almost ravenous in their attempts to see your great tricks and sleight of hands techniques. Of course, they don't know your secret, that there is no sleight of hand or technique to your performances. You are a creator, though you don't know how this came to be. In fact, you could not recall a time before you were blessed with this technique. Much like the time before your very birth, it is a blank slate to you, absent of all senses, memories, and feelings. You just know the carnival, the Dusklight Circus, the ringmaster who recruited you, and the knowledge it has rolled into a brand new town called Dondella. Your final performance has been a rousing success. You were signing autographs late into the evening and fielding many curious questions until you retired to your trailer. But you did spot someone amongst the performance and waiting in the shadows, cloaked up to the nose and staring daggers at you. It perplexed you, and you felt a strange sensation overcome you as you retired to bed. That was your last memory before you awoke in the field adjacent to the carnival. It is dark, cold, and you are barely dressed as the autumn breeze brings with it an unforgiving chill that rattles your bones. The normally friendly stars twinkling above almost appear menacing as they pulsate ahead, the larger ones giving off a hum as you feel compelled to get to your feet. Little do you know that this simple motor function action would begin your journey and your nightmare. As you right yourself, you become painfully aware of two things. There is someone watching you, unseen but clearly nearby. There is a lone door situated in the field, a faint glow from beneath the crack. Do you 1. Inspect your surroundings for the intruder, or 2. Go towards the door? You have chosen option 2. You approach the strange, gilded door with trepidation. You sense that this is no ordinary door, but you do not wish to stay in the open for longer than is necessary. With every step you take towards the bizarre display, the bigger the door becomes. As if an optical illusion, not dissimilar to the sort in the Dusklight Circus's funhouse of illusory magic, you feel this once modest rectangular archway balloon into a looming structure towering over you, almost blotting out the brighter of the stars in the night sky. Your body begins to vibrate, and you hear a rustling from behind you. If you wish to open the door, choose option 1. However, if you wish to confront the rustling, choose option 2. With your breath quickening, you continue your approach to the door, the rustling growing in pace and aggression as your own body vibrates in a macabre synchronicity. You see bright lights emanating from the slit beneath the door, and upon approach, spy multiple handles of various shape, design, material, and placement across this grand entrance. Your heart rate doubles as you sense the rustling has ceased. You must make a choice. To grab the rusted lever handle, choose option 1. To turn the gilded doorknob, choose option 2. To pull the engraved magenta handle, choose option 3. You make your choice, pulling the engraved magenta handle as the door swings open, a plume of warm air hitting you in the face and the overwhelming brightness blinding you as your body is forcibly pulled through the archway and into this new, bizarre realm. Upon regaining your faculties, the sounds of heavenly choruses rain down on your ears, and a message finds its way into your mind.
Directionless one, you have found your way to the House of Songs. Here, you will be tested. You may be aware that outside of this realm, something is hunting you. Who or what it is are things you will come to know in time. You have a journey to make. Ahead of you are several doors containing fractals of your life, allowing you to piece together the person you were, the person you are, and the person you wish to be. Discern the truth in the House of Songs from the deceit in the House of Lies, for should you get lost within the House of Lies or begin to acquiesce to its deceptive nature, you will remain forever lost. To that end, you have 3 choices, for there is always a choice. You may go straight to either a House of Songs or Lies, or you may wish to brave the threat looming overhead and find those doors for yourself in the real world.
The voice sounds as if it is smiling as it speaks again.
You have a beautiful gift, Manifester. We wish to see it realized to its fullest potential. Choose.
If you choose a doorway to the House of Songs, choose option 1. If you choose a doorway to the House of Lies, choose option 2. If you choose a doorway to exit this place and to brave the horrors outside, choose option 3. With a nod of acknowledgement, you make your choice. In doing so, you step outside into the relative cold and gaze up at a sign in neon lights, the sounds of music and revelry in the distance. Welcome to Sturgeon's own Golgotha theme park. Bright lights, scents of cotton candy, popcorn, and the feeling of a warm summer's night flood your senses as the door closes behind you, leaving you to your faculties. You are positioned at the entrance. The ticket stand is empty, and not a single security guard in sight. In fact, despite the sounds of revelry and joy echoing on the soft breeze, you don't spy a single soul around you. The park is alive, but there is nobody inhabiting it. You feel something in your pocket and fish out a dog-eared map, faded print and well-worn but still legible. On it is a comprehensive diagram of the Golgotha theme park, broken into 4 distinct realms for you to explore: Medieval Madness, Adventurer's Cove, Scientific Spelunkers, and, most curiously, the Dusklight Circus. Your circus. Each one meticulously marked with symbols that you don't fully understand. With map in hand, you walk through the gate and stand in front of the signs. If you wish to go to Medieval Madness, choose option 1. If you wish to go to Adventurer's Cove, choose option 2. If you wish to go to Scientific Spelunkers, choose option 3. And if you wish to go to the Dusklight Circus, choose option 4. Clutching the map tightly and doing your best to ignore the creeping dread crawling up your spine that implies you're being watched, you make for the first stop on your trip, Adventurer's Cove. You pass through a large walkway, the built-in vendors shilling their trinkets, souvenirs, foods and oddities, all abandoned but their wares on full display. You think about grabbing a memento, but the sheer notion of stopping as your unseen accomplice is so close behind fills you with an extra boost of adrenaline, and you elect to pick up your pace, darting down a side alleyway and through an unlocked door just as you see their shadow filling the small space you've traversed. You did not realize until after you stepped through the threshold that you'd entered one of the special doors. But was it to the House of Songs or the House of Lies? We see a manor house, the furnishings screaming opulence, sophistication, aristocracy. All of it draped in that old money feel that comes from rural Western homes run by elders who claim it was always more challenging in their day, quick to dismiss your achievements whilst bolstering their own. You don't know why your mind went to such bitterness, but as you walk along the reception area and follow the sounds of conversation to the drawing room, you remember why. This is your home, and upon further inspection of the room, its occupants, and the conversation within, you know that it's roughly 20 years ago. The image not remotely faded, the words no less powerful, and the memory as clear as if you had an eidetic memory. There sits little you, handing something sheepishly to your parents and wringing your wrists in nervous anticipation of their reaction. 2 silhouettes cast upwards along the study you're all sat in, tall, hawkish, unforgiving in their looming stature. You cast your eyes around the room to see if their influence reaches as far as that of their owners, but in an instant you are brought back by the voice of your father, the king of this house.
What kind of ludicrous caricature of yourself is this, Bennett? Explain!
His intonation cuts through you like a well-thrown hatchet, cleaving your fragile composure in twain without any effort. You often wonder if he speaks this way to others, and as you gaze at your nervous mother, you gather that he does.
It's how I feel, Father. Inside, when I think on myself, the way the other boys around me behave, the way the girls act, I feel I don't fit in with either, to be truthful. Morgan said I might be an alien, but...
You trail off, picking at the skin on your thumbs. You hate when you do it, but your irascible father hates it more. He grabs your picking hand and squeezes it in his own gargantuan paw.
You will not dirty our floors, Bennett, nor will you dirty our lineage with this filthy habit. You are becoming a man. Act like one.
His words hiss in your face. You catch the scent of strong alcohol and mint on his breath. You could see your reflection in his bared teeth. You're scared. You're vulnerable. You are without help. He leans back and stands up, turning away from you and still clutching the drawing with shaking hands.
This is a sickness, Bennett. You are having delusions not dissimilar to that of others within our family history. It will either consume you or you can consume it, but I will not have it become your weakness that you show to the world and damage our name in the process.
He shows the drawing to your mother, a patient but distant woman who had long since abandoned any pretense of motherly care towards you. Her form bristles, and she purses her lips as she stares down at you. She tells you every Gahart family member has their skeletons, and these are yours to bury. She hands the drawing to you with unflinching features, statuesque in her demeanor, as she tells you in no uncertain terms to put it into the ground, to kill it, now. They watch little you. You watch your younger self, shaking like your very soul is desperate to burst from your flesh prison and escape into the ether, to go anywhere that isn't here and start anew. All those raw, incalculable emotions we are taught to bury through years of heartache, strife, and failure just bubbling beneath the surface. You clutch the drawing in your hands, and as hot tears stain its contents, it glows faintly, something stretching beyond the borders of its existence to break free from its bonds. It's slight, a murmur at absolute best, a prelude at absolute worst. Little you does not see it, but your parents do, as they watch you cast it into the fire. So you go back into the ground. The scene pulls away from you before the door slams in your face, and you are provided 2 pathways to walk down. Songs. Lies. You step towards the music and take the songs path, emerging from a tunnel and into a small circular room filled with jungle decor, a sea of exotic animals in various enclosures, enough rainforest sounds to deafen the outside world, and a cut-out mascot standing in front of you. Strange. He's wearing a beekeeper's outfit of all things. Bulky, ill-fitting, 3 digits on either glove, the face totally obscured by the mesh on the front where the face should be. Nearby, a sign says, Benny the beekeeper says, adventurers always inspect their environments before taking the plunge towards the cove. You ascertain he's a mascot of some sorts as you look around your new surroundings. Do you, option 1, look closely at the animal enclosures, or option 2, proceed down the trail? You decide now is as good a time as any to take stock of your surroundings and look at the bizarre animals, many of which seem to be taxidermy or animatronic from a distance. Along the left circular wall, you spy bright blue primates with scorpion tails, their eyes bulbous and yellow, chewing on something obscured from your view. On the opposite side, a reptilian humanoid standing on 2 hoofed feet, holding primitive tools and trying to impale something in the treetops of its enclosure. Thunder echoes in the enclosure, and the creatures stop moving. A silence grips the environment, and you realize you are gripped by it too. You look closer at the primates first, seeing they're chewing on something still writhing. An insect, perhaps? No. Something else. Something with a face. A face in absolute anguish, staring at you with beady little eyes before a sharp incisor punctures the soft flesh and tears it from your sight. Unsettled, you step to the other enclosure and see the reptilian humanoid is watching you, licking its lips as it sways rhythmically, positioning its sphere before launching into the brush. You don't see what it catches, but you hear the ear-splitting shrieks. They sound unlike anything you've ever heard before, each one punctuated by a great hunger. Do you, option 1, inspect the tree, or option 2, leave for the trail? Electing to leave this behind, you make a beeline for the trail and head down the dark tunnel, barely lit save for some guiding soft purple lights on the floor. Every now and then, a new iteration of Benny the beekeeper pops up with a bit of advice. You walk and listen to each one, taking in the neon swirls in the fish tanks around you. Though, strangely, you see no fish.
Hey, adventurers! Remember, a true adventurer always looks after their friends. They're like family. Adventure is for everyone! Did you know that there's more fish in the deep sea than anywhere else in the ocean? So many creatures in the dark depths we've never seen. I wonder what's out there. I'll stick to the bees. Speaking of bees, did you know that if you were to put all the planets in the solar system into one nation, it would be the spatial equivalents of 3 bees in all of Europe? Gosh, that sure is far, huh? Studies have shown that insects may actually experience pain. Think about that the next time you see one being eaten alive.
They continued on until you reached a clearing, one large tank drawing your attention, a strange light pulsating from within.
When we think of predators of the ocean, adventurers, none are more terrifying than that of the anglerfish. Using a lure on its head, it entices its victims in until...
The light blinds you, and once again, the sound of songs fills your ears. When you open your eyes, you are once more in the house of songs and lies. It's your study, a repurposed atrium your father allowed you to have when your burgeoning talents began to gain recognition. You are now 17, a budding artist, and each piece you produce is marveled by the wider community. You had heard of another in La Serva, but yours was all that people talked about. You were putting the final touches on your latest piece when someone walked through the door. He's young, possibly the same age as you, possibly a bit older. His raven black hair tied into a messy bun, thin locks brushing down the side of his tanned skin and tucking just underneath his jawline. God, that jaw. You could trace the lines of his entire being if you had time.
You never stop working, do you, B?
His playful mocking tone echoes around the room and sends your brain into overdrive. But you keep your cool. You have to.
It's what I do, I guess.
You stammer, hands shaking as you try to focus and finish.
Not all that. Not all that I do, but right now fuck.
You feel a flush of red and you refuse to look him in the eye. You know you can't. You know what will happen. This is a snapshot of a deeper issue, and you feel as if you're intruding on your own privacy, bearing witness to your own car crash. But he is undeterred as he crosses the room full of your drafts and half-finished meals, placing a calm and heavily ringed hand on your shaking one, drawing your face into his and kissing you. You don't like watching this. You feel the burning shame of exposure, and you know what is coming. You want to find the door of lies, but it is nowhere in sight. You are a witness to your own misgivings, your own regrets, your lost loves. Just like everyone else, for a moment, you are ordinary. He breaks his embrace and looks at you, your mouth simply whispering his name.
Morgan,
I know, but I don't care. Dad'll have to deal with it. It's not the 50s. Why is this a big deal?
You bristle in your seat and try to find the words, but they don't come to you. Instead, you show him your latest work and let it do the speaking for you. It says more in 5 minutes than you could have done in 5 hours. It speaks to your agony, to your expectations, to the ruinous path you will both walk if you stay hand in hand. It says everything, and it is devastating. Morgan says nothing as he looks at you, deep ochre eyes meeting your own. Both so young, but you can see your everything within him. Infatuation or not, it is intoxicating to you. He accepts the path, and you do too. You kiss again. But your father storms into the room and in one motion throws Morgan off of you and volleys a right cross into your jaw.
I told you what would happen if you brought that degeneracy here! I can accept it for your artwork so long as the family's reputation increases, but this, I will never accept this!
He shakes a finger at Morgan, knuckles bloodied from the strike.
So help me, if your father wasn't his patron, I'd beat you within an inch of your goddamn life!
Morgan runs over to you, but is shoved away by your father, bashing his head on a coffee table. You don't see what happens next. You don't want to. Instead, you rip the pages from your book and make your way to the House of Lies. A slam against the window pane. Not a fish, but a hand. Something rots the very plexiglass itself as the lights flicker. Your pursuer is gaining on you. To your left, the tunnel connects to medieval madness. To the right, scientific spelunkers. Do you? Option 1, take the left path to medieval madness. Or, Option 2, take the right path to scientific spelunkers. In a flash and a pivot on your heel, you race towards the left tunnel. Your breath catching in your chest and producing a sharp sensation that runs through your abdomen and down your spine. You felt the looming fear of death in there. You know it. You don't stop to process. You know to fly, and fly you do. After a minute of running, you slow to a slight jaunt and see the tunnel open into a large field. The sky above red and the sound of medieval music piped into the dome-like building. Ahead of you stands a makeshift black castle, its gates half open and a small town propped up. The craftsmanship to be admired. This is the kingdom of Angleron, long since lost to time. It was presided over by a powerful ruling family. Then, in the midst of a holy war, there was a cataclysmic event and much of their culture was lost to time. It was from these ashes and refugees that Sturgeon, the great municipality, was born. You of course knew full well of the legend. Your grandfather had helped translate the latest edition of the play covering these historical events. You used to love hearing it growing up. But the details seem lost to you now. Only one way forward. You walk through the lowering gates and into the castle proper, a grand courtroom filled with mosaic paintings of the largely embellished history of Angleron. The great warriors, tinkerers, soothsayers, and royal family litter every section of the walls in grand renditions of their deeds as you keep walking. Their tale, though tragic, is an important one for artists everywhere, for it is vital we never lose sight of the loyalty and love a parent can have for their children in this or any age. Your stomach contracts on those words as you spot a pair of large gilded doors behind the twin thrones, the title above the door bearing the name of the Crown Prince, Sovereign. Do you 1. Inspect the prince's chambers, or 2. Continue looking around for another way forward? You walk with determination towards the chambers and feel a sense of purpose with every stride you take. You know that every door you encounter has a chance of leading you back to the house of songs and lies. But on this occasion, you do not care. You must know what lies in the chamber. It feels personal to you. With shaking hands, you push the doors open and you walk inside. Inside, the chamber has been ransacked. It is crumbling away and the heavy rain and thunder from outside has infected almost every square inch of the room. Manuscripts are torn and flying around the sparse room. The bed is stained and destroyed. Nothing of love lives in this room anymore. It is a place made for suffering. In the center, you see a young man, withered and hunched over, feverishly creating something on a canvas. His clothes hang from him like the last threads of his own sanity. They are tired and fading. His passion, however, will not leave him, not when it is feasting so wonderfully on his anguish. With every deft movement of his hands, he creates something unique. He is, somewhere in his consciousness, aware he is birthing something that will outlive him, something that will be talked about, pontificated over, and discussed by elites, amateurs, and artists alike. He is creating a legacy from the deepest pits of grief. Someone stands in the opposite doorway, holding an umbrella and watching as he speaks into a phone.
Yes, I see him. He's no doubt making something remarkable that will only add to his legend and that of the brand itself. I estimate we can sell it for a minimum of 6 figures, 7 if it encapsulates the more grotesque aspects of what he's experiencing. Those troglodytes on the internet will love it. Smarmy little shits will lap up the falsified empathy it generates, project themselves onto it, and proliferate it amongst themselves. More degeneracy. The lightning strikes and the wolfish grin of your father flashes for but a moment, before something truly human flickers across his face. Following his eyes, you see your younger self, now 22, finished with your work and utterly broken by it as you trace your bony fingers across its finished canvas, humming some listless tune between pain-racked sobs. You look back to your father, and, for just a moment, he looks like a father. Carl, I think this may be the last one for a while. My boy needs treatment, and that grief isn't going to go away until he gets it. At this point, Further exposure unabated will push him over the edge. No, don't worry. I know a good place. They're a new facility in town. I'll fill you in on the details later.
You remembered. You remembered being given this horrifying corner of the suburbs to work. You begged to see Morgan but were told he had been scared away by your father, found someone else and moved countries. You were devastated. Even more so when news of his accident reached you. If he asked for you, you weren't told. You were left to sit there and let the grief fester in you like a mold, growing through your spine and into your brain until it was what drove every facet of your life. You remember this piece, the hurt it caused. You remember burning it not long after you got home. But you know that home is elsewhere now as you walk to the House of Songs, stopping only when at the threshold to see the rest of the memory, where the thing inside the painting began to split from its prison and, while still screaming, tried to find meaning in this new world. Your younger self, driven mad by fear and grief, grabbed it and pushed it back into the canvas before it fell inert. Your father said nothing, but a mix of fascination and fear addled him. He knew what was coming. This was the night that your gift was truly born. You pass through the archway and now find yourself at the entrance to the final section. No more games. We know where this ends. The Golgothan Funhouse. You look up at the manor house. For so much of your life, this has felt like the entrance to the biggest monsters you knew. One that spat venom and one that held its tongue and looked the other way. Now, it feels like coming home. You don't even ask how the theme park recreated it so perfectly. You don't ask anything anymore. Instead, you steel yourself and begin the walk up the trail to the front door. You sense something behind you, a figure lumbering in the distance, not even running so much as hobbling. The flies follow them wherever they go, and you swear for a moment it's your tormentor from the woods. But no, something else comes into view as you reach the porch and wait for the doors to open. Torn suit, filth caking its legs, and the face visor damaged. The beekeeper, in the flesh. They shamble closer. You push on the door, but they do not give. Panic rips through you, but you can do nothing. There are no choices to be made, for what can someone do against something that defies choice itself? The beekeeper is close now. Very, very close. But they do not harm you. Instead, they hold up a single hand to your face. 3 fingers. 3. The doors burst open and you tumble through them, finding yourself in the large reception area with a pair of doorways on either side and the stairs leading upwards. The choices have stopped mattering, at least for now. This is fixed, though we wish it wasn't, as we do with many paths we walk in life. You know you have to go upstairs. You returned after a 5-year absence with minimal contact, completely cured and ready to start your job as an art curator, though you needed to move home for the time being. You felt what they drilled into you was normal, though you felt more like you were donning a human skin suit at times. Your parents seemed warmer than what you recalled, though that could be the medication or the therapy helping you see them favorably. Your younger brother Finley approved of your return, though he kept his nose in his books. Your youngest siblings, the twins, were elated to see you, having grown up considerably in your absence. They were toddlers when you first left, children when you were institutionalized. Now they were in their mid-teens and firmly within their own identities. You were shocked at how utterly carefree the house felt now, the presence itself less crushing. You hear the buzzing of the flies, but you ignore them as you follow younger you upstairs and towards the parlor where your parents have asked to speak to you. They close the door and relay to you some of the things they feel were mistakes. Your father, in particular, is immensely remorseful. His once powerful gait now diluted to a diminutive husk of a man. Still powerful, not decrepit, but softer. He is tearful as he explains his failings of raising you. That his own torrid issues within his marriage and the lack of freedoms led him to brutalize his firstborn. He explains, through croaks, that your mother is something called asexual, which, while leading to 3 beautiful children, did mean he was with her for convenience, nothing more. He stops short of discussing how you were born, but it catches in his chest. He steadies himself before continuing. 3. Your father said 3 beautiful children. This is the night they told you of your lineage, that your mother was not your mother, but someone else. She came into your father's life like a whirlwind and gave him everything his wife could not. Emotional security, safety, sexual liberation. From her, you were conceived. From her, you were taken. From her, your mother's resentment bore fruit. Your mother, upon this revelation, tears up too and says that though there was resentment, she always loved you and found your art beautiful. That your birth mother would be so proud of who you were now. That they never knew the facility would be so brutal. That they tried to get you out, but that there were so many loops to jump through. But they were reunited now, thanks to some deep reflection with the help of their 2 youngest children's own struggles. You remember the world growing numb at this point, hearing that your 2 baby siblings had identical issues to you and were not beaten for it, but instead coddled and praised. You almost glaze over the origins of your birth, a shockingly cavalier approach despite the maudlin tone of the conversation. Once again, the feeling of being overlooked washes over you. From the moment of conception to the moment of adulthood, you have always been cast aside, and only now do you get clemency and ask for forgiveness, now that the younger generation has entered the fray. They will never know the wounds you carry within you, for they have been spared the rod. Do you, 1, lash out at your family and prepare to burn everything you love to cinders? Or 2, accept with quiet humility, hone your therapy, and wait? No, you cannot lie here. Not now. You took a deep breath, ignoring the rot and the stench, and moved to the kitchen downstairs. As you did, you passed by some curios on display. A wood carving, a mini flesh-like door, a black orb. Strange, but not your focus at the present. You needed to escape the stench of what was chasing you. You head through the kitchen, trying not to focus on the rapidly shifting scenery around you, for you could swear that instead of a well-stocked pantry of pickles, meats, and fruits, you saw brains, intestines, faces, and jars. No, it was the adrenaline and the tests, that's all. Pushing on, you find the back door and pull hard, heading into the deep recesses of your backyard. You loved it here, spending hours as a child playing the adventurer you always wanted to be, hacking through the jungle to find the lost treasures of yore with your childhood best friend Morgan. Sometimes you'd pretend you were scaling that legendary mountain of Octahn, looking for the last giant. Now, it was an overgrown mess caked with mud and weeds. You sifted through until you heard voices calling from the shed halfway down the property where Saunders lived.
But a word of advice, Phineas. The night can play tricks on your mind.
Do you, 1, peer into the windows, or 2, continue with the lie, be an adventurer? You peer in through the windows and see a terrifying creature of filth and decadence leaning over a small table at your brother, instructing him to watch over the chained coffins until the sun rises. You feel sick. Your eyes sting. You must press on. The music is becoming deafening, as is the buzzing. You look to the far corner, a sea of poorly attached stones, plywood and cardboard making the most miserable kingdom an adult could envisage, but any child could say with absolute certainty was the realm of kings and queens. You recall one summer where all of you played in the kingdom, recreating Angleron's events from your grandfather's papers. You always wanted to be the emperor, but you were frequently overruled. Your youngest sibling loved it the most. You don't know why you stopped playing, but one day, you woke up and didn't see the kingdom anymore. Its great spires, imposing structures and strange customs now just looked like nothing more than a child's paltry fantasy. You had changed, and with that change, the kingdom eroded before your eyes. You trudged through the rest of the underbrush, wondering how this place got so out of shape in your absence, before reaching the edge of the yard and stepping through the last set of neck-high weeds. On the border of another neighboring property, you see a young woman hopping over a rock wall on a phone call as she hurries back into the house.
The stars sure are bright tonight. I think it's time for another trip. Thank you for listening, Doctor.
She puts the phone down before rushing to her home, and you feel your feet carry you before your conscious mind can react. You must follow her. You sprint across the open fields, careful not to look at the sky for too long, though you can't understand why, before spying a slightly open window on the ground floor. The rain and thunder mask your approach as you peer inside and see a woman in deep distress. On the phone again, your sister, Lucinda. She looks so fragile, so vulnerable.
It hasn't moved. It doesn't make a sound. Am I hallucinating? Am I just crazy?
Something in the room shifts, and though you don't see it, you hear it speak.
You told them, didn't you, Lucinda?
No, I didn't tell them everything.
This is why you can't be trusted.
I did as I was told.
This is why you have to stay here. This is why Minerva had to go away. Because you cannot keep your promise.
I kept my promise. I swear I kept my promise. Please don't be mad. It wasn't my fault.
The figure raises a hand as Lou pleads her case, and a bright light flashes before Lou rushes from the room, and you are pushed back from the window, landing flat on your face. Your phone begins to rumble. Do you, 1, answer it and face the consequences, or 2, continue to walk this path of ruinous lies? Bleary-eyed, you grab your phone and answer without saying anything. A gruff voice pierces your ear and stabs your brainstem with its information.
Good news and bad news. They found a body at your old home. Be ready. They'll be coming for you next.
And the good news?
You hear your raspy vocal cords wheeze out before the voice pauses, and you swear you can hear a smile.
Coleman was found asleep at the wheel, covered in her own filth and the blood of some passerby she hid. She's been committed to a facility. Early onset dementia caused by a tumor, they think. She won't be a problem. Time to get back to work, son. How long until we are ready to open the door?
Maybe a few more. The world is turning at such a pace. So many things. It's overwhelming.
Speaking of overwhelming, not sure if you know the details, but that incident at the clinic was regrettable. But we've sent Bancroft on paid leave and told the public that Faust took his own life in a death by misadventure. He was a perverse sort. They won't find it surprising once his browsing history is leaked.
The gruff man cackles. It's like sandpaper.
I have to go. I've got a symposium to attend to, and I'm making some special dish. I'll be in touch. You're doing the Lord's work, son. God go with you.
The phone line goes dead as you dust yourself off and find yourself in a hallway. Once more your family home, and with one final door to walk through. The final door to exit the House of Songs and Lies. You remember the brief events preceding this night. You caught the two of them talking about secrets. One professed that they were going to elope with their girlfriend when they turned 18. The other said they had a new name in mind. Lux, they chose. It felt foreign to your ears and brought tears to your eyes, but Lucinda loved it. They shared a moment before Lux hesitated and told them that they noticed they can do things. And before waiting for a response, you saw them. They manifested, same as you, but far more power. How? You confronted your parents, demanded to know why they would accept their children for what they were, but not you. Why they would put their eldest out to pasture and torture him into being normal, but not them. Your father, again, apologized and tried to get you to see his side, even going as far as to mention Morgan. A mistake. You struck him, but he did not fight back. He called that penance and retired. You felt no shame. Your mother told you she would have plucked you from her very soul if she had not met your father, and you were perfect as you were. A pointless attempt at appeasing your ego. This woman did not birth you, did not conceive you. She held your mother back from you out of pure spite. As a result, her appeasement did not have the desired effect, and instead sought to irrevocably shatter your heart all the more. But you did not show it. You retired to your room. You waited. You planned. And you got to work. The sound of the song is rattling in your skull as you slowly walk to the lone door in the room, passing through and into a dead end with a set of funhouse mirrors stacked up against the wall. You know the end is in sight. You walk towards the central one, your figure being distorted into bizarre shapes with every step.
We don't need to play this game for much longer, do we? We have work to do. Divinity awaits us.
The rotting, bandaged husk of a man emerges from the right, shambling towards you.
How many times did trial and error fail you? How many rituals did you undertake? How many were saved versus converted into art? How long before consuming them was no different to consuming a meal? How long before we can go back to being normal? How long before consuming them was no different to consuming a meal? How long before we can go back to being normal?
You feel anger, indignation burn inside you as you keep walking.
I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. You see divinity in one, and so many are expendable, right? Because it is not within you. Only the art remains.
From the other side, a young artist, haggard in stature and matted hair, walks towards the center.
No, only the job remains. We will enact our judgments, and we will bring about divinity through Lux. It is a matter of patience, and I have that in spades.
The three of you walk closer to the center of the room, towards the mirrors. Do you? Option 1. Finish this paltry facsimile of a game and exit the House of Songs and Lies? Or Option 2. You snuck in, the night after their birthday, taking Lux with no resistance and bringing them to the sanctum. You knew what you had to do and you would see it through. The three of you come into full view as the mirrors warp, twist, and distort before merging into one cracked but complete mirror. This is you. This is Laserva. This is Gale. This is Bennett Cochran Gahart, the Ant Lion. There was only ever one ending, only ever one choice. This is the path you chose to walk. We just chronicled it. We all choose our own nightmares. It's simply a matter of how we choose to live within them. I'm not sure there's much to say on the ad line, only to let you know that the end is coming. The third act is beginning, and before long, we will know more of the Antline's antics. Of that, you can be certain. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly, and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the bell of snakes, and you guessed it, more snakes, and leave a comment with stories you'd love for my many-legged runners to find. Now, I want to thank all of our patrons for making this possible. If you want to sign up, it's as little as $1 a month, and you get exclusive content, early access videos and stories, updates, and more. But times are tough, and we will always be grateful for support no matter what form it comes in. Financial, spiritual, corporeal, maniacal, whatever you want. It really helps us out. Dusklight gives thanks to, first, our Sturgeonite faithfuls: Sabrina Alexander, Laree W., PRDL12, Jason Webb, Jimmy Ricardo, 21 Keys, Jack the Lad, Nathan Billings, J.I. Lara, Val Was Taken, Amy Walrath, Dexter, Heather Gee, P. Tripp, Super Abyss, and Morgan Ra. Our Purple Crayon Eaters: Feeny Von Karma, Max, Phi, Amara, Ashabel, Candyman Gloving, Mike, Alex, Gail Allstott, Echo Kion, Ian Hancocks, and Kendra Wilson. Our janitors: Alex Nunez, Arkham Cookie, Amy, Adrian R., Heather Cayley, Scott, Death31, Sabila Eclipse, Joy Flint Healy, Dux, Shane Lewis, and Allie. Our Nightmare Detectives: Fox Clifford and Melanie Schaefer. Our Void Walkers: Professor Creepypasta, Rat Squatch, and Josh Woods. And lastly, our Blackwell family members: Great Uncle Ven Blackwell with his forbidden knowledge, Izzy Blackwell, our resident bug devourer, Adela Blackwell's fire mending and illusions, Ethan Blackwell, abyssal fisher and repo lord, Jackal Blackwell, head chef and mystery meat purveyor, Clue Blackwell, the chrysalis of unknowable horrors, Tabitha Blackwell, void water baron and forever frenemy to our last entrant, Papa Kyle Blackwell, from his tower of bones, broth and spines, preparing for the outer gods to recognize his claim. We love and fear you, Papa, and we thank all of you humbly for your patronage and look to see you bright and early for Dusklight orientation. Purple crayons and existential dread will be provided. And one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink some hot cocoa with chocolate sprinkles and fat marshmallows. Have all the Christmas candy you can manage, watch a video about liminal spaces and cryptid sightings, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station.